Ladies and gentlemen, oh my gosh, you have no freaking clue. I'm talking the past 5 days, I've been buried in literature, and I've been scratching my noggin thinking, "Okay, I could do a video on that. What about this one?" And then I get into the next chapter and the next book and the next footnote and the next source and the next scholar and the next and I have been in this rabbit hole for freaking 5 days. I said, "I gotta poke my head up and talk and breathe because I'm underwater with so much material. How in the world do I even cover this much?" So I did a recording yesterday. I went into Bruce Loudon's work on an article he did, which is actually not an article, it's part of a book, Greek Myth and the Bible, where he shows unquestionably the road to Emmaus story is a story. It is mythology. No matter what your bona fide absolutist, confident apologist want to tell you, they are barking up the wrong tree. They just don't know what they're reading. And it's unfortunate. It's truly unfortunate because the special pleading, the double standards, and the freedom that truly comes with recognizing the duck that walks and quacks and flies like it does. Because here's what we can do, ladies and gentlemen. We can actually enjoy the lessons, the depth and the narration, the story, the meaning. What's it trying to do, right? I know when I watch Lord of the Rings, I just using this as an example, I get so much awesome depth from the myth. Now, if someone tried to tell me that the dwarfs really did this and the elves really did that, and there's Mordor and all that, I would really probably walk away going, hold on. Why am I thinking about all that? Why are you trying to put that on me? Whether that happened or didn't happen, this lesson over here is the point, right? And that's the distraction. Can't we glean these ancient texts for wisdom, for interesting storytelling, or even criticize them for being dated, the expiration dates that are on them? Anyway, so listen, I've been doing a lot with theophany. For those who don't know, gods that are in disguise appearing to mortals and interacting with them, and then delayed recognition scenes, the hospitality myth, which is tied with theophany. And oh, hold on. Oh my God, we have a stranger joining us. Let's be like Abraham and Sarah and offer them food, offer them drink, join our little tent here and show them hospitality. They might be divine for all we know. Hello?
Hey, yo.
Hey, my name's Derek, and you look parched. Would you like to have something to drink?
You know what? Yeah, I'm a bit peckish. I could use some bread. If you could send your wife back into the tent to whip something up real quick.
Absolutely, because that's her duty, of course. That's her existence. We live in the Bronze Age here, and that's our culture. No, look, ladies and gentlemen, before I did this stream, I hit Justin up to test our audio, and then it turned into a bigger thing where I was like, Justin, what do you got going on, man? You want to come hang out on the stream? Because I have so much material that it's unfortunate because I won't be able to get into all of it. But I'll probably mention some of it in passing, and we'll go in depth in later videos where you can really absorb what's being said by the academics. What's up, Justin?
Not too much, man. I'm glad to be here. I think this is one of those situations where I actually get to sit and learn with somebody as opposed to get, quizzed. But how it always turns out, there's going to be some questions. But yeah, man, as I've already told you, I've been following your work for some time because I was an Old Testament guy, and I love listening to you talk about some of the mythology crossover with the New Testament.
Yeah,
because there's a ton of it in the Old Testament too. So I'm just happy to be here, and so we can ping pong some ideas off each other and learn.
absolutely, man. I'll tell you, you are the prophecy go-to dude, okay? Like anyone who wants to know what the New Testament's doing with prophecy, looking back and stuff, you're really big about emphasizing. I guess the best way I'd like to paint that is say, for those who might struggle or have fear, because I've had people who are afraid, what if Christianity is true? What if this is real? What if I go to hell? All the dogma that comes with that. And then they come to us about these prophecies, and what I love about what you do, Justin, is you know the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, the Septuagint. You'll play with these sources in their original languages to the best of your abilities, and you'll go to them saying, let's just read this together.
Yeah.
Like, let's not talk about, oh, Matthew says this is written and Jeremiah says. Let's go read Jeremiah, and then you tell me where it says what Matthew's trying to make it say later. It doesn't work. Every time you go, you start going, well, hold on. That doesn't match. That doesn't. And I loved that because I feel the same way about myth. I feel kind of the same way about myth. It's a little bit of a different kind of thing where you're not just falsifying a claim, because when you look at the original source, it's completely absent.
Right.
But it is something where when you look at it, you go, honestly, how can I decipher or distinguish that this myth that I'm willing to accept as myth and this myth and this myth and this myth have this genre, trope, topos, similar themes, similar aspects that you see that are like almost like a general modality that all myths have. And then I find it in the Bible, and I'm supposed to believe this is literal history.
Yeah. And you can't unsee it once you've seen it.
It is 100% like that. It's like I could almost ask you right now, question. Every single prophecy in the New Testament, if we go to dive into where its antecedent is, when you go look into the Hebrew scriptures, do they all check out, or do they all not check out? Or is there some that you would say do check out? Or would you just say, look, almost every single one of them, you really walk away going, yeah, it's not about what it's talking about?
Yeah, so every single one, except for there's like one or two where when they're turning to the Old Testament, it actually is a prophecy, and it actually is quasi-messianic.
Right.
But when you read the actual parameters, it just didn't fulfill any of the parameters. Like Zechariah 9, riding the donkey into Jerusalem. Well, if you just read the whole prophecy, it's not about just some guy on a donkey. It's about an actual king on a donkey who defeats all of Israel's enemies. So like if I gave you a prophecy, I said, a guy named Bob is going to show up at your house and you're going to have dinner, and then he's going to leave. And then, a week later, he's going to invite you over to his place for dinner. Well, if a guy named Bob shows up to your house and then he just gives you a flyer and walks away and the rest of the prophecy doesn't come true, guess what? The prophecy didn't come true. There's no second coming that's going to finish that prophecy.
Right. And that's in that context, the king never destroys their enemies. Right. If anything, they themselves get destroyed, or they try to change up the context to making the people in the original context, which were supposed to be saved, Israel, they find a way to even make a much more elect group among them. And then the rest of Israel becomes the enemy. And it's like, right. Hold on. The nations were supposed to be the ones that were supposed to be crushed in this passage. And now you guys are trying to make it the other Israelites in some of the context in the New Testament, as if they are the enemy that needed to be crushed, so that you can explain why the temple got destroyed and so much stuff. So yeah, that's a good example. As far as mythology goes, if we were starting with Genesis, I think this is a no-brainer for you and I. Flood myths, creation myths, Enuma Elish, Gilgamesh Tablet 11.
Even the tower. I mean, there's a Sumerian version of the tower as well. The copy I had was translated by Chad Boscawen, I think was how his last name was pronounced. But so like everything in the first 11 chapters of Genesis, there are Mesopotamian parallels.
Right. There's a couple things, right, that some scholars note. Like there might be little details that you go, okay, I can't find that. Like Noah getting drunk off wine and planting a vineyard, right? That's absent from the earlier flood myths, but you do find this in Deucalion, where Deucalion survives the flood. A dog buries a stick that's actually a vine stick that is part of the grapes. And I can't remember the name of the dog in that myth, if he's named or not, but the vineyard grows and now he gets drunk off wine, similar to what we find in the Bible. Right. And many rabbis have tried to explain, and I know that we can go to laws about seeing their father's nakedness. Some rabbis have thought about this as the kind of general creation story mythologies in the Greek myths, where the gods, always sexual, by the way, always very sexual. I mean, all the way back in Sumer, Egypt, they all did this too. But he sees his father's nakedness, and rabbis thought maybe this is like Cronus, being castrated by Zeus, and maybe there's this euhemerized, demythologized version of the Greek myth that we're seeing here, and this is on the table. Like, there's all
it certainly is.
right.
And here's the crazy part too. A lot of the biblical culture is borrowing from the Canaanite culture because they're mixed with Canaanites. The Israelites are essentially Canaanites. And there's in the Baal epic, there's a section where El gets drunk. So in a lot of these ancient mythologies, the way that if your god did something or your hero did something that was unsavory, you covered it with drunkenness. Well, they were drunk. They didn't know what they were doing, obviously, right?
Right.
And we find the same thing in the Ugaritic mythologies. Even about El himself, the supreme god, at one of the feasts gets drunk, and he stumbles around drunk in his own house and has to be supported, held up by the other gods and whatnot.
I love that. They actually have an inscription from, I think, late Bronze Age, maybe early Iron Age, where they show there's a depiction of El sitting at a table. He's drunk. Isn't it near the what is the donkey guy?
Balaam.
Yeah, didn't they find it near the Balaam inscription? I could be wrong, but either way, it's that story you're talking about where El's getting drunk, and I know Francesca Stavrakopoulos talks about it in her book God and Anatomy as well. I love that story. It's really interesting to see the god himself. Of course, it's a polytheistic system. Is getting plastered. And I think it shows up in one of the prophets in the Bible as well. There's something in one of the later prophets that Francesca was highlighting about this. But it doesn't shock me the way that God even interacts with Israel as this young, prepubescent girl, and the language is pretty intense. The maybe euphemisms of covering her with his cloak and making her his. God is saying this. And radical stuff. But getting to your point about the whole drunkenness, that happens with Lot, right? Sodom and Gomorrah and Lot. And I saw a post the other day, because I'm still friends with like years ago conservative Christians, Justin, that were like, someone posted like, what the hell? He slept with his daughters. And the guys come to the rescue. The guys in the chat come to the rescue, and they're like, didn't you read it? They made him get drunk.
Yeah.
What'd they do? Dad, sit down, stand on dad, pour the wine down his throat. Like, if you take this literal, really, it's absurd. But I thought it was crazy to think, man, they're coming to the defense of this story. It's just crazy.
Well, it gets worse too, because, for example, I don't know. Listen, I'm an adult. I've been drunk once or twice. But there's no level of intoxication that you can get me that I wouldn't know that I was sleeping with a relative. And on top of that, like if you get to the point where you're so incapacitated that you're unable to recognize who it is that you're sleeping with, guess what? Your equipment's not going to work right to begin with. You're going to have some problems there. And this is just known physiologically to be true. And then on top of that, guess what? Both of them got pregnant the very first time. Two virgins had no idea what they were doing. They had no idea how any of this works. And that, the dude's not helping. He has no idea what's going on. So they're just figuring this out. And then magically they both get pregnant the first time. This is not a real story.
No, you know what I think makes people kind of gullible about these narratives is they're very euhemerized. They're not as, there's a three-headed Cerberus, a dog beast that is part of guarding the gates of Hades, or name another, half animal, half human figure in a story. It's much easier for them to go, oh, that's myth. Then they get to the Bible and they go, oh, it's a real guy with two daughters. That happened in a cave. That's real.
Of course. Yeah. Hiding out in cave. Yeah.
Duh. It's obvious. And that's why I love Bruce Louden. He's passed away now. Huh?
I said, indeed. Yeah.
Let me bring up his professional page here, because people probably don't know who this guy is. This guy right here has been influential over the past few years of my life and my research with MythVision. He's played a significant part in how I have assessed, come to conclusions about what we're looking at. Again, thank you to the super chats. I'll try to get to them shortly here. I just want to get the party cooking here and help people see what's going on. So Bruce Louden, professor in the Department of Languages and Linguistics at UTEP, received his Ph.D. from the University of California at Berkeley. I think that's the same place that Ronald Hindle got his Ph.D. at, or at least his teaching. His research interests include Homeric epic, Greek myth, Near Eastern myth, the Bible, classical Indian literature, Shakespeare, and Milton. He has published 3 books on Homeric epic, the Odyssey, Structure, Narration, and Meaning, the Iliad, Structure, Myth, and Meaning, both on the Johns Hopkins University Press, and Homer's Odyssey in the Near East on Cambridge University Press, and authored 18 entries into Homeric Encyclopedia. He also has Greek myth in the Bible, which we're going to get into here. At some point, I'll ask you what you want to hear. I personally am loving this story in John with Lazarus, but we'll get there. And also this one that is the Luke 24. Holy smokes. But I did a video on this already, which I'm editing to make it look clean and all that. So we may avoid that one just for the sake of time, to be honest. There's no way we're going to cover remotely any of this in depth other than to say we're dealing with mythology in the New Testament. So,
absolutely. Well, I mean, I'm game. I'd love to hear it. I haven't actually read this text yet. So it'll be exciting to dive in.
Okay, yeah. So we need to dive in. I guess I just wanted to show you the academic because he's no longer with us. He died of cancer a few years ago. And I would have absolutely flown to his house. I would have gone with the cameras and all like I usually do with academics, because I was just talking today with Dr. Richard C. Miller, and I said, Rick, imagine if this guy was still alive, what he'd be writing on. He's seeing so much shit that is unbelievably great that people are not talking about like they should.
Right.
And if they did, this is New Testament stuff, right? Like, I know it sounds to many of us like, yeah, we get it. That's mythology. But this is the very sensitive place that even Catholics and Orthodox and like people who are in these churches that actually say our church is our authority, the text is not our authority. We don't care that there's contradictions. We don't mind that Genesis is mythology. We accept that evolution's true. And then they find ways to play around with original sin and all that, how they do all that. But then you get to the resurrection or Jesus's miracles or Mary's divine birthing of Jesus or whatnot. And then they get their panties in a bunch and they're, you know what I mean?
It's interesting that, Christians are really willing to accept that parts of the Old Testament are mythological. But when you get to the New Testament, they get really bent out of shape when you suggest that there's New Testament stuff that appears to be mythological as well. And it's weird to figure out what caused you to make that divide. Like, what was your deciding factor? And as far as I can tell, the deciding factor is dogma.
That and tradition, which might tie into dogma, because now you have this story of saying, we trust these guys. It goes back to them, and they were the memoirs. They interpret that as eyewitnesses, and that these are the guys who actually were there and saw. And they do their best to remove legend and all of that. William Lane Craig still spouts the lie. I've got videos coming with academics. The same lie. Well, legend could not accrue in such a short amount of time. And I'm like, have you read The Passing of Peregrinus by Lucian? Like, if you haven't read that, just stop talking. Literally, Lucian says he made up the story that Peregrinus jumped on the fire and a falcon ascended, or phoenix, I think it's a falcon, ascends out of the flames, and with a human voice, the falcon says, I am done with earth, to Olympus I fare, and he flies up to Mount Olympus. He made this up on the road, leaving where he burned himself alive as a philosopher. He was a cynic. And the next day he comes back and an old man. Did I mess up my audio, by the way? Let me know.
No, I think you're okay.
Okay, I accidentally bumped it. And we know the trouble that I've had with this.
Mic check.
Mic check. On the way back to checking out where the games are, because it's during the Olympic Games that he burned himself in public. He's on his way back and he sees this old man swearing he saw him at the 7 something of the portico. And then he says, I witnessed with my own eyes him leap into the flames and the falcon ascend to Mount Olympus. And Lucian writes with his pen, what in the world? Like, I made this shit up yesterday, and this guy swears that he saw it.
Right.
Like, that guy, old white guy, white hair, beard, he says he has like a white hair and all that, with wisdom and confidence, said he saw it with his own eyes. Well, should we believe him? Anyway, but did he die, Derek, for his belief?
Exactly. Yeah. Those weird stipulations, right? But to your point, though, there's other cults that kind of, we'll say, sprung up overnight. Like, think of the cult of Serapis. Think about how popular that cult became, and it was literally made out of thin air. And people are like, okay,
like a syncretic deity, right? And I think it's interesting that that's the god that Vespasian is entering the temple of. It's significant. I mean, you're talking the emperor of the empire,
right?
And here he is. It's literally like giving credence to Serapis in Alexandria, Egypt. He enters into the temple, spits in directly in the eyes or in the hands. I can't remember, but it's very Jesus healing like.
Yeah.
And the withered leg or hand. I can't remember the other person, but I think it's the leg.
Vespasian tells it in 2 different accounts. I'm sorry, Vespasian didn't tell it, but the story is told in Tacitus and Suetonius of Emperor Vespasian healing a man who was given a dream by Serapis that he must be healed by the emperor. And the emperor initially balked, but he was convinced by his attendants to do it. So he does. He spits on a guy's eyes and heals his eyes, and then he heals somebody with a lame leg.
Right.
And it says that there were a multitude of witnesses for both of these events.
What's so funny, your point, that's good. Eyewitnesses, right? Now, do you believe that? And it's attested in 3 or 4 other accounts. I think 3, where I know Tacitus mentions this. I think Suetonius mentions this, and I can't remember the third. But this is like verified by many sources, Christians. If you accept ancient text, and this is somebody important with eyewitnesses, why don't you accept Serapis is actually performing these miracles?
Right.
I mean, it's giving credit to the god Serapis, and of course, showing that the emperor himself is a noble person of God. He's put in power on purpose. So it gives him dignity as the emperor. But the next story right after that, I find interesting. When he enters into the Serapean temple and tells everyone to leave,
yes,
he like has this vision and thought he saw someone behind him in this vision, and it was a specific person named Basilides, which is ironic because maybe this is a bit generic and maybe the name's common in Alexandria. Maybe I don't know what to do with it. I'm just throwing it out there.
I already know it's coming. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, and that is like you get this early Gnostic teacher right there at the turn of the end of the 1st century into the 2nd century who's named Basilides. Where's he located? Alexandria, Egypt. But listen, people might have just been named that. I don't want to make too much of that. I'm just saying. He sees this guy in the temple, but no one's supposed to be there. He goes and says, listen, why'd you let someone in? They're like, we didn't let anyone in. Where is this guy? And they sent people to find him, and he was 80 miles away or some far distance. Yet he saw him right there in the temple. And like, this is the kind of stuff that people who believe if you step on a crack and break your mama's back kind of, they would accept this typically as long as it had the name Jesus on it, they'd accept it. Once you start talking about other gods, and that's why polytheists who come in, the modern pagan types who are polytheists are like, yeah, Serapis did a miracle. And it doesn't even like make them bothered by it at all. They're willing to accept all of them. That's the thing. I think they apply the same criticism that we do as long as it's not their stuff.
Right. And it's kind of a particular stuff too, because like even adjacent cultural miracles. So like Christians tend to want to lump themselves in with the Jewish people. Sometimes they'll talk about Judeo-Christian values, but like if you look at the miracle workers from within Judaism, they'll quickly say, no, that didn't happen. That was mythology. So like Honi, the circle drawer, Christians would say that guy is a mythology. Hanina Ben-Doza, the Jewish charismatic healing, rabbi, is basically that's mythology. He didn't heal those people. It says in the Talmud, referring to Hanina Ben-Doza, that he's healing people from afar. Like he's just like with Jairus's daughter. He's doing it from afar. He's healing people from afar.
Right.
But that's mythology, of course. That can't be real.
Or they made it up. You're going to catch William Lane Craig does the funniest thing with Sean McDowell in his response to the inception of the Wes Huff, Alex O'Connor crap that happened. Like it just got video response to video. There's like so many layers to that onion. But William Lane Craig and Sean McDowell, in my opinion, did the best response from the apologetic world to the Alex O'Connor, Wes Huff thing, in my opinion, that it was so good, like meaning it was like the perfect standard apologetic kind of video that deals with eyewitnesses, deals with 1 Corinthians 15, deals with ending a Mark missing, deals with post resurrection appearances, deals with martyrdoms, deals with Paul, deals with James, deals with they cover almost like a thorough video. And I'm like, okay, so what I've decided to do, and I think I told you this, but the world doesn't mainly know this. I've already interviewed 5 academics. I broke their video up into 15 pieces. I play the clip and then I let the scholar explain and respond blindly. I don't let the scholar know what the other scholar said.
That's great.
I've already done 5 critical scholar video recordings. I've already edited one. It's on the Patreon right now. I'm going to let it out within, I don't know, sometime within a week. But in that video, it'll play the clip and then James McGrath responds. And he does it for all 15 clips till the end. And these are going to be individual videos. The next one's Richard C. Miller. The next one I have Richard Carrier. The next one is John Dominic Crossan. The next one is M. David Litwa. I'm hoping to get Dennis McDonald. I'm hoping to get Robin Faith Walsh. I'm hoping to get, maybe 5 more. In the end, what I'm going to do is create a compilation where each clip plays like in all the individual clips, but then just have this tidal wave of various critical scholars just hitting it at every different angle.
I like this.
It's epic. It's some tough stuff that these guys and girls are bringing to the table.
It'd be a tsunami. I can't wait.
Absolutely. We've been avoiding this because it's a lot of material. So I guess we'll start here for our audience. Thomas L. Brody. I don't know if you know who Thomas L. Brody is.
Only vaguely. I have not read anything by Thomas yet.
Really, really good. Brilliant mind. He is one of the guys who really pioneered. I'm not saying he's the original, but he's one of the scholars who noticed that the narratives of Jesus performing these miracles in Mark look to imitate Elijah and Elisha narratives. And they're like purposely written to craft narratives that look like Elijah and Elisha. Apologists want to reverse that and say, no. Jesus really did these things to imitate Elijah and Elisha. But again, like you said, if Honi the circle drawer or any of the sign prophets that Josephus, let's just say he split the Jordan River or actually did go to Mount Gerizim and found the hidden laws of Moses or something, like they would not accept that. They would dismiss that shit. Yeah, but they would accept Jesus's, right? Well, it's a well-crafted story in Mark that imitates Moses, Elijah, and Elisha all throughout. You could argue even King David, Joseph, like other figures, but this is a main theme. Anyway, in this book, if you haven't got it, is a very important book, I think. Page 7 and 8, first of all, so you could see the contents here. It's right here. The Greco-Roman tradition, writing as rhetorical imitation. This is so hard.
What's the name of that book one more time, just for me and the audience, so anyone who wants it can grab that? The Birthing of the New Testament? Okay.
Yep. The Intertextual Development of the New Testament Writings, Thomas L. Brody. And here's I have to start in a few places here. Number one, the Gospels are written in Greek. And even though we know without a doubt they're using scripture, the scripture they are using is not Hebrew, but it is the LXX. It is the Septuagint Greek Old Testament.
99%. Yep.
Right. You might find in Matthew, some scholars have argued in Matthew's gospel, there might be awareness of something beyond that, but mostly he uses Septuagint. You won't find Paul quote the Hebrew ever. You won't find Mark right? And Mark shows so many Latinisms and stuff too. So there's so much here that people just need to understand the background knowledge on why we're seeing mythology and why I can go beyond just scripture to explain. The scripture is loaded with mythology, even if that was all they ever pulled from, which I do not think that's all they're ever pulling from. Even if we said, okay, only scripture, you still do not have, I mean, you get a special plea, didn't have to make the scripture stories of Abraham and Adam and Moses, not myth, which is absurd once you see how that's working as well. But page 8, first showing you the contents that, or I already showed you the Greco-Roman tradition of writing and rhetorical imitation. This is just one of the things I think is important. If we wanted to know what the Gospels were likely doing and how they were crafting their stories, it might be worth noting. Let me get down here if I can get past preface and all that stuff. Definitely a must get for anybody who's serious about wanting to understand what's going on here. He's friends with Dennis MacDonald, for those who have been watching MythVision with mimesis criticism. We're going to read this in just a second, but I want to just bring this up to say this. They're written in Greek. They're written in a time by people who know and understand Greek, which meant they had to be trained in understanding Greek from the sources they trained people to learn in Greek with, which would have been Homer, which would have been people like Euripides, classical Greek. This is how they trained people to learn Greek at the time. And so that is enough to at least say in their background knowledge, they would be aware of these stories. Doesn't mean that they're borrowing or they're being inspired by them yet. But you kind of have to factor that in when you start realizing people who are writing Greek at this time, writing stories in Greek, what the background knowledge would have been, what they would have had in the back of their noggins.
That's a good point. Most of these scribal schools, like when you learn to write Greek, when you learn to write ancient Semitic languages, you did so by copying some of the classic literature. Like you would learn to write the Epic of Gilgamesh, you would learn to write Homer. So the authors of the New Testament would have been familiar with these particular stories if it wasn't literally just for having to learn to write. The process of reading and writing is going to introduce you to the literature.
That's actually recently, as we're moving into this, I did an interview with Carl Olof Sandnes, who's been used by Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy, and him and Stephen Boyce and guys that are in the apologetic arena to criticize his mimesis criticism. They quote mine him against MacDonald. I just did an interview with him. Carl Olof Sandnes does think the New Testament is imitating Homer. He absolutely thinks, oh yeah, the Socrates, Plato, Homer, but he doesn't think they're doing it on a hermeneutical level, which I had to have him explain what he meant by that. He does not think that the New Testament authors are intentionally trying to engage, like directly in conversation with the anti-text from Homer's Odyssey, Iliad, Euripides, Alcestis, Bacchae, you name it, right? Socrates, Aristotle, whatever. He doesn't think that they're directly engaging, whereas Dennis thinks they're directly engaging, but he thinks they're using them to artistically write the New Testament.
Right.
So no matter how you slice it, they're using it according to him. And Dennis says they're using it and they're engaging that earlier material to make Jesus crafted better and et cetera, et cetera. So they have a difference.
It's like sampling music, right? You're not necessarily ripping off the music. Sometimes you're sampling one little beat from the music that you know your audience is going to recognize.
Right. Go to Genesis for a second.
Right.
Is Genesis a polemic against the Mesopotamian city gods, the idea of the civilized man in the center of the city at the highest peak of the ziggurat? That is the best, most divine position you can be in.
Right.
Is it polemic? Well, ask Ronald Hindle and other scholars. They're going to say, yeah, Genesis 1 through 11 is engaging with these earlier mythologies from Mesopotamia to say, no, the city is bad. You should actually be a wanderer, get away from the civilized world and be a desert seeker, a wanderer in the wilderness like Abraham, like Moses. Get away from this. This is bad. This is good. And that's how you know that they're at least in some communication. And some scholars go as far as to say they're even literarily dependent. Some, like Joel Baden, will say, I don't think they're dependent. He wouldn't use the word dependent, but he'll add in that sentence, I don't think Genesis would even exist if the Enuma Elish did not exist. So he thinks it's inspired by, but not dependent. And this gets down into like definitional terms amongst academics and what they mean. So it gets in the weeds, but it is 100%. I'll put it another way. Genesis would not exist if the Enuma Elish was never written, period.
Right.
This is what Joel Baden was saying.
I agree. And to your point about cities and ziggurats, if you read the Enuma Elish and the other Babylonian creation myths, the creation of the city comes from the gods. The gods were the ones that wanted cities to be built. The gods were the ones that wanted ziggurats to be built because they were given structure to humanity that allowed humanity to perform the divine rites that allowed the gods to benefit from humanity. So this ancient idea of the Bible where there's like this nomadism and pastoral shepherding is somehow better than these city dwellers. This is a polemic against ancient Babylon because in ancient Babylon, it was the city that made you great.
Right. It's funny how they cherry pick, because Joshua Bowen has done the Anzu myth where he explains about the Anzu bird who had the tablets of destiny.
Yes.
How the Marduk myth later rewrites it. And a scholar who has a special last name, I'm not biased. His last name's Lambert. I promise you I'm not biased by saying how special his last name is, because that's my last name. Lambert, who's like a ancient Near Eastern academic who I don't know if is still alive, but he pointed out that in the later Marduk myth of the previous myth, where he now is ascending the throne, where he kills Tiamat and whatnot, they carry over this notion that in the earlier Anzu myth, when Anzu dies, the evidence to the gods that Anzu was defeated and he got back the tablets of destiny is that the feathers flew in the air back to the gods. Well, in the Tiamat myth with Marduk, when he kills Tiamat, it says that the blood like was picked up by the wind and blew, and that's like when Joshua Bowen was explaining, it's like wind isn't going to pick up blood and flow it. It's like they had a lazy kind of, they missed some observation here that doesn't make sense. Feathers float with wind, but blood not so much. So you can tell they're trying to kind of force, while they're copying the earlier story in a way and rewriting it, there's these little leftovers. I think the same is true for Genesis. So you get these little hints, just like in Gilgamesh, you get what's the beast man? I my brain is hurting.
Oh, Nebuchadnezzar, or no, the beast in Gilgamesh, Enkidu.
Enkidu is in there with the animals. They are practically his equal, right?
Until
he meets a human woman who's a prostitute, Shamhash, right? And there's all this the Shamat cool language with the sun god Shamat and stuff. So it looks like they're patching already existing myths to make this Gilgamesh myth. Adam is with the animals.
Yeah.
And Joshua Bowen was pointing out, it seems to imply that he's like, it doesn't say this in the text, but it seems like the implication is none of the animals quite match him the same way Shamhat with the Shamhat with the Enkidu, they find, and then for 7 days and nights, they're getting jiggy with it. And next thing you know, he becomes civilized.
Yeah.
Well, there's something weird here because they want to civilize Adam enough to get him away from the animals, but they want him to be decivilized to go and wander and stay away from the city. So like they're struggling in the narrative to combat Mesopotamia, yet make sure he's not like still an animal, if that makes sense.
You know, 100%. Yeah. And there's the other echo too. If you look at what it says when he placed Adam in the garden, says that, you know, Adam was placed in the garden to, like English will say to work the garden, but the literal Hebrew word there is from the root eved, meaning to serve or to slave. So just like the Mesopotamian mythology where man was created to work the earth and to serve the gods, that's what it's literally saying about Adam. Like
he's a slave.
The whole thing is just paralleling the ancient Near Eastern mythology, but it's like saying, hey, about this mythology, here's how it really happened, right? But the funny thing is, you mentioned earlier, if the Babylonian narratives didn't already exist,
Right.
Would the Genesis narratives exist? Probably not. I don't think that they would be inventing this narrative out of whole cloth.
I agree, and if they would have probably lifted it from some other mythology at best that was influential. I'm just, this is hypothetical because there's no way. I mean, it happened already. It's just, if there wasn't, what would have taken its place? Maybe some other form of myth that, I mean, it's a founding myth, and almost every national important people group of the ancient world had their own kind of creation mythology. And in this one, you get this flood, the three birds are released, just like Gilgamesh, far older than Genesis. So I wanted to use that to point out, like, even back then, there was the practice of rewriting, recrafting. Maybe in our modern institutions, there might be aspects where someone would go, "Oh, you kind of plagiarized that idea," but maybe under certain circumstances, maybe a teacher would have saw the three birds or the pitch with the pitch in the ark and stuff,
Right.
and go, "Ho ho ho! You're lifting too many ideas that are in common with your friends over here. That's plagiarism." I don't know. It depends on maybe the teacher, but I don't like to use the term plagiarism because it allows apologists to just capitalize on differences. And then now you're it has no dependency or inspiration because there's so many differences. And that's absurd too. It tells you don't know what they're doing, which brings me to how they wrote in the Greek world. This is an important book. Again, literary imitation, the theory. So I kind of want to skip down to here just to get to a few examples so we can get out of this book and maybe get to some myths here in a moment. Feel free to cut me off. If you want to add anything, go for it.
No, go ahead. I'm curious to see what's in the text. This is my first time encountering it.
Okay, well, this is Birthing of the New Testament, again, Thomas L. Brody, imitation of a teacher or of a living artist. This type of living contact was especially helpful to the beginner. Among the Greeks, it was emphasized particularly by Isocrates, and among the Romans by Cicero. These are guys that exist right there around the time, the turn of the century where the birth of Jesus is, the turn of the century to after the first century, right? Second century. So these figures in the Greco-Roman world, who are like the highest elite thinkers and writers of the time, are telling you how they educated people to write and read in these particular settings where they're learning how to write and read in Greek. And they did this for orators, so people who are also speaking publicly, plays, speeches, things like that. Even following a teacher, like Cicero followed someone as a pupil. He became kind of a disciple of a teacher who was teaching him how to act. Now, reading. No single teacher or model could match the store of good verbal composition to be found in books. So reading was regarded as indispensable. Horace, for instance, recommended the incessant reading of the Greeks by day and by night. Dionysius of Halicarnassus emphasized that constant reading imparts affinity of style. So the more you read, the more your style will automatically start to imitate the older materials that you're reading and learning from. Quintilian regarded careful, repeated reading as a prelude to imitation. Reminds me of the scripture where it talks about, I meditate on your word day and night, O Lord, right? So if you keep meditating on it, if you keep studying it, you're going to be familiar with it. And it reminds me of Dennis MacDonald and Richard C. Miller when they say, do you want to know why they say it is written? Because the audience doesn't know.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah.
This is their point. I don't know. Look, I'm throwing things at the wall, spaghetti. And I'm not, this is a very interesting observation that I never really picked up till they told me. They're like, the reason the gospel authors have to say it is written is because the audience did not know. Like, they won't know this material.
Well, they weren't literate.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly whether or not the original audience that the authors who are writing this material were literate or not, because this gets into Robin Faith Walsh's work, which she wrote a book not long ago on this topic, a couple years ago. She argues that the authors of the Gospels are competitive literary wannabe elites. They're writing this as literature, not as like, just here's our community and I'm writing this book for our particular community. She thinks these are like really highly or somewhat educated elites writing these Gospels to some degree. Luke's obviously more sophisticated than Mark, who has more of a rustic type Greek. But these are sophisticated authors that aren't like writing to an illiterate audience, but might actually be for literate people, and initially, for all we know. It's a mystery. We don't really know. We do know that communities gravitated toward this material at some point
Oh
because they
yeah.
start to associate themselves with it. But I don't know the answer to these questions, right? And I don't know if anyone really knows. She just questions that entire uh, German, I can't remember the term she uses for it, romanticizing school or something it is. I can't remember. Anyway, paraphrase. I'm just giving you, this is like, if we're looking at the Gospels and we're looking at all the Greek literature around the Gospels, you kind of need to know this. This, what I'm actually talking about, because then you can understand what these authors might be doing.
Yeah, and to your point, like a lot of it's pretty clear that the author intended the audience of these texts to not be Jewish people. Matthew wants to tap into some of that Jewish stuff, but if they're writing to a non-Jewish audience, they're going to need to spell out that, oh, this was foretold, because they're not going to know that. They're not going to be acquainted with the Jewish tradition. And there's a really great book by Dr. Donaldson. It was Terence Donaldson, Jews and Anti-Judaism in the New Testament. That if you read the book, it's actually really good at demonstrating how there seems to be a division between the Jews and the actual author of the Gospels. The author of the Gospels are writing as though they're not even Jews. They're next to being anti-Semitic in some of their rhetoric.
I definitely think John and maybe even Matthew gives that. Can you post the link in the live chat since you're a mod for people who might be interested?
Yeah, I'll get the book.
Cool, man. I'll just keep reading this little part here, and so people understand more. Paraphrase. Paraphrase was of different kinds, sometimes staying very close to the original, and at other times involving considerable changes. Quintilian advised that paraphrase, paraphasis, should have a touch of daring, that it should compress and expand with considerable freedom. Socrates recommended that the same text be paraphrased again and again in different ways. Then there's inventive imitation, mimesis, right? Most Greco-Roman writing involved a tense blend of imitatio and inventio, creativity, a combining of old material with new. Thus, while Quintilian took it for granted that a large part of art consists of imitation, he also realized that sheer imitation is not sufficient and pointed out that every art involves inventio, not only at its inception, but also throughout its continuing existence. Much of what Greco-Roman writers have to say about imitation is concerned precisely with this rather unpredictable blending of fidelity and creativity, a subject to which we must return later. And then there's emulation, or there's a couple more, contamination and emulation. From the beginning, imitation was accompanied by a certain spirit of rivalry or emulation, kind of like what Genesis does, by desire to transform the subtext or model text into a text that would be as good as the first or even better. Socrates engaged in and invited rivalry. Dionysius of Halicarnassus spoke as often of emulation as he does of imitation. This spirit of emulation seems to have been motivated by a desire not so much to destroy as to fulfill, to move from the old text to a new text, or to a text that would be nearer to the contemporary world and to a certain ideal of perfection. Socrates advised the abandonment of any literary field in which perfection had been attained. Phaedrus stated that in a spirit not of envy but of emulation, he brought to perfection the work of Aesop. Quintilian hoped that continued striving would finally result in the birth of a perfect orator. In addition to this rather idealistic striving for literary perfection, there was also a certain nationalistic rivalry which impelled Roman writers to equal and surpass their older Greek counterparts. And then the last one is contamination. Contaminatio consisted of fusing several texts or parts of text into a new unity. The idea was to select and synthesize the best elements of a tradition. Dionysius of Halicarnassus advocated that the writer isolate and imitate specific strengths of several previous writers. Cicero spoke admirably of a painter who used 5 models in order to draw one figure. He later discarded that idea and thought it's better to just model your thing after one. But notice how flexible these guys are. And it goes on. Demosthenes, again, Cicero. There's so much that this guy goes into in his book to show you what's happening with transformation, imitation. invention. The point is, you model it after the well-known established narratives. To make it even more interesting, you change it. And if you don't know that they have to change it, you cannot have a Xerox copy. If you copy that earlier myth, verbatim, plagiarize, you're a dum-dum. You're stupid. No one gives a shit what you write. I'm keeping it real with you, bro. They do not care. You have to write a creative, artistic, new story. It cannot be Xerox.
Right. Well, there's a line in there too under the emulation paragraph that I already got a copy of the book and highlighted it, that I think a really good summary of why it's necessary to make modifications to these texts. It says, the spirit of emulation seems to have been motivated by a desire, not so much to destroy as to fulfill, to move from the old text to one that would be nearer to the contemporary world. And this is something that it's everywhere in the ancient world, even in the Epic of Gilgamesh. I got a critical edition of the Epic of Gilgamesh that includes the Sumerian, the Neo-Assyrian, the Babylonian editions, and shows you can see how it's actually been modified. In the original Sumerian version, the cedar forest that they make a trip to is in the Zagros mountain range. But guess what? In the Neo-Assyrian period, the forest moves closer to the Neo-Assyrian Empire, and now they're going to the Lebanese forest because the story has to be retained, but the details need to be relevant to the audience. And we see the same thing actually in the New Testament texts. And we see, like, Mark will say something, right? And then later, Matthew and Luke will come along and clean it up. Because they're like, doubt. Oh yeah, my audience here. Wait a minute, you said a thing here, Mark, but my audience. So like the Transfiguration, right at the very end, it says when Jesus is speaking about John the Baptist, it says, "I tell you that Elijah has come, and they did to him whatever they pleased, as it is written about him." But it turns out there's nothing written about John the Baptist being penalized or punished or executed as Elijah. I mean, there's no text about Elijah dying or being executed or punished in the scriptures. So when you read that very same story in both Luke and Matthew, they're like, oh, we gotta cut that. We gotta cut that line out.
Absolutely. It's really interesting when you get to John, how the reason Jesus is being executed or they're going to kill him has nothing to do with cleansing of the temple. And where the temple's being cleansed in the narrative is radically different in the chronology.
Like chapter 2 in John.
Right away. Yeah. The reason in Matthew, Mark, and Luke he's being killed is he cleanses the temple right at the end of his ministry. It's at the beginning of his ministry here in John that he's cleansing the temple. And the reason he's being executed in John is that he raised Lazarus from the dead.
Right.
So it has, like, they can do whatever they want in reshaping and crafting the story because that's what it is. Now, I want to just go ahead and nip this in the butt up front. The gospel is taking place, the gospels take place in historical settings. So does Euripides Bacchae. For those who don't know, Dionysus is in Thebes. It's a real Greek city where he has a king named Pentheus that he's engaging with. Now, I haven't done this myself to go dig into this ancient 5th century BCE text to say, are there any classicists who say there are real people, places, and things? We know about Thebes being a real place. I did that much. But, like, are there any historical characters? Is there potentially any family lines that might actually have existed in history that they're writing this tragedy about and incorporating real verisimilitude, or the classics call realisms? Because that's what the apologists get tripped up on. Pontius Pilate existed. And
sure,
therefore, he was in a private conversation with Jesus asking him about truth. Whoa, buddy, hold on. What? Like, when we look at other accounts about Pontius Pilate, this is the unfortunate part. It's fortunate for us because we see it, but it's unfortunate for them because there's this switch that goes off in the brain.
Right. And the point that you're making is so good too, because, for example, we say, okay, we can prove that Jesus existed. Therefore, the mythology of Jesus must be true. But we can prove that Titus Vespasian existed, but for some reason we don't believe the Vespasian mythologies.
Right. I don't even think you can prove Jesus existed. I personally,
Yeah.
like, I am not that kind of guy. Like, I know that this pisses off my historicist buddies, but um, sorry, I assume that there was likely a dude. I assume that for reasons, and I just don't fight the mythicist on this issue. But I
Right.
do think there was most likely a guy. But don't don't ask me if you put a gun to my head. I'm going to ask you, please remove the gun. Okay, please remove the gun. I don't want to
I think
answer this question.
you and I both get beat up on that topic for being middle of the road because I'm not a complete mythicist, but I think the historical Jesus is more mythology than historical.
No doubt.
So the historicists don't like me, and the mythicists don't like me because I won't commit a wholeheartedly to one or the other.
Yeah, I lean. There was a guy. I have my reasons. Was he apocalyptic? Was he cynic like? Did he get himself killed? Did he purposely go to his own death? Was he suicidal? I mean, so many things. But I say all that to say that this historical setting, I think, is the curveball that throws people off, because you can actually go and find the contradictions between your gospel accounts and historical writings like Josephus or Philo of Alexandria, who describe Pontius Pilate a certain way. Then you get to the Gospels, and it whitewashes Pontius Pilate to the point where he's this innocent truth seeker.
Yeah, I'll just wash my hands of this. I don't want nothing to do with this.
I find no fault in this man.
He was a vengeful guy in real life. Oh, he was ready to lop heads.
That's a very interesting part of history that we go, why is the Gospels doing this? Or take John the Baptist, which,
and his wife was the one that had the dream about, oh my gosh, come and tell me that. You cannot convince me that actually happened. That's crazy.
Well, it's interesting for you and me, right? We would be able to question this without dogma and say, okay, hold on. So Jesus is in a garden. He prays by himself. Who got those words? I mean, how do you explain the omniscient author perspective here? This is what fiction does. Lots of fiction in the ancient world. You just look at other stories where they know things about conversations happening that are in private rooms behind closed doors by themselves. And the protagonist, Jesus here, is immediately arrested and killed. He doesn't have time to explain any of this to the disciples. They run off and are terrified and hide.
Right.
So how does he know the conversation between him and Pontius Pilate in the Pilate's judgment seat area near Jerusalem? Like, by the way, I was actually there where his seat was located and visited it, all that. Yeah, it's really cool.
Great.
James Tabor showed us where it was at, right there on the temple wall. We saw from the Herodian temple to the later building on it and stuff. It was really, really cool to be in the spot where the geography says these things happen. But it's clearly a story. And
right.
Who wrote this down? How did they know this? How did they know about the conversation between Satan and Jesus?
You have to assume that was inspired, but God uttered the words to the author. Like he had to, it was a miracle, right?
Right. So there's so many omniscient author themes, and I've got a video coming. Me and my buddy Stephen Ford are doing on omniscient author points that really make you have to doubt. Anyone who's not already drinking the Kool-Aid will have to look at that and go, damn, how can my apologetics explain this now? Oh, I know. When Jesus came back in the book of Acts for 40 days, he hung out with the disciples. He told them all these things and they wrote them down. Okay, what verb did you use when you prayed that prayer, Jesus?
Right.
Oh, what noun did you use there? Oh, okay. So what else happened between you and Satan, Jesus? I mean, like, that is how far apologetics will take you, that you can make anything work. You can make up stuff to make it more true. Where is all that legwork being done for Asclepius and Dionysus and Apollonius of Tyana and every other divine man? Please start doing it for them. I'd at least start feeling like, okay, you haven't completely lost your marbles here. That's kind of where I'm at with this whole thing.
Yeah, it's wild to me. And that was one of the first questions I had. I remember when I was in college, this even before Bible college, I was still in engineering school, and I was reading the prayer in John 17, and it's lengthy. You've read the long prayers in John before.
Yeah.
And the first thought is like, listen, if Jesus did not later go and tell somebody what he just prayed, there's no way for them to know. So like, how you just have to believe in crazy miracles, or you can make the logical leap that, well, maybe somebody made it up.
I mean, that's pretty. They would do that with any other text, right? And
Right,
William Lane
exactly.
Craig. That's what William Lane Craig thinks about the witnesses of Mormonism, the eyewitnesses that swear an oath and were written testimonies about. Like, there's examples where in Mormonism, one of the main guys says, "Brethren, do you see the sun in the sky?" Yes, they say. "Do you see the hand in front of your face right now?" They say, "Yes." "That's as real as I saw the golden plates." And like, they are that emphatic and detailed about the eyewitnesses. And William Lane Craig goes, "Well, they're charlatans and they're all liars." And I'm like,
Yeah.
and then he goes, then he follows up like almost conjunction, but, and he goes, "But you can't move that over into the New Testament."
Why can't you?
That's my point. Like 1800-year earlier texts, plural, that don't agree with each other, that have so much mess. And we know around that time during the first century, people were fabricating eyewitnesses. I have a whole nother documentary on that I've already covered, from eyewitnesses of Asclepius. And here we have Vespasian. I mean, did that happen? Or did they fabricate it? What about the Roman emperors who ascend to heaven? Or what's her name? The female empress.
Oh shoot, what was her name?
I can't remember. I don't think it's necessary. But there were people who encountered Caesars on Roman roads after they were dead.
Right.
They appeared to them. Eyewitnesses. So you don't accept those. Quit playing games with me. You don't accept Mormonism. Quit playing games with me. That's the problem. One more comment about John the Baptist real quick. If you read Josephus, it describes what happened, how Herod is actually nervous because this guy has so much power with the people that he ends up removing him from possibly having riots and people attacking, and he moves him out of the place where he can no longer be in communication with the people, out in the desert, down near the Dead Sea. Macaris or something is the name of the place. Anyway, he kills him there. He doesn't decapitate him. Right. The reason is for fear. So, like, there's the story in Mark is mythology, and the way that it paints it is radically different than what Josephus describes John the Baptist's death being. And in this book right here, which I'm not at the section, I could scroll up real quick to show you. Bruce Louden takes a great deal of pains to explain to you the story of that's the Luke and Homer one. Yeah. So that's the one I did my video on yesterday. This one is talking about John the Baptist and the myth of Phaeton. So Ovid's Metamorphosis, which is in I just lost my track here. Let me see. Where's it at? Here it is. The oath that cannot be taken back. And he covers this detail. Scholars have long noted this is like a no-brainer. Scholars have recognized Esther, the story of Esther, in the story of John the Baptist with the banquet scene. It has a reversal of roles, but they've seen the imitation in John the Baptist's beheading scene with the dancing of Herod's daughter and all of that in front of the guests and asking for the head. Like, there's similarities that they've seen with Esther. Christians might go, praise God for those scriptures. Then we turn to
it's foreshadowing.
Ovid.
It's a prophecy.
Yes. Then you turn to Ovid's Metamorphosis with the myth of Phaeton approaching the sun god. In this case is actually Phoebus, Apollo, I believe. I think it's Phoebus. Either way, he approaches his father and he's doubting pedigree. First, he goes to his mom, and his mom says, I am married to the sun, the god of the heavens. And yeah, you should go ask your dad. So he goes up there and he's like, Dad, I don't know if I'm yours. And then he's like, son, of course you're mine. I'm just giving you like a totally hip fire little thing. You should go read it for yourself. And he's like, of course you're my son. Ask anything. Ask for anything and I'll grant it to you. And he's like, all right, let me drive the chariot. Your son.
Oh, yeah. Give me the keys.
Give me the keys to the Ferrari. And he starts to fly. His dad's like, oh, son, this is going to end in doom. You shouldn't do this. And he's trying to warn him, but he insists. No, you promised, you swore on the nymphs and the this and the that. Well, the god can't take back his oath. He gives him the chariots. It's going so chaotic. Zeus is pissed off and is like, something's got to stop. Like, the mountains and earth are crying out saying, we're going to be done for if you don't stop this guy who's burning us up because he's flying too close to earth. The sun is too close to the earth, scorching the earth, which might reflect, year-end droughts and stuff like that. Either way, it's myth. And he throws his thunderbolt and kills the man who's immortal, even though he's a son of Phoebus. He's a mortal. He's not immortal. He gets killed and he falls into the river and then floats down the river and later gets buried, by the way. And then his mother finds his body and or doesn't find the body, but finds the tomb where his body's buried and mourns over his death. Well, I'm going to spare you reading all of this from Bruce Louden. I absolutely demand, if you want salvation, real salvation, not the BS that they sell you, you got to get this book, Greek Myth and the Bible, Rutledge Monographs and Classical Studies by Bruce Louden. I hope I'm saying Louden. Some people say Louden, but this is the book that you have to get. And he shows the myth of Phaeton. He shows that Esther, and he shows you what this author's doing and how it doesn't match history at all. Josephus gives you the account. So I could read the Lazarus account if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm actually unfamiliar with the Lazarus account, but I'm definitely interested to hear it. It's interesting to me the amount of overlap with mythology in the New Testament. And I think, for someone who grew up not reading Greek and Roman literature, I can see how a Christian can come to it and initially hear some of these ideas and be like, oh, that can't be true, or they're stretching it, right? Mm-hmm. But when they get to a point like the point where you're at, where you've read these literatures, that's not a real word, read the literature, and you've become familiar with it, now you can't unsee it. It's like every time you read the Bible, you're like, oh, well, that's that, and that's that. And I think part of the training that Christians that generally lack nowadays is reading something outside of the Bible. It's very difficult to get them to read comparative literature unless they're already interested in it.
Look, I have my shortcomings in terms of knowing the Greek myths. If I were to open Euripides Bacchae, there's going to be names. I'll be like, who's this character? I don't know this person because I don't have the background knowledge. So I mentioned this in a post on my Discord yesterday as I was recording my video yesterday. There's 3 uphill battles I have. Number one, most people don't even know their Bibles.
Fair.
How do you even get them to be persuaded the Bible's doing something when they don't even know their Bibles that well? Yep. Then number 2, even more people don't know about the Greek myths and the stories that come from the classical world. So that's an even bigger uphill battle. And I don't have all that. I feel like I have the Bible really, really well, pretty well. I'm not, obviously there's things I have to recap on, I have to reread and reread them under a context that isn't necessarily through a fundamentalist bubble. These are things I haven't completely done since deconverting or coming to a critical scholarly kind of view of the Bible. So the Greek myths, that's something that most, I would say, don't know, even more so than people not knowing the Bible. And then last of all is the background knowledge on what these authors did in the periods that this kind of literature was written. So they don't know that it was literally the modus operandi to model their stories after the classical world. And the text that they're playing with in the Gospels is scripture and the broader Greco-Roman world. Their target audience is the broader Greco-Roman world. Tim Whitmarsh, one of the world's famous classicists right now, he said, Derek, I'm so swamped. I don't have time to do anything right now, but stay tuned because my 2025 publication that's coming out is going to explain why the classical Greco-Roman world was so receptive of Christianity. Think about it. Imagine if all we had was the apocalyptic Jewish stuff. They only stuck to a Qumran sect type teaching. Right. How receptive do you think that would have gone if it was this strictly just apocalyptic material and that's it being spread throughout the Roman Empire? How viral would that go?
Not very viral because it couldn't even catch hold even in Israel. There were, divisions even among the Jews as to what texts are even authoritative. So the Sadducees generally didn't even credit anything past the books of Moses as being authoritative, which is why they didn't believe in an afterlife. And so that's why the Sadducees were so sad, you see, because there was no afterlife.
Are you putting a pun out there, foretelling what's about to happen in this?
I couldn't stop myself.
Oh, actually, this one doesn't have the pun. the video I did yesterday on Luke 24, the apologist should really watch that, because that's gonna. I'd love to hear how they explain this one, and I'm sure they'll have a trick, because that's all they pull out are magic tricks to get out of this kind of stuff. So I kind of wanted to jump over to this story here, but again, those 3 points of background knowledge. So when you start to see these things, the apologists we think, like me, oh, that must only have come from this. I will specify if I think that there's an antecedent, a particular influence somewhere directly, or at least generally from mythology. I will say this up front before we go into this. You have genetic connections, which means a particular myth, a particular story, a particular text may have likely directly influenced a later text, and that may be the inspiration it may be dependent on, or the later text might even be reacting to, emulating, to compete against. I mean, there's various ways in which, as we read earlier, that they might be doing this. Look, during Hellenism, we get this in the Maccabees. What are they reacting to?
Right.
Hellenism. And many Jews were cool with it. Many rebelled and fought and didn't want to assimilate. Well, this can be what the literature is also doing as well. So it might be reflecting the cultural situation at the time. And then there's generic or general. And in the generic general, you don't need to make a case. In fact, even if, let's just say, you can't persuade someone of genetic, you still can absolutely fall onto the general and generic, because that means you can actually identify literature in its genre, its particular genre. Is this mythology, legend, folklore? What kind of myth is it? Is it apocalyptic myth? And by the way, Jews are not the only ones with apocalyptic myth. You go back to ancient Mesopotamia, the catastrophes that the gods perform, like Enlil destroying the earth, that's apocalyptic. I mean, that is literally a catastrophe, a catastrophic myth. And there's so much you can see Bruce Louden has done in his work. The other book before we read this is, I got so many books pulled up, man. Here it is.
I saw you got a whole a collection of tabs in there.
Yeah, all these are books. So I've got right here, Justin Martyr pulled up. I kind of wanted to show First Apology, what's going on in this text. I wanted to get into that with Asclepius, because we're actually going to be reading this text that I think is just shocking that people aren't catching it. This is the a collection, the Edelstein, both Emma and Ludwig Edelstein in the 1950s, who took the collection of Asclepius statements, like really just took a ton of the material to help you understand some of the sayings from Asclepius. There's a reason for that. This is the omniscient author script that I have me and Stephen Ford put together for a documentary that I'm doing to show you why we should question these gospels as eyewitnesses. I mean, they know stuff they shouldn't know. Right. It doesn't make any sense. It's clearly fictive. And Bart Ehrman's in there. John, a storyteller, to just show you another scholar who thinks Euripides is being used. He particularly imitates the Bacchae in this to show you it's a tragedy, the Gospel of John, and narrative criticism. But Bruce Louden, and what we're about to read here, thinks Euripides Alcestis. Alcestis is another play written by Euripides. So you have the Bacchae and Alcestis, and this has to do with Lazarus. The Dionysian Gospel, I just wanted you to see these so that you can get you a copy. The Gospel
I know,
of John,
right? These are a lot of good resources I got to get a hold of.
Absolutely. Rudolf Bultmann, I just wanted to bring up that the water and the wine scene, I've already said this on other videos, but he says there is no Jewish antecedent for the water and the wine scene in John 2. It is Dionysian. He says, without a doubt, this comes from Dionysus. This should be obvious. This is the book. You will love, dude, you're into the ancient Near East stuff, bro, you have to get this book.
I definitely have to check that out. I didn't realize that he did anything with the ancient Near East. Now I've got to get a hold of that one.
Bro, look at this. I'm going to tease you with the contents here, right? We'll read this first. The Odyssey's larger plot is composed of a number of distinct genres of myth, all of which are extant in various Near Eastern cultures, Mesopotamian, West Semitic, Egyptian. Unexpectedly, this is what makes this such a great book. The Near Eastern culture with which the Odyssey has the most parallels is the Old Testament. Consideration of how much of the Odyssey focuses on non-heroic episodes host receiving guest, a king disguised as a beggar, recognition scenes between long-separated family members, reaffirms the Odyssey's parallels with the Bible. In particular, this book argues that the Odyssey is in a dialogic relationship, not a necessarily genetic, but it's in conversation with. So, with Genesis, which features the same three types of myth that comprise the majority of the Odyssey: theophany, romance, Joseph in Egypt, and argonautic myth, Jacob winning Rachel from Laban. The Odyssey also offers intriguing parallels to the book of Jonah, and Odysseus' treatment by the suitors offers close parallels to the Gospel's depiction of Christ in Jerusalem. He goes so hard in this, bro. You really got to get you a copy. But
sure, they've got it on Kindle, I see, and on paperback for relatively cheap, so it's already on my wish list.
Got to get it. Divine Counsels. He covers this, bringing, building up. Then he goes into Odyssey in Genesis 18 and 19. And Utilicus, Jacob, Joseph, Helen and Rahab, Menelaus and Jacob, Agigia and creation myth, Calypso and Ishtar, argonautic myth, Odysseus, Nausicaa, Circe, Jason and Medea, Jacob and Rachel. By the way, in the Jason and Medea story, a special plant that's supposed to help impregnate someone, it's a root that you find in the Bible, where Rachel tells Leah to go get her son
the mandrake.
The mandrake plant. It plays a significant role in both these stories. Of course, Medea is supposed to be like a magical witch and whatnot, but Rachel plays that role as well in how she gets impregnated by this magical plant. Odysseus and Jonah, sea monsters, the fantastic voyage, the combat myth, Polyphemus and Humbaba, Catabasis, the descendant of the underworld, and the vision. Odyssey 2, 1 Samuel, which we have the soul of Samuel coming up. I believe that's where that comes up. Gilgamesh, Aeneid, Plato's allegory of the cave, the book of Revelation, Thrinakia, and Exodus 32. Dude, there's very few people who are so keen of realizing mythology in the genres. It's you got to get this book. Got to get it. Okay.
I mean, it's already on my Amazon list. It'll be here in a couple of days.
Perfect. So let's cover these few super chats, and then I want to read you what I think is a fascinating one I've never heard before by Bruce Louden. Matthew, thanks for becoming a member. I really appreciate it here on MythVision. We definitely have direct access to Mount Olympus, and we know the secret entrance is if for some reason you go to the wrong door and they're like, dude, you haven't been good. We know how to get you in either way, and this is your indulgence to be able to go in directly to a Mount Olympus. Doubting Thomas, thank you so much, and both of you for being members and for the super chat. I really appreciate it. You also super chatted again. Thank you for that. Another 20. Doubting Thomas in the house. Everybody show them some love. Has anyone read or have an opinion of the book Heretic by Catherine Nixie? Not a scholarly work, but I find it wildly entertaining. You ever heard of that?
Not yet. No. Now I'm curious about it, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it. If you can pull that up and
what's her name?
Catherine, Catherine, Nixie, Nixey.
Yeah, I see the book. Yeah. The Many Lives and Deaths of Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's widely available. It's only $20 on hardcover.
Nice. I love the name Doubting Thomas. Appreciate you for the super chat. Apollo's Christian Apologetics, my brother. Hey man, sent you a message earlier. Matt Harkey also read Dr. Ferda's stuff based off his tweets. Let me know if you're still interested in that combo. Thanks. Yes, absolutely. We'll make something happen. Again, it's about making Matthew Harkey's schedule work for us. And again, Apollo's Christian Apologetics. Again, by the way, Justin, for my second Temple Judaism class, I'm arguing that diverse pre-Christian reception history traditions is the prophetic fulfilling power, not original context. Immediate thoughts? Thanks.
Yeah, so I actually agree with this sentiment. I think almost all of the New Testament authors, as well as Jesus himself, understood the prophecies to be essentially referring to what we might call like a double or a dual fulfillment. I don't think that most of the people of the New Testament, outside of a few prophecies, understood the prophecies as being fulfilled in the original context. And this is kind of in line with what we see in the Dead Sea Scrolls, where the authors that are doing the Pesher are kind of reworking the prophecies and saying, well, this is what it was actually about then, but this is what it's about now. It meant this for them. It means this for us. So there's this idea that, there's this divine agent that is working in the text, and whether the text came true or not, we have this divine knowledge. We have the capability of going into the text and deciphering what God's divine knowledge is through the text, regardless of what it means in the original context. And while this may be true, a lot of apologists will cling on to it and say, well, yeah, obviously they didn't fulfill anything in the original context. It's like a dual fulfillment. That's great that you think that. I don't believe in dual fulfillment, and you wouldn't accept it like with the Quran. If I went into the Quran and I just reinterpreted everything in the Quran to be about my life, you'd never accept it as being a prophecy fulfillment.
Or with the Quran statements that the Old Testament is actually talking about Muhammad.
Yes,
like
exactly.
How often do they talk about, even in the New Testament, there's not just the Old, they'll say, I'm going to send you a teacher or something like that. Like the Muslims read that, they read Muhammad into it. Christians are very quick to dismiss any of that. Oh, no, that's not Prophet Muhammad in the Bible. You kidding me? They can do that, but they can't. They don't do it with their own prophecies often.
To the point as well, I've heard that debating Muslim callers as well, because they believe if you already believe in the God and you already believe in the mythology of this particular religion, then you can go into any text and make it about your God, because, well, God is putting divine messages out there for you. But like when you go to Bible college or seminary, the first thing they teach you is that context is key. The goal of exegeting a text is to know who the audience is, who is the author, and what is the original intention of the author, right? So you go to Bible college and they teach you the goal is to ascertain the original meaning and the original context of the passage. And then you open your New Testament and they say, now ignore all of the original context and all of the original meaning of the author. Like, wait pick a minute. It's crazy that you think that you just taught me how to do proper exegesis, and now you want me to accept this poor exegesis I find in the New Testament?
Well, just to read the sentence, I'm arguing that diverse pre-Christian reception history traditions is the prophetic fulfilling power, not the original context. So is Apollos, correct me, are you saying that you think some of the Second Temple Judaism, their usage of it at that time, it's hard for me to understand what this is trying to do, because it sounds like you see the problem that Justin is pointing out. The original context cannot work. But where is this pre-Christian reception history in writing, and what would you say you're anchoring it to? Like, is it just oral tradition, and you're just like having faith that it's out there, that there's like this middle ground reception of it? I'm not sure I completely understand what you're trying to do here, but to me, I mean, based on what I hear so far, it sounds like, let me find a way to get away from this clearly failed view of looking at the old text that we can all turn to and say, yeah, that doesn't work, and find some middle ground of like maybe how some of the Jews were thinking about this literature in late Second Temple Judaism, which I'm just using that term to bracket, say before Jesus, right up into the first century, how they're using scripture, but they're quoting original context out of context. They're doing midrash. Mm-hmm. And you can look at their stuff and see like the Habakkuk Pesher where it fails and stuff. So let's say he says, yeah, so the prophecies are still pre-Christian. Yeah, I'd need like you to anchor it into something. I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what you're saying here. Hold on, like people were still interpreting it that way before Christianity.
Right. Yeah, they were.
Yeah, mm-hmm. I mean, but that's exactly where, when we go to like the Habakkuk Pesher, John mm-hmm. Collins writes about this in his Apocalyptic Imagination, where they expected and reinterpreted Daniel's prophecies for themselves, and it failed, of course. But they're midrashing this material. So I don't know. I'm trying to do my best in still manning him here, but
that's a really good point too, because people will say, look, well, you should accept the New Testament's exegesis of the Old Testament because this was a common method of the Jewish people at the time period. Okay. I know it was common. I don't accept it because I can see where they were doing it elsewhere outside of the New Testament, and it failed like every time.
Right.
So like the method itself, I disagree with. I don't think that it's an appropriate method for utilizing text. It only works if you already believe that the text has a divine message hidden within it. But if you don't already buy into that, then obviously the method falls apart. Like if I said that there's actually a divine message from God in the Homeric epics, are you going to accept my interpretation of what that divine message is?
Yes. No, I'm just kidding. Clearly. Hold on. He says, for sure, like it's not a forward argument. You need to assume the resurrection. It still needs the resurrection to get it forward. What's this mean? IG or LG?
I think he means if, right?
Oh, if you could say it's internally coherent. Oh, okay.
Right.
There's so many, as long as you buy this and as long as you buy that and as long as you buy this, then we're on the same page. Yeah. And I get it. And I just don't buy it anymore at all. You know what I mean? I guess that's where we're completely coming from it differently.
Right.
Misinterpretations. Thank you so much. Subscribe, by the way, to Apollos if you want to see debates. He's one of the cooler apologists that I know. And Misinterpretations as well. She has a YouTube channel. She actually did a video initially responding to the whole Dionysian stuff that I was doing with IP. She says, in Charius and Calorho, I hope I'm saying that properly. I always butcher this. Calorho's father is Hermocrates, an actual Syracusan general who defeated the Athenians in the 4th century BC. Actual person in a fiction. Well, then you know what we have to do now, Misinterpretations. It's not a fiction anymore. It's real, and this is a true story. Of course, I'm kidding, and everybody, seriously, go subscribe to her YouTube channel, but she's got some really wonderful videos where she goes into this empty tomb narrative. Have you ever heard of that empty tomb narrative, by the way, Justin?
I never heard of the empty tomb. What's that all about?
No, I'm talking about this one. Charius and Calorho by Cheriton.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were making a joke about the empty tomb. Empty tomb argument.
No. But there's a novel written in the 1st century by Cheriton, and the novel is about a story about Charius and Calorho.
No, I don't know that one.
Well, the lover, he beats his wife gets drunk, or I think drunk, something. It's been a while since I've read it. She actually narrates the story, so you should go watch her video on this. It's fun. Long story short, they bury her in a tomb. It's a rock cut tomb like Jesus. And he goes to mourn her and comes to her grave, and her grave is open and she's not in the tomb. And he immediately goes, which of the gods has taken her out of envy? She's taken by the gods. Her body is missing, which is a well-known trope. When you become deified, your body is missing, you're taken up. And he assumes that she has become a goddess taken to heaven, or she already was one all along. And it just matches that theme of empty tombs indicate that someone's becoming divine or deified that we see.
Right.
It's right there in the 1st century. Though it's a fiction, and the Gospels is bona fide, absolute badass history. Amen. You know what I mean? Amen.
Yeah, but I had a personal experience with the resurrected Jesus, so it must be true.
No, that's why I said it was absolutely bona fide history. I agree.
Absolutely.
Totally. Teasing. Okay. We finally made it somewhere here, and I didn't even show you all my books. So, along with let me zoom in. We need to be zoomed in. Here we go. Spread this out a little more. Okay. Euripides is Alcestis, and John's Lazarus. John 11, 1-44 through 12, 1-8. Along with its incompatible chronology, I love this scholar. The first half sentence, he's talking about the Gospel of John. Along with its incompatible chronology of the many differences between John and the Synoptic Gospels, as White reminds us, and then you can go to the footnotes if you want. Perhaps most striking is that here Jesus' raising of Lazarus is the immediate cause for his execution, where the cleansing of the temple is in the others. Not only does the Lazarus myth only have this key function in John, but also the episode does not appear in the synoptics. This is in keeping with larger tendencies of the 4th gospel, which generally treats Christ's miracles differently than the other 3. It has the fewest miracles of any of the Gospels. Of its 7, only 2 have clear parallels with the other 3 accounts. John clearly reflects a stronger break in many respects with larger Jewish tradition. Instead, we have strong indications, as with Luke, of a greater affinity with Greek ideas and cultural paradigms. One of these is the broadly Greek idea of the divine man, a lens through which historical figures such as Pythagoras and Empedocles were later seen, and perhaps less historical personages such as Asclepius. Stepping back a bit, we can note that at the core of much ancient Mediterranean mythology is the figure who can transcend the boundaries of mortality. Far more common in Greek than in Israelite myth are characters who do so in a heroic mode, from Odysseus, who brings his crew back from Hades, and from Polyphemus's cave, to the only partially successful Theseus, who in the middle of his own journey becomes imprisoned in the underworld, needing another hero to win his release. Greek myth also has figures who transcend mortality by non-heroic means. Orpheus, who having descended to the underworld, persuades Hades and Persephone to allow his wife to return to the surface, is perhaps the best known in our era. But we can also include the slippery Sisyphus, who does so through sheer cunning, though his triumph proves short-lived. Of all such Greek heroes, however, none is more closely associated with a triumph over death than Heracles, the special son of Zeus, who does so thematically in several of his 12 labors, most emphatically in his successfully retrieving Cerberus from Hades, the 3-headed dog, and rescues Theseus while he is trapped in the realm of the dead. His horrible suffering at his death and subsequent translation to divine status also have more than a little in common with matters at the core of Christian myth. Don't you love when he calls it myth? He's just calling the duck a duck, right?
And it's not controversial, like within scholarship. I think people, when you are first engaging the scholarship, it might sound offensive, it might sound outlandish, but from my experience in Bible college and seminary, this type of language is pretty common. Like when it just says what is commonly accepted in scholarship about these texts, then you like, I don't know, you stop making excuses for it eventually, because you're like, if the scholars aren't really debating it all that much,
Yeah.
then, maybe the apologists should engage the scholarly literature and figure out why they're not debating it all that much. Because there's a lot of scholars and they generally agree on more than they disagree on. I know there's outliers like William Lane Craig and Gary Habermas and guys like that. But for the most part, the scholars that are engaging academically, not apologistically, tend to agree on a lot.
I agree. I mean, I'd love to see the day when we can talk about it like we do Genesis flood myth. Scholars just call it a flood myth.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I do agree, though, that in the setting of Noah, I would say, while it might take place in the real world, there's less historical verisimilitude to the narrative than what we might get in some of the narratives of the Gospels. Yeah, great point. I love that. But I love how he's not doing it derogatory. He's doing it. And I'm hoping that this catches on, right? Where people are not needing to use it derogatory, but it's also like you almost want to say out loud, are you listening? Apologetics. Are you hearing what's happening right now? How he's speaking about this and what you're going to see happen throughout this reading, I think is beautiful. It shows this interconnectedness with the well-known stories that would have been circulating all throughout the Greco-Roman world. And he particularly specializes here on the Greek myths in its closeness to a Greek story about Jesus. Greek as in written in Greek. And as he described the Gospel of John, it's aimed and targeted at a Greek audience, a Greco-Roman world, right?
Oh, yeah.
So he says, but more like Christ in other respects is Asclepius, son of Apollo. So you have Heracles, son of Zeus, and Asclepius, son of Apollo. You kind of need to know these characters in a way in your mind as we get into the Alcestis story. But he transcends death through another means. He inherits his father's supernatural powers of healing. The miraculous healer brings not only Hippolytus back to life, but also scores of others, according to ancient testimonies. And I've already covered this in my last video responding to like following up with what was said by Alex O'Connor to Wes Huff on Joe Rogan to say, Joe, if Joe Rogan ever had me on, like I'd get into these completely absent from the lips of Wes Huff or any apologist in the world, because Joe doesn't know this stuff.
No, of course not.
Imagine if his audience heard all of this, what we're covering, right? But I'd of course want to simplify and not have to read. So I'd have like something much more memorized and prepared. That'd be awesome to have a platform that large to go into this kind of material. Golly, this would be useful, I think. So ancient testimonies talk about Asclepius healing and rising people from the dead like crazy. There's different accounts of different people. Of special note, in addition to these key correspondences, he is slain for bringing a man back to life. I've had apologists go, come on, the God kills him for resurrecting. But in Jesus' case, he doesn't. Why are you paralleling them two? You'll see why. And there's so much more, though, that I didn't even think about when I was talking about this stuff, when they bring that kind of look at the differences, right? Both saviors, Heracles and Asclepius, as well as Orpheus, figure in Euripides' Alcestis, which climaxes in the title character's return from the death. So Alcestis is resurrected in this 5th century BCE story. That's 500 plus years before the Gospels are written. So perhaps no other episode in the Gospels better illustrates Christ as the Savior who can bring someone back from the dead than the story of Lazarus in John 11 through 12, right? The myths of Alcestis and Lazarus contain several parallels, some generic, others highly specific. Comparison of the two myths can serve several purposes. Highlighting the parallels brings a new perspective and greater understanding to each narrative because each can now provide a context for the other, allowing closer examination of the series of motifs common to both. Comparison also suggests that both narratives might be seen as separate, distinct instances of a specific genre of myth. But comparison also raises the possibility of diffusion or influence. The much older, well-known myth of Alcestis serves as a possible source for John's account of Lazarus. Notice he doesn't say it is. He's just saying it's a possible source. It could be, maybe likely, but either way.
I think it makes sense as a source because
it does.
When you're reading the narrative in John, remember the concern after the raising of Lazarus. Remember the concern that they had. The reason why they were plotting to kill Jesus after raising Lazarus is because the signs were so great that they think it would cause the Romans to come in and have to wipe them out. Like that, they're worried about upsetting the Romans. But to be the case, if there was somebody working miracles of this nature in the Roman Empire, they wouldn't have been seeking to wipe them out. They would have been seeking possibly to deify the dude. Again,
this gets to your anti-Semitism in John, right? Like, you really think that the dude's doing these kinds of miracles and they're just hating on him that bad? Like, they're not going to utilize or even recognize him as the Messiah?
Right.
It's the same kind of idiotic kind of view that I used to hold, where I thought, yeah, you know what? After those two Roman soldiers saw the angel and the resurrected Christ out of the tomb and witnessed this miracle, they were able to be easily bribed into remaining silent about that.
Right.
And then they went along with the lie that the disciples stole the body after they witnessed this miracle. It's really ridiculous to think, if you take this literal, that they wouldn't have actually, they would have been like, no, you don't understand, right? If that's how you would understand this to be history.
Right. And remember what happened when Paul and Barnabas, when they were healing people in the book of Acts, and the people like immediately grabbed them and wanted to crown them as gods. Right. There was no fear that the Romans were going to come in and wipe the people out. That's not in the story.
No, it's interesting that John does that, but I guess your point, if you apply that, do you honestly think these Jews wouldn't have been like, dude, you are doing things that are clearly divine. We should probably take serious what you're saying. No, they paint them all through the narratives as just like completely rejecting blasphemy. We want nothing to do. Like, they're resistant to it completely. And that's exactly what Pentheus is toward the Dionysian cult. In many other myths, you find they're the protagonists and their enemies are hard-hearted. They don't accept it. Of course, there's the secret Nicodemus and figures like Joseph of Arimathea that play a
Mhm.
role, but they have to remain quiet, right? It's a fun story. It's
Right.
what I'm pretty much just trying to show is the story. But if this was history, your point would be, I don't
Well,
think they'd be concerned about that. Your
yeah,
point is,
my point is, yeah, exactly. My point is it makes much more sense if it's following the mythology that you're reading from,
right,
because the logical progression doesn't make sense for history, but it does make sense if you're just trying to write a parallel story.
right. I think this is fantastic too, because I knew from reading Mary Cotter's book on myths, miracles, that were, she goes through all these accounts about 100 to 200 years before Jesus to 100 to 200 years after Jesus from several sources to show Heracles. People didn't know this, but like Heracles himself rose someone from the dead. And that plays a part in this myth. I did not know this, how significant this is, because everyone knows Asclepius got thunderbolted for rising people from the grave, resurrecting people from the dead. But I didn't realize that the reason it doesn't match why he gets thunderbolted is he just does this not under a theoxany hospitality type myth. Not theoxany, hospitality. So the reason, and we're going to find out, Heracles resurrects Alcestis from the dead in this story. And Heracles also is a suffering figure who dies a tragic death and is taken and deified after his death, similar to Christ, right? Who has a suffering ending and whatnot. So this is why I never can be too confident about the historical what happened with Jesus. Though I think there was a dude who was probably crucified because it was common for Jews to be crucified during this period. I cannot like pretend that I can anchor this shit to anything with any high confidence without external sources that seem to indicate these kinds of things, if that makes sense.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. Let's first note significant differences. This is how you know we're dealing with someone who's trying to be cautious because, of course, the apologist will look for differences. That's their first chief goal, to falsify this story in Lazarus, or Lazarus story being mythology.
Right.
Significant differences, right? They love to do this, which have hindered recognition of the more important similarities. First, differences between polytheistic and monotheistic myth impact some events. Euripides' play, for instance, has two gods on stage, Apollo and Thanatos, which is impossible for Hebrew Bible myth. Well, I wouldn't go that far to say it's impossible because we get little echoes, but I think he's saying the overall general theme is that it's one chief god, right? We do have a pantheon, but that's a whole different thing. He knows that too, so I don't think that's his point. The extremely complex backstory also includes other gods, one of whom, Zeus, the sky father, corresponds to the Father in the New Testament. Even that much is said in Acts when he quotes Epimenides and these ancient Greek poets, and then equates this ancient Greek poet who's talking about Zeus with his god to the Epicureans and the Stoics in Acts 17. Lazarus simply cannot become ill through any means resembling the intricate series of interconnected events that causes Alcestis' death. Another difference is perspective. Lazarus' myth is told from the point of view of Christ, who is the protagonist, whereas the Alcestis is told from the perspective of Admetus, not Heracles, the figure corresponding to Christ. Admetus has a significant role, but is not the protagonist. Functionally correspondent to Admetus, however, is Lazarus' sister, Mary. Furthermore, this is the sad part, I don't even know the myth of Alcestis. Like I've
not
never
read it either.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're like scratching our head, and this guy like goes to sleep, probably dreams and sees the whole episode in his head and knows all these characters inside and out. Imagine if we knew what he's talking about, like actually knew the story. And then we read this, right? And we went, oh, snap. I didn't even realize that. You're going to notice narrative function. There's one's polytheistic, one's more in the monotheistic vein. There are differences, the protagonists, the perception of this guy. And again, if we opened up those quotes from the birthing of the New Testament by the first book I was showing you, the goal is not to Xerox copy. It's to be creative when you're doing something with your own myths. You never want it to be borrowing directly and copying directly verbatim. Right. You never do that. So, okay. Oh, did you want to say something?
Was like any other ancient mythology that somebody's like either sampling or playing off of. If you just copied it, then people, it'd be too obvious. It wouldn't be read as an original work. And I don't know how like far it would have flown in the ancient world. But when you're writing a parallel, something that's new and fresh and is engaging to the we'll say the people of your time period. Well, now you've got something new, but it's also recognizable, right?
Exactly.
So it's got to pertain to your time period. It's got to be relevant to your current audience, but you also need to use the common themes that everyone knows.
Not just the common, but like the popular themes. You
Right.
don't, you want your thing to be popular. You want your thing to be interesting and people to love it. And there's a reason that these gospels were fascinating literature. Even to this day, they're influential. But there's also a reason why people still read the Odyssey, still read Euripides. There's a reason why they love these classical pieces of art, because they're very crafty, clever, very well written. And that is one of the reasons. So yeah, you're going to model after popular stuff if you're going to do that. And you want your audience to be like, whoa, this is great. They're going to already have these background knowledge ideals, these stories they've heard their whole life, and they've went and watched plays. You could go to the actual theater and watch Alcestis played out. You could watch Euripides Bacchae played out in the 1st century. Like, it's not like this is like archaic fossiled stories that are just somewhere back in the distant past. They knew this story by Euripides, by Homer. No, it was the oxygen that they breathed. Many authors called it the oxygen they breathed. It was the milk they suckled on from cradle to grave. Like, they knew this shit so well. It's like, I mean, it's like a fundamentalist who's really about their Bible, how they knew their Bible. You know,
Right, yeah.
You see what I mean? Okay. But the Alcestis, in its several references to the miraculous healer Asclepius, evokes a tone and conception similar to Christ's own means with Lazarus. Early Christians, this was really interesting when I read this earlier. By the way, this is the first time I ever read this was today. And I was just like, let me do a live stream. Early Christians were aware of Christ's close similarities to Asclepius, as Edelstein and Edelstein demonstrate. Their citation of Justinus is representative, 1998. I almost wanted to, I just said, let's just go to the source. So let's pull up, where's Edelstein and Edelstein? Here it is. All right, so here's Edelstein and Edelstein. I can't remember what page number it's on. I think it's on page 58.
I'm doing some while you're reading. I'm doing some lookup. Also, Alcestis,
Yes.
in some of the literature, actually went to the underworld and was resurrected.
That's what this story is about. And guess who resurrects him? Heracles.
Yeah.
And Heracles was titled Savior of the World. I mean, like, he was literally savior of the world. They saw him as someone who went out into the world, and like, there's the 12 laborers. He saves people from all these things. And the cynics, even after Jesus, that guy I mentioned at the beginning of this live stream, Peregrinus Proteus, he was a Christian who left Christianity and became a cynic. The central figure of the cynics at that time was Heracles, and they modeled their life after Heracles. They sanitized the myths that had Heracles doing sexual devious things and any of that kind of stuff. And they made it metaphor. They did not believe that Heracles really did these things. Heracles was a cynic. He had ascesis. He had moral perfection. And he also forsook the material world. He literally only wore the lion mane, and he carried around his club. He had no roof from which he lived under. Like, he went from house to house and traveled the world. The cynics were homeless and modeled themselves after this philosophical, virtuous symbol called Heracles. They believed he actually existed.
Can you think of another person, say from the 1st century, who was without a home, didn't even have a place to lay his head?
Yeah, I don't. That's a hard one.
Can't think of him. I can't with the J, maybe.
Yeah. No, I don't think anyone will figure that one out, man. That's I definitely wanted to pull up the actual source for you here, because this gets juicy. Like, he literally shows the quote from Justinus, which, by the way, is Justin Martyr. I learned this out like a knucklehead today. I was like, who's Justinus? And
yeah, that's the Latin.
Yeah, I'm like, who's Justinus? I know Justin Martyr, and then I called Richard C. Miller, and he's like, yeah, that's Justin Martyr. And I'm like, oh. So anyway, Justinus, I'll just read the quote that he has here because he quotes them. It's important, though. There's so much more that he says in this. Let me see if I can't find it. Bear with me 1 second here. This is important. This is important. Let's see. Where is it at in that book? It's so important to have this quote, man. I'm telling you. Maybe it's on page 58. I swear it was on 58. I thought in my head. Maybe it's 48. I was reading this earlier. This is like anywhere where Asclepius gets brought up. Oh, it's quoted by these scholars Edelstein and Edelstein. Bear with me, man. It's worth it. It's worth it. Justinus Dialogues. Here's another one, right? So not just in his Apology, Justinus Dialogues. And when he, the devil, brings forward Asclepius as the raiser of the dead and healer of the other diseases, may I not say that in this manner, likewise, he has imitated the prophecies about Christ?
Oh,
I mean, he concedes. Justin Martyr, right here at the beginning of the 2nd century, says that it's clear Asclepius imitated the prophecies of Christ. And look at this quote above it, right? This is a very powerful one. Apology 22:6. When we say that he, Jesus, made well the lame and the paralytic and those who were feeble from birth, and that he resurrected the dead, we shall seem to be mentioning deeds similar to and even identical with those which were said to have been performed by Asclepius.
Yeah.
Bro.
And you know what they did in the Asclepii? A lot of times people would lay their hands on people when they healed them. And so really reminiscent of what we see Jesus doing with people, putting his hands on people and healing people. And the Bible is saying, lay your hands on the people and they will be healed, you know?
Exactly. I just thought for like anyone who's curious, go to Dialogue 69:3. This, when you admit that it's so similar that you have to make up an excuse that the devil brought Asclepius forward 5, 6, who knows how old Asclepius really goes, because we have written about him in Alcestis. We have writings where he's mentioned in ancient Greek sources well over 500 years before Jesus as a healer who raises people from the dead. And you have to make up an excuse that the devil brought forward him, raising people from the dead, healing diseases, and all of this, imitating Jesus's prophecies. Well, let me just turn to you, Justin. What prophecies of Jesus?
Yeah, I don't know of any prophecies. There's a vague prophecy from the book of Isaiah, possibly referring to healing, but it's not really talking about the type of healing that Jesus did. So like there's no actual prophecy about the Messiah healing people physically. So that's just something like you have to read into some of the more vague texts. I think some people might turn to like Isaiah 61, where it said that, you know, the Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is upon me because he's anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor, to bind up the brokenhearted, proclaim freedom to the captives, and so on. But the Jesus narrative adds a line to that to restore sight to the blind, to make it sound more like Jesus, but that's not in the original text.
Right. I actually found an interesting Epidaurian inscription. So we have 4 stelae left out of 12, according to Pausanias, who's writing, by the way, in the late 2nd century, before Origen makes his critique of Celsus. And by the way, Celsus criticizes the Christians on this very issue with Asclepius as well, where he says, we have eyewitnesses, and not in a dream. They saw with their very eyes Asclepius appear to them and heal them and all that.
And to that point, and this goes in line with what you were saying about Justin as well, because when you're reading the dialogue of Justin Martyr, he's admitting that the healings happened. Like he's saying that these healings actually happened. The devil caused it to happen, right?
Bingo.
So
he doesn't say these myths don't exist, they didn't happen. He says they happened,
Yes.
Or at least he implies he's not making a historiological difference is the point. So whether or
Right.
not he thought, he just assumes, okay, yeah, Asclepius did these things. Well, the reason is the devil, duh. And it's
Obviously.
like, what?
Yeah.
What an interesting excuse. Whoever what? I mean, it's conceding the point that it's so similar. He has to make an excuse.
Right.
He has to.
But it brings up like theological like problems, which is like what is the devil gaining by doing this? Like how does the devil gain anything by doing this?
Exactly, man. It's crazy. I was reading all sorts of stuff the past week and I thought, dude, I got to do a stream because it's like all this knowledge and information I've been reading. It's wild. But yeah, you're like that. And then of course, the other point that I was just showing, of course, was this one here where is it at? The paralytic feeble, mentioning deeds similar, even identical. So he like concedes that they're identical in the apology, similar and identical. And I did that video responding to before we continue reading with Louden, I did that video responding to Alex O'Connor's critique of Wes Huff. In it, I go in the Epidaurian inscriptions and just quote like 6 or 7. There's like 70. By the way, we've lost 8 tablets. And you just by the math, since there's 70 on 4 tablets, you could just do the math and just say 8 are missing. So 140 miracles of Asclepius we've lost to history.
Right.
But we have 70 miracles of Asclepius. Some are like a guy in a war has a spear still sticking out of his jaw. He goes in and sleeps inside of the temple. The god appears to him in the dream, heals him. He wakes up with the spear in his hand, and he's walking out of the temple 100% healed. Another one is a guy has no eyeballs in his eyeball sockets. He's missing eyeballs. He goes in. They're laughing at him in the story. They're laughing at him. Goes, what? You don't even have eyeballs in your head. So he goes into the temple. The god heals him. He walks out, and he has eyeballs and can see perfectly.
Yeah.
So there's another one where a blind man, he has eyeballs, but he's blind, and he gets healed by Asclepius, and the first thing he sees is trees. Do you know about that story in the gospel where Jesus heals the man? And he says, what do you see? I see men, they walk and look like trees. Now, I don't know if there's a connection between this famous, clear miracle of Asclepius and the gospel's awareness of having men look like trees.
Certainly is interesting, though.
It's interesting. I don't know. It's interesting.
But other than the textual evidence too, like we've got tons of archaeological evidence from the various healings. Like, so people would, after a heal, they would send gifts to honor the healing. And we see this even in modern Catholic tradition. So if you go to a shrine that is known for healing in the Catholic tradition, there would be like braces and casts and canes and walkers that are like hung up on the walls. Look at all these people who don't need these anymore. And we find the same thing in the Asclepii. We find people will leave their body modification parts behind, or they'll present a statue. Like there's carvings of a person's leg that they'll send in saying, my leg was healed. Here is a gift for you. And so we've got so much material evidence from people claiming to be healed at the Asclepii. It's wild to me that Christians are anyone is willing to read the New Testament and say, yeah, Jesus was healing people, but then all of these other people, all of them are lying.
That's what it's worth me actually pulling up the Asclepius temple image, because we actually have, like you said, archaeological feet and legs and different body parts that symbolize
memories.
Yeah, it symbolizes the very place or the very thing that they did heal. Of course, there's that famous, well-known image. I love that image. It's pretty. By the way, I think you and me would love for make-believe to be real. I mean, I don't know about you, but like, I wish this stuff was true. I mean, honestly, who the hell wouldn't want to be able to go, if I go down here, I can get my cancer removed without, doing chemo. I mean, like, honestly, bro, who wouldn't want this? Temple Asclepius. These are real temple. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I wish I could just pull that and zoom in for you, but you could see the arms and stuff on the right here.
Yep. Yep.
It won't let me zoom in on that particular image. That's the best one I can get. Feet, arms, there's breast. I've seen the actual, this is just an artistic rendition of Asclepius in the middle there. But you could see like all these body parts. That's what they healed. And this was the guy for centuries, half a millennia, more than half a millennia before Jesus. And then Jesus shows up and he's pulling off a lot of these same stunts, but we don't accept this God. We clearly have to go with the guy who said the end is going to happen in the first century and it didn't happen. Let's go with that guy versus the established healer of the ancient world. Crazy.
Right. Yeah. And I think it's just one of those things, you know, from our vantage point, I think like we want to treat these ancient claims as all being equal. Right. So, whereas I feel like if you're part of a religion, you want to treat all of them as mythology except for your own.
Right.
But at some point in time, like I think the evidence is going to have to outweigh the, you know, this interpretive model where you have to interpret it as either being a lie or being from the power of Satan.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Fungi Delight says myth implies not true, but the Bible contains sacred mushroom knowledge.
Oh.
So the word myth is misleading. Actually, myth can mean many things, by the way. And sometimes I do mean it means false. And sometimes I mean this is a story that has sacred truth to the people who obviously cherish these texts. Sometimes myth can actually imply prehistoric or at least ancient ideas. So some people might go Bronze Age, you're dealing with myth. You start getting into the Iron Age and you start pinning down some of these figures to history. Like myth can be defined in several different ways, and it depends on the context you're using it. But just the fact that you have a mushroom in there makes me question when you say at the end, this whole channel is misleading because of John M. Allegro. I'm just kidding. Derek don't care though. He's making money. Yes, I do make money. Right now on this stream, I make money. Sorry, I have to provide, and this is what I do for a living to help educate and cover stuff and have fun doing it. If you don't like that, I don't know. Don't watch YouTubers because that's how they make their living when they do YouTube. Anyway,
are the evangelists on YouTube not allowed to make money? Because I'm pretty sure they're making money.
Yeah. Everybody's making money. The only problem is I'm taxed for mine. So
right. Yeah.
That sucks. I guess I have to pay my taxes though. Continuing.
Mm-hmm.
So I read this here. This is the quote from the Edelstein I read. I went to their actual book to show you in their book as what they say. When we say that he, Jesus, made all the lame and paralytic and those who were feeble from birth and that he resurrected the dead, we shall seem to be mentioning the deeds similar to and even identical with those who were said to be performed by Asclepius. As White observes, the hero god Asclepius was commonly called Savior. However, bringing mortals back to life is more complicated in Alcestis than in John, because of the fully polytheistic cosmos in which the myth is set. In the Alcestis backstory, Apollo narrates how Asclepius, the miraculous healer and his own son, is slain at Zeus's insistence, precisely because he brought Hippolytus back to life. Zeus, however, will validate having his son Heracles bring Alcestis back to life, though he did not support Asclepius having done so for Hippolytus. In John 11-12, the Father implicitly supports Jesus' restoration of Lazarus throughout, because the episode is presented as glorifying Christ. In the monotheistic New Testament, there are no multiple divine perspectives that could conflict with one another, as we find between Zeus, Apollo, and Thanatos in the Alcestis. There are also significant differences in tone. Greek myth, now we're still covering differences, but you could see the overlap happening. Like Heracles raises Alcestis, but Zeus doesn't kill him for that. But he will do it to Asclepius for raising Hippolytus, and there's other myths, it's not just Hippolytus, where Asclepius raises people from the dead. So there are also significant differences in tone. Greek myth tends to focus on heroes and royalty, whereas New Testament myth, for the most part, depicts Christ's interactions with more common folk. Thus, Alcestis is a queen, Lazarus apparently a common man, whose position and vocation are never even specified. Furthermore, Lazarus is a silent character, a cipher, whose speech and thoughts are never depicted, nor is the cause or type of his illness. Everything about him remains generic. Alcestis, however, is fully individualized as a character, given specific character motivations to a considerable degree, speaking at length in opening scenes, though assuming a Lazarus-like silence at the end. So later on, you're going to notice there's silence from Alcestis. Lazarus has no active role in his myth other than to be brought back from the dead, whereas Alcestis is articulate, making demands that affect the plot, and with Euripidean realism, comments on her dilemma. Euripides also employs several comedic elements in his plot, elements largely alien to John's narrative techniques, though we will discern a few seemingly comic touches. These largely culture-specific differences notwithstanding, the larger structure and specific events of the two narratives not only have at least 12 common motifs, but perhaps more important, their larger concatenation, forgive me, big word, corresponds closely as we now consider. And I looked up that word, and it just means they have there's a lot more in common, like they're kind of connected. So Jesus and Heracles are both linked by friendship and hospitality to the mortal they will bring back from death. Hospitality is Admetus's. So there's the name of the myth, and I want to make sure I have the name here properly. Alcestis is the female, the wife of Admetus, just for those who don't know. I figured piecing this together as I was reading this. So it's like, I know if I do a live on this, I need to at least mention some of this, but I'm in the dark. So if any classicists are watching this at all, like, forgive me for my ignorance. I have never read the Alcestis story from Euripides from beginning to end, but I will be doing so after this. Like, this has clearly got me really wanting to see the connections, because Heracles and Asclepius, even into the Common Era, are significant characters in the schools of philosophy, and their mythos was alive and well, likely parallel to the Christ movement. So there's a lot of interesting correspondence going on between the cults and the myths. So Admetus, defining characteristic in Alcestis, and there's the sources, in both Greek and biblical myth, hospitality is sacred. That's why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, literally.
Absolutely. Yep.
It's not homosexuality. It is hospitality. Even though an act was taking place, a disrespectful act of coercion was happening to those angelic divine hosts.
Judges 19, same thing.
Exactly.
With the Levite's concubine, yeah.
Bingo. So in both Greek and biblical myth, hospitality is sacred. Those who uphold it demonstrate their exemplary piety and morality. Characters who correctly uphold the institution, which in Greek myth is watched over by Zeus, and there's your sources, are rewarded. In the Hebrew Bible, Abraham's son Isaac is depicted as a miraculous gift from God after his and Sarah's hospitable reception of their mysterious guest, Genesis 18. Her subsequent conception is implicitly a miracle because Abraham and Sarah are both in their 90s. The episode underscores the rewards given those who display hospitality, because without legitimate male offspring, not only can Abraham not become the patriarch, he has been prophesied, but also the Hebrew Bible and Judaism would not exist unless he has this son. In the New Testament, Matthew makes hospitality the basis of the determination between eternal salvation and condemnation. Notice how the myth becomes like a practice that you must be. When I was a stranger, quote, you took me into your home, end quote, Matthew 25:35. So there's this idea of like taking the myth and making it a practice, a philosophical lifestyle for the people who are reading this. In Alcestis, Admetus, so in the Alcestis, Admetus's exemplary hospitality to Heracles resolves his crisis. Zeus's son brings Alcestis back from the dead explicitly because of the hospitality and friendship Admetus has shown him. And especially, so these are the sources. Much as Heracles to Admetus, Jesus is repeatedly depicted as Lazarus's friend. And as with Heracles, Christ's friendship is a key motive for his saving intervention, though in John, the intervention is also ascribed to the desire to glorify Christ and God's will. Both Heracles and Jesus receive lavish hospitality from the households of the mortals whom they will save. Admetus and his servants go out of their way to receive Heracles into the palace, even at a most difficult time for the host. In John, the household's hospitality is depicted after Christ has saved Lazarus. They're different. They can't have any influence. There's no parallels. They're different, man.
Off the table. Take it off.
Take it off. Where's IP's hit video? He's got to point this out. He's going to show. It clearly hasn't dissuaded this academic from thinking there's something going on here. A feast is held specifically for Jesus, with Martha presiding and Lazarus also present. At the feast, Maria anoints Jesus' feet, a motif often present in hospitality myths. And there's your sources. Now we're into the second one. But both Heracles and Christ have closer ties to a relative of the mortal who is to be saved. As noted, Heracles is a close friend to Admetus, but will save his wife Alcestis. He comes to Admetus' house specifically to visit his dear friend, remaining unaware of Alcestis' actual status until much later, nor is he ever depicted in conversation with her. Jesus is similarly depicted as much closer to Mary and Martha, whom he is also said to love, than to their brother Lazarus. He converses and interacts with both sisters, whereas even after his revival, Lazarus' only interaction with Christ is reclining at the same table at the feast. In both myths, the relatives to whom the saviors are close are the opposite gender of the mortal who is saved. Differences. They're not identical, clearly. But go back to our original book. I was showing that's what you have to do that. You better not have an identical story.
And that brings up a good point too, with what he's saying about John, how John portrays the narration, because it's written to assume that there's a really tight bond between Jesus and Lazarus, but we don't really have that narrated in the story anywhere. It just kind of says it, and you just kind of have to take it. But we do have narration of Jesus with the sisters. We definitely know about that, right?
Right.
So that's really interesting. If it was true, Kip's in the chat. If it was true that this was a true to life history, it would help to have a little bit of backstory about the relationship between Jesus and Lazarus, especially because Lazarus is the only one that caused Jesus to weep.
Right.
Isn't that weird? The only one person in the Bible that caused Jesus to weep, we really don't know anything about him.
And he's supposed to be a very close friend, right? So that's an important point.
It's like if someone wrote a story about your life, Derek, and then they never mentioned your best friend, how weird would that story be?
Exactly. I would that's an odd little thing to just put out there and no elaboration or nothing. You just resurrects the dude. All right, so continuing, each myth contains an earlier prediction that the hero will bring the mortal back from death. It is a common feature in heroic myths that the hero's accomplishments confirm earlier prophecies. And I've even had people go, but the Bible has prophecies. And I'm like, you've never read outside of the Bible, have you? Because even in the ancient Near East, like say you're not happy with looking at Greek myth, because this is later stuff. We're talking Hellenistic period. And writings in Greek. The Gospels are in Greek. If you go back to just the Hebrew Bible, like the myth of Curta, there are prophecies in the myth of Curta which predate. In Ugarit, there are prophecies. If you go to Mesopotamia, there are prophecies. I feel like our biggest problem is just kind of from the ground up teaching. Did you know that prophecies are not a uniquely Bible thing? Like it's so
no, they're not. There's so many of them.
It's all over.
You can start simple, and I think we talked about this recently, but you can start simple with a free text of by James Pritchard, the ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament, or you can even do the older one from Samuel Driver, and they record some of these ancient Mesopotamian prophecies as they were given. And it's funny how it just reads like any other biblical prophecy. It's almost like it was just a genre of its own from the time period.
Exactly. Kip said when he writes the book of his life, I may or may not mention Derek. Listen, Kip, if you just say my name and then you just say, and Kip wept, and I'll be happy with that, dude. That's all I need from you, and I'm okay. Topic discuss in the chat as well. I have just discovered Deconstruction Zone, and I love it. Gary, I love you, man. I know you got a super chat up in here. I'm going to get to you. Don't worry. I don't know if you had any words that you added to that super chat. It's buried probably in the chat here. So stay with me. We will get there. Michael Beverly. In the name of Michael Beverly, be healed. Go subscribe to Michael Beverly as well. Hallelujah. Don't worry. I have the power of Doug. By the way, Doug's synonymous with Michael Beverly sometimes. So, oh, there's another one. Kip says, Mary Tablets. Look, I love y'all. Thank you for being here in the chat. We're having some fun here with Bruce Louden. This guy is so gangster. You got to read him for yourself and get his book. Books, plural. So, okay. Again, common feature, heroic myths. The hero's accomplishments confirm earlier prophecies. The Odyssey repeatedly depicts Odysseus in this light. And he talks about the first place, right? In book 2 of the Odyssey. In the Alcestis, the god Apollo declares that Heracles will restore Alcestis to life, which by virtue of his divine prophetic powers makes the utterance a speech act. In John, the earlier prophecies are more connected with the myth's explicit agenda of glorifying God, as at John 11:4. All right, both episodes are set in the context of the hero's larger struggle and calling as the special son of God. When he arrives at Admetus' palace, Heracles is in the middle of accomplishing his 12 labors. Oh, and there's the source. On his way to defeat the man-eating Mars of Diomedes, 8 of the 12 labors, an episode that will also center on hospitality. Heracles associates his rescue of Alcestis both with his next labor and with his larger mission and identity as Zeus's son. In John, the situation is tense before and after Jesus resurrects Lazarus. He risks being stoned if he returns to Judea. The danger is emphasized even more near the end of the episode, where his saving Lazarus is only in John. What prompts the Pharisees to decide to have him slain? I'm sorry, I'm reading this as if it's a long sentence. He's saying that the danger is emphasized even more near the end of the episode, where his saving Lazarus is only in John. That's what prompts the Pharisees to decide to have him slain. But Jesus proclaims the episode's purpose is to glorify God and the Son of God. The Alcestis offers, in anticipation of this motif, the glorification of the Father in 2 passages. Admetus' expression of gratitude, quote, "O well-born son of Zeus, the highest, may you fare well, may the Father who sired you keep you safe," end quote. Earlier, when Heracles resolves to bring Alcestis back from the dead, he declares, quote, "O my heart and hand, which have endured so much, show now what sort of child Tirythian Alcmene, daughter of Electron, bore to Zeus," end quote. A lesser implicit version of the concern present in John for glorifying the Son and the Father. So, of course, you have glorification of both sons of God, and Zeus is the main deity being glorified in that.
That's kind of an interesting theme too, because I'm not as familiar with the Greek mythologies as you are, but there seems to be more of an idea in Greek mythology where the gods were perfectly okay, we'll say, battling each other rather than trying to bring glory to each other. But it's a really interesting point of parallel, because it's almost like they're picking up on this very specific theme in the Greek gods, which is a little bit unique.
I mean, think about it. Like, so far, what do we have? We have hospitality. Mm-hmm. So, like, while Jesus first resurrects and then they show him food and they sit down at a table and offer him meal and drink. Whereas in the Heracles, he doesn't know that Alcestis is dead, but Admetus invites him over during the time of mourning, and they all hide that they're mourning. And he comes into the house anyway, and he starts to get drunk and have fun, which we're going to get to that here in a minute. But like, they're showing him hospitality first, whereas it's after he raises Jesus here. Both are sons of gods, of the high gods, right? The ultimate deities, which you have Yahweh in one, which, God here in the New Testament. And then you have Zeus in this other one. Both of them resurrect a mortal to life and are praised for it. Mm-hmm. Now, notice Zeus condemns Asclepius raising Hippolytus. He doesn't for his own son, Heracles.
Right.
Dude, there's so many overlaps, and of course there's differences. If it was too identical, then this would be a dookie book. Like, no one would care. They'd just go to the original and say, "Nah, terrible author," because that was the point of writing, as we pointed out at the beginning of this video. Yeah. Want me to keep
But
going?
I mean, it just sounds like parallelomania to me. You know what I?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what this is. I'm just pretending that this isn't like authentic genre type mythos, and there's generic overlaps and similarities, which we could then categorize this as myth. But I'm doing it because of my hardened heart, and I'm just wanting to sin.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Well, I mean, when you're, suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, you're just going to say whatever you need to say to glorify the devil, your father.
Exactly. Not
Yeah.
Zeus, not Yahweh, the father in this myth that we're living right now. So, the house to which they come is overcome by mourners and mourning. Much of the first half of Alcestis depicts Admetus's palace in mourning. As the household prepares for Alcestis's imminent death, after she dies, the mourning reaches a climax when Admetus and the chorus perform the play's Kamos, a ritual song of lament. John repeatedly depicts Lazarus' sisters and friends mourning him at his house and elsewhere. Brown notes, and these are footnotes, you can go and see the academics. Brown notes that the description of Mary conforms to other biblical accounts of women's roles in mourning. Quote, women in mourning sat on the floor of the house, end quote. In a difference, Jesus knows ahead of time that the house mourns, whereas Heracles comes unawares. And even then, the household at Admetus's behest keeps the identity of the deceased secret from him. Both initially fail to respond or do so with such incongruous leisure that others misunderstand them. This is an ironic detail that I think is like, whoa, this is a pretty interesting detail. If it's just coincidence and the Lazarus story is history and this one's mythology, it's really ironic that these kind of details fall into place. When Heracles arrives, Admetus, fearing he will not accept his hospitality, if he learns it is his wife who has died, encourages him to believe the deceased is a woman outside of his family. So he's lying to Heracles to get him to come in. And in an ancient version of the mi casa es tu casa, the Spanish term for those who don't know,
Yeah,
my house is your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is an ancient version of my house is your house. Heracles is urged to make himself at home. For the larger-than-life hero, however, is doing so entails considerable consumption of wine, getting drunk, scandalously unaware that the household mourns the death of its mistress. These tendencies climax in the complaints of the servant in charge of providing hospitality for Heracles and his subsequent encounter with his now intoxicated guest. Unaware that his guest does not know Alcestis has died, he repeatedly criticizes his seemingly inappropriate behavior. John offers unexpected parallels, if in smaller degree and in different modality. Culpeper notes a thematic tendency throughout John's depiction of Jesus. Quote, he moves at his own time and initiative, end quote. More than a little suggestive of Heracles in the Alcestis. Having learned Lazarus is seriously ill, Jesus responds at a very leisurely pace, remaining where he is for 2 days. Culpeper summarizes his response in ways that offers unexpected parallels to Heracles' behavior. Jesus loves Martha, Mary, and Lazarus, but delays before responding to their call for help. He rejoices when Lazarus dies because his death provides an opportunity for the disciples to believe. When Jesus mentions returning to Judea, he refers to Lazarus as having fallen asleep and that he shall go awaken him. The disciples do not understand his reference. This functions as a milder version of the lighthearted comedic tone used of Heracles before he learns it is Alcestis who has perished. Translations of John often obscure the fact that at the subsequent feast, the guest, Jesus included, are depicted as reclining at the table in Greek banquet style, just as Heracles in the Alcestis. John elsewhere depicts Christ as closely associated with wine in the miracle at Galilee, chapter 2 of John, an incident that, as with the entire Lazarus episode, is also absent from the other Gospels. So the wedding at Cana miracle and all that, that's absent. This whole reclining at the table and all that, turning the water into wine, we don't have that anywhere else. That's just in John's Gospel, right? A family member criticizes the hero, complaining that he is responsible for the death that he allowed him or her to die. In John, both of Lazarus' sisters, Martha and Mary, make the same charge. Quote, Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. The motif is repeated a third time when anonymous Jews, before Jesus has saved Lazarus, assert that he healed a blind man but did nothing for his friend. These reactions are in keeping with John's thematic tendency to have secondary characters misunderstand Jesus. In the Alcestis, this motif is also applied to the healer Asclepius. Quote, if the son of Phoebus, Asclepius, were seeing this light with his eyes, she having left the abode of Hades and its dark gates would have returned, end quote. That's pretty interesting, right? Like in that same play we're talking about that he's saying, Alcestis, he says that the healer Asclepius, the motif is applied to the healer Asclepius, just like you had with Jesus here. Quote, if the son of Phoebus were seeing this light with his eyes, she, having left the abode of Hades and its dark gates, would have returned. So it's like, if Jesus was here, Martha and Mary say, you would have resurrected them. Like you would have resurrected Lazarus. It's the same theme right here in this 500 and something year old story that's like everyone knows by the time the Gospels be written.
Well, I think it even goes deeper than that, because if you go to verse 37 in the narrative from John, it says, some of the people there says that they said to Jesus, could not he who opened the eyes of the blind man have kept this man from dying? So they're like literally blaming him, like, hey, listen, you're over here opening blind people's eyes. Why is it you just let them die like this?
Exactly. And that
charge doesn't exist in any of the Gospels.
Right. That's what echoes Alcestis, though. Well, in the story with Asclepius being charged with that. Okay, he continues. The motif is not only implicit in Heracles' dilatory response, but also in the nasty scene between Admetus and his father. Pheres 3 times charges Admetus with being responsible for Alcestis' death. Their bitter recriminations find a thematic correspondence in the somewhat acrimonious exchange when Judas interrupts the banquet to criticize Mary for anointing Christ's feet with a costly ointment. Interesting. Heracles and Christ are both deeply moved immediately before they intervene to save the mortal who has died. Informed by a servant that it is Alcestis who has perished, not a foreign woman, as Admetus was saying earlier, Heracles berates himself for not having realized earlier and for partying in the palace under such inappropriate circumstances. He immediately resolves to save her, to repay Admetus for his hospitality and friendship. When Jesus sees Mary and the others who accompany her weeping over Lazarus' death, he's strongly moved. The motif is repeated when he approaches Lazarus' tomb.
Twice in the story of John.
Exactly. Each asks whether the deceased has been buried and proceeds directly to bury the place of burial. Disabused over the identity of the deceased, Heracles asks the servant where Alcestis' tomb and memorial are and immediately rushes there. In John, after Mary and her friends come to meet Jesus outside of their village, he asks where they have placed Lazarus and immediately follows them to the location, specifically a tomb in both narratives. Interesting. Both narratives climax in the Son of God's resurrection of the deceased Alcestis and Lazarus. In both myths, the miracle occurs offstage, though through very different means. Heracles, founder of the Olympics, exemplar of Greek and subsequent Western conceptions of athletics, saves Alcestis as an athlete by wrestling Thanatos. When he restores her to Admetus, he claims he won her as a prize in some athletic games. His actual retrieval of her, however, is not depicted, but occurs offstage during the previous choral song, in keeping with the conventions of Greek tragedy. In John, Lazarus has been buried in a cave covered with a stone. In Greek myth and in Plato's allegory of the cave in Book 7 of the Republic, a cave often serves as a version of the underworld. Those of Polyphemus in Odyssey 9 and Cacus in Aeneid 8. And that's a whole, I've got an article up here, dude, that I'd love to go through with if we have time. It's fantastic. And it was written by a Christian. Dude, this guy sees it. He sees it. It's awesome. A similar conception is operative in John 11. When Jesus tells him to remove the stone and commands Lazarus to emerge, a bandaged Lazarus does so. But the actual resurrection takes place unseen within the cave, a close correspondence to Heracles wrestling Thanatos in the underworld. So he's resurrected inside, I guess, before they roll away the stone, I suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he shouts from outside of the cave for Lazarus to come out.
Yeah. Interesting. The narrative associates the act of with other instances of miraculous healings in its link with Christ's restoration of sight to the blind man. In similar fashion, Alcestis thematically associates Heracles' restoration of Alcestis with Asclepius' miraculous acts of healing. The resurrected mortals remain silent with a shrouded face. Heracles returns with Alcestis, who remains silent for the entire scene. He declares she is to remain silent for 3 days until rituals have satisfied the underworld deities. Though there are no stage directions in ancient tragic text, events demonstrate that Alcestis is veiled until 1120 in this play. That's interesting. When Heracles uncovers her face, sorry, that's the end of the sentence. So up until a certain point, she's veiled when Heracles uncovers her face. Is it odd that it's also a 3-day theme? I mean, think about that, bro.
Yes. Listen to what it says. This is such gold mine analysis that Loudon's given us, because it says in verse 39 that there was a stench because he's now been dead for 4 days. That's 3 nights. And then it says near the end, once he's raised, it says that he came out, his hands and feet were still bound with strips of cloth, and his face was still wrapped with a cloth. Just like what Loudon is saying.
It's so funny because I was reading another article that actually talks about, in the ancient world, the belief was that the soul lingered in the body for 3 days, but after 3 days, it's gone. So
Right.
the raising of Lazarus is actually, it's heightened, that this guy's soul's not even in his body any longer, and you're raising him, right? So there's something powerful about this idea of by the 4th day, his soul's not even in his body lingering anymore, and he's able to resurrect him from the dead. There's something to that. But the idea of 3 days, he's saying Heracles is saying, look, you need to do these rituals for the underworld and whatnot, the deities. This motif, I think, interesting, on top of wearing the veil, covering John or Lazarus's face and Alcestis's face. Interesting. It says in John, Lazarus's identity is never in doubt, but like Alcestis, he is silent and remains so, his face covered when he emerges from the tomb. So it's just interesting to see, is this a likely earlier myth that inspired the story of Lazarus, right?
It feels that way, because if you read the last sentence before when he comes out, it says that his face was wrapped in a cloth still. Isn't it weird that a person, okay, but when you look logistically at the story, it makes more sense that it's trying to copy this older story, or at least hint at it, because when you think about the logistics, it doesn't make sense. It says his hands and his feet were bound. Well, how's he walking out of the tomb when his hands or feet are bound? How did he even get up? How did he walk out? And his face was still wrapped. How did he get there? How's he doing it?
Yeah. Logistically, it's hard to picture. How does this work? Heracles and Jesus' restoration of the mortal points to their own coming translation to divine status. This is also interesting, how they're predicting the deification or the translation into becoming divine. Both Jesus and Heracles, it's predicted in the narratives, right? It is typical of myth to be structured that a particular episode functions as a miniature of the larger entire myth. Both Heracles and Jesus are referred to as saviors, forms of the same Greek word, in fact, used of each. I don't know if you know the Greek here, but I don't. I need to learn it, though.
I can hardly read it here, but it looks like Sotero. Okay, man, it's too small to read from here. But
yeah,
unfortunately, I think my Greek is rusty enough that even if I could read it correctly, I wouldn't know the definition right offhand. That's what happens when you're an Old Testament guy.
Yeah, no, you're good. Look at the Greek word here, though. Just look at visually look at the similarity. And I imagine this is savior or something like that, because it's what he was just saying. Here's the other Greek word, right? So see if I can fit both in there. Yeah. So you got this.
Soter.
And this.
Yeah. That's the root
very,
of,
very close.
Soteriology and sozo. Sozoi there, but It is interesting that the language that he's suggesting is in this Alcestis myth is actually pretty common language in the book of John.
Yeah. I mean, John seems to be the most Greco-Roman, maybe that and Luke, right? But John seems to be targeting a broader audience. The connections are more explicit in John, and it is standard in biblical commentary to draw parallels between Christ's restoration of life to Lazarus and his own coming resurrection. Thompson offers a succinct equation, quote, Jesus who raises Lazarus from the dead and is himself the resurrection and life, end quote. Culpeper notes both correspondences among additional details. Quote, Lazarus' tomb and grave wrappings and the anointing of Jesus point ahead to Jesus' death, royal burial, and resurrection, end quote. As well as the larger parallels. Quote, the raising of Lazarus is the final offense which sets in motion the plot to kill Jesus, and he was well aware that it would be. Jesus actually lays down his life for a friend by returning to bring life to Lazarus, end quote. Some commentators see parallels in the 4 days Lazarus has been in his tomb and 3 days between Jesus' own death and resurrection. 1 Corinthians is brought up there too. The Alcestis features the 3 days of death motif in the 3 days the title character must remain silent, of which Parker notes, quote, the standard magic number, end quote. Brown also calls our attention. Let me scroll down here, Brown also calls our attention to the fact that Jesus' head is wrapped in a separate bandage when he has been resurrected, as was Lazarus. That's interesting too, because only in John's gospel is Jesus' face wrapped in a separate wrap for his head.
Yep.
You don't get that. You get like one in Mark, Matthew. It's just like, it's like one cloth, right? So that's interesting. While the Alcestis makes no specific reference to Heracles' own translation, occasional oblique references may do so. Parker well captures the overall tone. Quote, now by bringing her back, Heracles has become his one and only savior, end quote. Heracles' retrieval of Alcestis from the underworld has enough motifs in common with John's depiction of Christ resurrecting Lazarus that he should regard them as interrelated in either of two ways. They are separate instances of the same genre of myth, which we might designate the Son of God in the midst of his own heroic trials resurrects a mortal to whom he was tied by hospitality, prefiguring his own coming translation to divine status. So that's a genre. I love how he gets like, this seems to be a genre of myth, right? Either there's one or two ways you would designate this. But how separate ultimately are the two narratives? We should also consider an instance of diffusion that the John tradition has encountered the ancient Greek myth of Alcestis. Let us first adduce the narrative of Jairus' daughter.
Well, there's an interesting point that I don't think Louden fleshed out very well there, but he did mention it briefly. Maybe he assumed that we would know what he's talking about. But so this idea in the Greek narrative that there's some linguistic link to he used the word soter and also sozo. These are root words that refer to like being saving or being a savior or a rescuing,
right?
And so we kind of feel the same thing in the Gospel of John when he's telling the story, because it talks about how this man is showing signs so that everyone would believe in him.
Right.
We definitely painting this picture of Jesus being this savior figure. How ironic is it that the story that is paralleling them is using similar verbiage?
It's interesting because I don't think that people doubt the belief of Asclepius or Heracles, and you do see this lack of belief in John, right? That's where scholars like this come in, where I think in that episode, particularly the episode we were talking about with, where's it at? No, not this. Well, yeah, you could go to that too. This goes deep into it. Dennis MacDonald's Dionysian Gospel, but it's this book, John a Storyteller. Because in this book, let me go to something interesting. Long story short, he makes a clear connection to saying he thinks John might be inspired somehow by the tragedy of Euripides' Bacchae. So
Right.
Euripides is the one who writes this Alcestis, but he also writes this one about Dionysus. What is one of the common threads and themes? Dionysus is not believed to be the son of Zeus, and that his mother, Semele, had sexual intercourse with another mortal man and then said that Zeus impregnated her, which they're claiming is a lie, and it's their own family members. So, like, Jesus came to his own, John chapter 1, but his own.
It's a common theme, too. Prior to Jesus, this theme actually shows up elsewhere. It's also in Enoch when it refers to the birth of Melchizedek.
Exactly. See, it says right here, John 18:19, the myth of Dionysus, 139. So let's see if I can't find the section. 139. Keep that in mind. This internet's trying to catch up. I think I have so many tabs open, dude.
Hopefully your computer has enough memory you can keep up with that.
Yeah. 139. Let's get it. I'm trying, dude. This is so many books here. I came with all sorts of stuff. I didn't know where I was going today. There's just too much. Okay, here we go. John, a storyteller. Oh, here it is. John 18. So we now turn to the text, John 18 through 19, which is in the same book of John, right? And the Bacchae. Yeah, I got it pulled up. Let me zoom in. There are essentially three interesting points of comparison, one from each act of John's dramatic passion narrative. In Act 1 of John 18 through 19, I shall be looking at the parallels and differences between the arrest and binding of Jesus in John 18, 12 through 27, and the arrest and binding of Dionysus in Bacchae. Dude, I swear John is playing around with Euripides, man. I'm not kidding. Like, if you read this guy's book, and he's gentler, right? He doesn't want to go over the top and do the parallels, like, as if they're genetic, but he makes a damn good case to make you think something's going on, right? And I got accused of using similar, like, narrative structure in a video where IP was critiquing me with him and Eric Manning. And I'm like, I went and looked up the words that this guy uses. Like, you got a problem? Argue with a Ph.D., dude. Mark W.G. Stibe, okay? The same deep structure that generated tragic stories in ancient Athens. Like, he is showing John is working under the same kind of tragedian narrative structures we find in Euripides, in Oedipus, and all these ancient myths. And in this passion narrative of John 18 through 19. Now, I extend it beyond and think there's much more going on in the totality of John's gospel, because John chapter 2 has him turning water into wine, a common myth of Dionysus that would have been understood.
Well, and that too, using common motifs was normal. And I think when people hear us talk about it, they might say that, like, well, we're just drawing parallels, because they're similar. But in the ancient world, like, you would use common motifs. And a good example of this, I had an Old Testament professor that wrote a commentary on the book of Joshua and some other Old Testament texts, and paralleled some of the themes to what you see in Disney movies.
Right.
So the way that they romanticize certain characters. And then it turns out that, the very similar themes that you find in your common Disney movies, like the underdog always winning, or this idea of trying to find your lover is from an outside group. You're not supposed to be with this person. It's funny that humanity, we cling on to these themes, so it's no wonder obviously they're going to show up in our stories, but they typically show up most in stories that are, like, mythologized.
Bingo. 100%. Two things. So I'd love to, this is the problem. When we find these tropes, these parallels that are showing up in these narratives, what happens is, and has been going on for a long time now, is the apologist will use the Titanic analogy. You've probably come across that, I imagine. Have you ever had a caller do that with you?
Not yet, but I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
It's such nonsense, though, because when you look at it, they'll go, oh, the novel, The Futility, again, 14 years before the Titanic. It's a fiction, and it's eerily similar. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of overlap. There are coincidental parallels that do happen to be there. There are a lot of differences as well, again. But you look at it and you go, well, who's this author? And he's writing from real world experience and knowledge of boats and all this kind of stuff about a ship that sinks in a fictional novel. But if you read about historically around this time that he lived, He lived on a boat for practically 40 years of his early life. Many ships, and I'm talking about great ships, not just boats, like a little boat, ships sank all across the Atlantic Ocean in his lifetime. He writes this novel that has his ship, an unsinkable ship. By the way, that was a well-common like legend and myth at the time that they were building unsinkable ships decades prior to the Titanic. And then the Titanic comes and sinks. Well, a lot of people were wondering what happened. So there's a way to easily explain why his novel has what it has, even though there are some really eerie coincidences between them, right? And they go, see, Derek, this is the problem. You look at the Gospels, you look at these statements of divine births, you look at the resurrected ascending heroes to heaven, you look at the guy walking on water or healing the blind or raising the dead, you look at all these guys and you go, legend, myth, fiction. You're doing, what's wrong is you're saying that the Titanic must be fiction because it has so many parallels with the earlier fictional novel of the Titan. And I'm saying, no, give me a story that you accept. I want to reverse this. Give me a story that is non-Judeo-Christian that you accept of a divine man who's birthed by a god, an immortal woman, that resurrects from the dead, that ascends to heaven, that is literally doing all these miraculous, wild feats you would not accept outside of your faith tradition. Give me those. Then here's the problem with this claim that he makes. I can anchor why that novel would have done what it did to history, even though it's fiction. When you go to try and anchor your guy being birthed of a god who does all these miraculous feats and then it floats up in a cloud where Romulus also does and endless other figures, we could go and having deifications, Mount Olympus, look at Heracles, right? Where he ascends after the thunderbolt strikes Asclepius. He goes to heaven, like their ascensions. And they even rewrite Moses' death into an ascension. Josephus does not have him die. Him and Philo of Alexandria have him ascend. So why anchor your dude into history? You can't, because every example you discredit is mythology or legend and you don't accept. It's just, it's shows special pleading is what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't
Absolutely. And the difference too between the Titanic versus the Bible mythology situation is that the events of the Titanic actually post-dated the actual novel, and we know that the novel was fiction. Whereas in the Bible, we've got what we would classify largely mythology, that is predating the events and postdating the events. Everything seems to be anchored in actual mythology. You can't find a physical link to actual history in there somewhere. It's just a lot of loose ends.
Well, that's, I guess I'm getting at is like Jesus with the birth narratives, the ascension, the post-resurrection appearances. Every example you can find outside of this text, these texts we call the New Testament, that correlate to that kind of behavior in literature, all anchor themselves to folktale or folklore, legend, or mythology. You do not have any historical ones that you grant outside of your bubble. Whereas we can explain the Titanic quite easily, and you can go down there. I think you should probably use a submarine of some sort and not the recent little thing that the incident took.
Yeah, what they call that thing again? Oh my gosh.
It had the word Titan in it, I thought, or something. Wasn't it like something Titan?
Yeah, it's still hard to believe they let that thing go down in the water and implode.
That was real sad, unfortunate. But you can go down and see it deteriorating at the bottom of the ocean floor right now. And I actually made the last video I did on the Walks Like a Duck I sent you. It's like, I was thinking, okay, maybe if you had a fictional story with a boat that sank with 2,500 members on board and they all died for 3 days at the bottom of the ocean, and 3 days later they ascend, and then 14 years later we have the Titanic, and then we have like, my point is like, as soon as you start invoking that miraculous area, you like, notice the double standard. Justin Martyr would not have made this argument. He would have been like, okay, I I know that they had virgin births. I know their guys ascended to heaven. I know
Right.
their guys rose from the dead. I know their guys were doing all the stuff that Jesus did. Well, then how do I make Jesus better? Ah, my guy's moral.
Right. It's a
Your
better
guys are,
philosophy.
yeah, that's what he did. And then when they had parallels, he just said, well, they knew the prophecies of Jesus, and therefore they just demonically imitated them
Right.
long before Christ.
Well, he even accused the Jews of removing the apocryphal books of the Bible. He was so many conspiracies that you have to believe to be in Justin Martyr's world, that like the apocryphal books had prophecies about Jesus, and the Jews were trying to remove them from the canon so that you wouldn't believe in Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
But
Makes sense.
he Justin Martyr wants to believe that there is like this cosmic battle, and like the devil is causing the Jewish people to do things, and like the actual God is like in battle with this devil figure, which is, it's a wild concept to me, how they've really, Christianity took this concept of the devil and made everything about the devil. Everything's now about him.
It's wild, bro. If I may, can I have you read and me run to the restroom real quick?
Yeah, go for it, bud.
All right, I gotta leak the snake here.
I totally get it.
I think this. I just want to make sure this is it. Yeah, this is it. So I think we're like, yeah. So he's talking about the sub themes, right? The problem is you got to read this, and you have no way of scrolling it. I wish I could give you permissions. I don't know how to give you permissions to scroll this thing. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I have authority for that yet.
I don't know. Can you read that, or is that too? Or do
I
you
can
want to just
actually-
entertain people and I'll come right back? I don't care.
Yeah. We'll read the text together. I got lots of entertainment. Listen, guys, while we're on mythology and parallelomania, things like that, let's talk a little bit about. There's a narrative from ancient Sumer that almost nobody talks about, but it's a wonderful parallel to the tower account. And so I'll read a little snippet from it. It's really interesting. Everyone thinks that the Tower of Babel is just a polemic against Babylon, and certainly it is, but it also happens to be ripping off of another ancient Sumerian myth. And it's kind of broken, unfortunately. But it starts out in the second tablet. Well, the first tablet puts it in Babylon. It says, Babylon, corruptedly to sin, went, small and great mingled on the mound. Babylon, corruptly to sin, went, small and great, and mingled on the mound. So the narrative actually opens with these Babylonians that are they're all sinful. They're doing terrible things, right? It says, the king of the unholy mound in front of Anu. Anu is the high sky god in ancient Babylon. Lifted up the good god, his father. And then, unfortunately, the tablet is a little bit broken, and we miss some of the story, which is terrible, right? But it picks up later in the tablet, and it says the gods are angry again, right? It says his anger also, the secret counsel he poured out and scattered abroad, his face he set against them. And he gave a command to make strange their speech, and his progress he impeded. Really interesting here in the narrative that we've got this picture of the Babylonians, building this large mound, and that they're acting wickedly. And the god has said, we can't have it. And they're angry. So they scatter the people abroad, and then they impede the progress of the mound, and so on and so forth. And so that's the Sumerian parallel of the tower story that we see in the book of Genesis. For anyone who's interested in it, I think there's only 3 tablets that we have extant, and you can find a translation by Chad W. Boscawen, or Boscawen. There we go. We'll see if we can get that right. But welcome back.
Dude, thank you for that. I owe you big time again. Ladies and gentlemen, like if I ever share a Justin video, be sure to go subscribe and check him out. But also, he'll probably have me on it sometime. I'm sure there's
Sure.
There's going to come a moment, man. We have so much in common, and like we're like 2 peas in the same pod and doing different things. Where like you are super focused on ancient Near East and like the Hebrew Bible and that stuff, whereas I'm like big into this Greek stuff and looking at like New Testament. And don't get me, we have overlap clearly. know a bit about both. My wife, my wife's watching the live. She's like, "Don't be talking about your snake on live. That's my snake you're talking about. What did you do? Pull your neck?" Now she's looking at me. What did you do? Pull your neck when you had to leak your long snake? Oh my God.
And the stream just turned R-rated, guys.
It's R-rated, ladies and gentlemen.
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Yes, honey. Thank you.
Oh man.
I
it wasn't talking to you, was it? Because then you've got a problem.
No talking. The snake did not talk. I need to blow something up for you to see. This is a really interesting thing right here. Richard Miller wrote me while we've been streaming. This is what I love about being connected to scholars, because then they'll watch out. They'll be hanging out in the streams and be watching stuff. And like Rick Miller brought up something interesting. You know how I'm sure you've ran across this. The apologists talk about them being the memoirs of the apostles, right?
Yeah.
Well, they use that argument to argue that these are historical eyewitness testimony accounts. That's what memoirs means, right? Like, this is what happened, right?
Yeah. Funny, we got lots of memoirs that are not real history from the ancient world.
I was just about to say he found an interesting account around the period that term is used in another account here. I'm waiting for it to I was going to blow it up here so people could actually see it, but I can just zoom in probably. Bear with me. Yeah, there we go. I'll just share my screen.
Yeah, what's the name of the memoir?
This one in particular, where's my, hold on. Sorry, I'm over here trying to find there we go. Can I zoom in? Won't let me do that. All right, fine. Let me share it. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is Doctrines of the Christians and Greeks Respecting God Compared, chapter 21. I don't know what source he gave me here. Can you see?
It's not on the screen yet.
What about now? No?
No, not yet.
Shit. I don't know if it...
Sometimes when you are presenting, I think on StreamYard, when you're presenting something, before you can present something new, you have to unpresent the first thing.
Well, I don't see it even available now. It says the browser can't access your screen. Try capturing a different screen to see if this continues. I hope that StreamYard didn't like bonk out on me or whatever.
Yeah, StreamYard finally got himself cooked.
I got a lot of tabs open. I'm not going to lie. This is pretty heavy stuff. I've got all sorts of stuff here open.
You're going to get an out of memory warning pretty soon.
That's probably it. I mean, I'm probably running it into the ground. Let's try it again with entire screen. Nothing.
Oh, dang.
Jeez. Okay.
It's the devil.
Well, it's Satan for sure.
Yep.
He doesn't want you to know about these memoirs. I'll read it to you. How about that? Just
yeah, let's have it.
Okay. We do not act as fools, O Greeks, nor utter idle tales when we announce that God was born in the form of a man. I call on you to reproach us to compare your mythical accounts with our narrations. Athene, as they say, took the form of Deiphobus for the sake of Hector, and the unshorn Phoebus for the sake of Admetus, fed the trailing-footed oxen, and the spouse us came as an old woman to Semele. But while you treat seriously such things, how can you deride us? Your Asclepius died, and he who ravished 50 virgins in one night at the Thespi lost his life by delivering himself to the devouring flame. Prometheus, fastened to Caucasus, suffered punishment for his good deeds to men. According to you, Zeus is envious and hides the dream from men, wishing their destruction. Wherefore, looking at your own memorials, vouchsafe us your approval. The memoirs of the apostles? Get out of my face with this making any literal historical kind of, come on. Like, these are their memoirs. I wish I had this source off the top of my head here. Let me see if I can't.
That actually brings up a good point, because ancient memoirs typically, I know there are some, but typically they weren't anonymous. That's kind of the default presupposition of a memoir, is that a memoir comes from an individual that was known. That's the point of a memoir. So the Gospels they certainly couldn't have been classified as a memoir the way that people think that they're classified as a memoir.
Exactly. He says, Tatian, this is Dr. Miller. Well, let me finish after the memoirs. It's almost done. So he says, wherefore, looking at your own memorials, vouchsafe us your approval, though it were only as deal in legends similar to your own. We, however, do not deal in folly, but your legends are only idle tales. If you speak of the origin of the gods, you also declare them to be mortal. For what reason is Hera now never pregnant? Has she grown old, or is there no one to give you information? Believe me now, O Greeks, and do not resolve your myths and gods into allegory. If you attempt to do this, the divine nature as held by you is overthrown by your own selves. For if the demons with you are such as they are said to be, they are worthless as to character, or if regarded as symbols of the powers of nature, they are not what they are called. But I cannot be persuaded to pay religious homage to the natural elements, nor can I undertake. Anyway, it goes on and on into a different spinoff. So this is what Miller says. Tatian was Justin Martyr's top student. Describes the legends of the Greeks using the same Greek term Justin used, that Manning, Bacchum, now this is Eric Manning online, the guys who were into the undesigned coincidence stuff, and Lydia McGrew and all of them. So Justin used that Manning, Richard Bacchum, and other faith-based, I'm not going to use the terms, translate as memoirs, as though implying historical veracity or credibility. Differently translated in the Christian translation above as memorials, that is the tendency Christian translators heighten translate so as to exaggerate or even obscure the ancient text biased toward their own faith system. So, look, I'm glad I got some gangsters up in my, you know what I'm saying?
Some of the, they don't get read very often, but some of the early proponents of, not proponents, the opponents of Christianity were really on the money. Like, if you read the writings of Celsus and others, like, they're saying the stuff out loud that I think a lot of people are thinking, like the fact that Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, the fact that it's weird that we've got this woman that was knocked up without an actual husband.
Right.
Jesus just goes missing for most of his, like half of his life.
Or even his body was stolen. I mean,
yeah.
What I find interesting, and I wish we found more evidence of, Celsus is not, when he's critiquing the Gospels and the Christian movement, he's not relying everything all on his own. He's actually dependent on Jewish groups that are like looking at it and going, he didn't fulfill this. The Messiah is supposed to do, in our episode the other night, covered what the Messiah was expected to do. That was their critique. Right. So it's no wonder that a suffering demigod who dies and gets translated matches better the Greco-Roman world and actually got adopted as a religion by the Greco-Roman world than to go into the Jewish world. It doesn't fit.
And listen to what we have. This is one of my favorite quotes from Celsus. It says, let us grant that, referring to the miracles of Jesus, so let us grant that these things were performed by you, but they are common with the works of enchanters who promise to effect more wonderful deeds than these, and also with what those who have been taught by the Egyptians to perform in the middle of the forum, so on and so forth. So Celsus is like saying, listen, I could be charitable and say, yeah, maybe Jesus did, your stories of miracles, maybe they did come true, but guess what? There's a bunch of them. This common, everyone, we've seen this before. This is not new.
Right. Exactly. That was a slander, I think, because the way that the Egyptians were viewed is like into dark magic and all this kind of stuff, like superstitious on a different level. And here are Christians acting that way as well. But then he pulls the Asclepius card and points out, like, guys, you claim you have eyewitnesses. And this is the sad part. The unfortunate part is Origen's making his criticism almost a century later
Right.
There's no way that he can respond to Origen's criticisms. Imagine if Origen was around at the time that Celsus, however you want to pronounce his name, wrote his critique, and then Origen tried to engage him. He couldn't pull this. There's no eyewitnesses around because Celsus is claiming Asclepius worshippers in his day believed they were seeing, So, like, what do you do with these phenomena? That's pretty obvious to me. So.
And it seems to be that Celsus is engaging with even pretty deeply with some of the mythology around Jesus, and possibly even some of the early textual witnesses. Because at one point he says, I think you've mentioned this, and I've seen it before when people are talking about in the Gospel of Mark, there's this hidden Messiah narrative, right? Jesus doesn't want people to know who he is, right? Well, Celsus points this out. He says, if Christ wished to be concealed, why was a voice heard from heaven proclaiming him to be the Son of God?
Right. That would be Matthew, because Mark doesn't say it. By the way, everybody go subscribe to my bro here, Justin. If you haven't already, you really should, because he's doing big things. Listen, if you get a kick at the end of the day and you need just to watch and be entertained, he has these callers call in. Oh my gosh. It's entertaining. I'll say that much. It's entertaining. I could not do his job. I promise you that. You couldn't pay me enough to do what you do. But anyway, your point is a really, really good one. Matthew's gospel has the oration of God saying it loud. In Mark, when you carefully read Mark,
it's the demons.
God tells Jesus directly at the baptism. He only tells Jesus, he says, you are my son, in you I'm well pleased. No one else hears it. But in Matthew, this is my son, in whom I'm well pleased. Listen to him. So that tells me that he's at least working with Matthew, or potentially one of the other gospels other than just Mark.
Right. Yep. That's a good point.
Yeah. But yeah, like he's hiding it, but then they're not hiding it. So it just depends on what gospel you're going to and what he's trying to do. He doesn't.
Because now I'm trying to remember the story. Let's go to Mark chapter 1. Yeah. Right. His baptism, because Mark, it's funny how his baptism is differently told between the gospels. Like in John, immediately after his baptism, he's calling the disciples, but in the other gospels, he goes out to the wilderness for 40 days and calls the disciples. But of course, obviously he called all the disciples twice. But in in Mark chapter 1, it says, in those days, Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in the Jordan. And just as he was coming up out of the water, he saw that the heavens torn apart and a spirit descending like a dove upon him. And a voice came from the heavens saying, you are my son, the beloved, with you I am well pleased. But don't tell anyone, guys. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone about me.
Right. The question I have is, did they all see it, or is it saying Jesus saw the heavens open up?
Well, see, it doesn't really say, right? It just says, just as he was coming up out of the water, he saw the heavens open up, meaning Jesus saw the heavens open up, it seems, right?
Right. Yeah, that's why I wondered. I don't think that anyone else knows. You, the reader, know, but I don't think everyone else knows.
Because it's addressing Jesus too, right? The voice, it says, you are my son, with you I am well pleased.
Yep.
So it reads as though the heavens are opened up, but God is having a private conversation with Jesus, which makes the logistics weird. Is Jesus just having a vision?
I think that could easily be what you could interpret this as, because it's clear Jesus is the one who sees the heavens open up. No one else around them seems to see it, and no one else around them seems to hear it. But then turn to Matthew and read Matthew. This is
are we in is that chapter 3 or 4? Where are we? Baptism in
That's
Matthew.
That's a great question. Let me find it.
I think it's in chapter 3, right?
Magi,
chapter 3.
Yeah, 3. So it says, in those, I should be sharing my screen. I don't know why I'm doing this.
You broke it. The devil broke your screen sharing, remember?
It did it again? Oh, no,
it's
no,
not
no.
Up.
It's back.
There we go.
Okay, cool. I should be, actually, guys, let me do this shameless plug for my bro here. crossbible.com. You got to go to Stephen Nelson's website for Bible stuff. He can get you interlinear, the Hebrew next to the Greek, next to the English, he can do all that. I'm gonna just show this here real quick before I hang up. This is the Metamorphosis Ovid, the Phaeton myth that the beheading of John seems to have imitation of. Argonauts of the Desert. If you haven't got this book, it's a very interesting book that goes through so many myths that are similar to the Bible. Whether you think they're genetic or not, this is an absolute must. And it goes through everything from Genesis all the way to the end of the Hebrew Bible. I don't know if he gets into the New Testament, but you got to get this book. Of course, there's what's this? Oh, this is Dennis MacDonald's synopsis of epic tragedy in the Gospels, and I was going into this where he's critiquing M. David Litwa and stuff. I was going to use that for a video. I'm closing tabs. That's why I'm doing this, to show you stuff. This is the one I wanted to get into with you, dude. This is like holy freaking smokes. And who's the character? Still in Mark. Heracles. He's facing a cave dragon, Cacus, from Virgil's Aeneid. Ulysses. This one right here proves that Josephus is imitating Homer in his own biography, as well as wars and in antiquities. So, bro, freaking so much stuff. All right, back to this. Where were we at? I had to close at least a couple.
Oh, wait, Matthew 3, right?
Yeah, Matthew 3. If you want to read it, I'm just pulling it up now for viewers.
Yeah, 3:13.
3:13?
Yeah.
You'll see how it's different from Mark 1. Or yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Then Jesus came from Galilee to John at the Jordan to be baptized by him. John would have prevented him, saying, I need to be baptized by you, but you came to me. But Jesus answered him, let it be so now, for it is proper for us in this way to fulfill all righteousness. Then he consented. And when Jesus had been baptized, just as he came up out of the water, suddenly the heavens were opened to him. And he saw God's Spirit descending like a dove and aligning on him. And a voice from the heavens said, this is my son, the beloved, with whom I am well pleased. But, I have a question.
Yeah.
If in Mark, because it reads similar here, right?
Yeah.
If the voice in heaven was just between Jesus and the Father,
yep.
How did no one know that it happened?
I mean, of course, you and me would know that that's the point. It's an omniscient author, unless someone said, this. I could see apologists going, well, what happened was Jesus told them during his ministry that when he got baptized the other day, this is what happened. But in Matthew, again, looking back at that, it's kind of doing a mix up, right? He went up out of the water. At that moment, heaven was opened, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove. And so the question is this still, he seeing the heavens open only, and he saw the Spirit of dove? But then the way the phrase here, this is my son. So if I were to open up the other tab and show Mark, I don't know how to run his thing here, but let me see.
I'm going to look it up in Luke too. I'm curious what Luke says about it.
Yeah, I was trying to get a side-by-side with Mark. I'm not sure how to run Stephen's website yet very well, but he could do side-by-side. It says, you are my son, like he's directly talking to Jesus. In this, it's like, this is my son, in whom I'm well pleased. Let's see, what does Luke look like?
Yeah, let me see if there's a baptism narrative in Luke. I'm pretty sure there is.
Oh, there is a side-by-side. Let's see. Oh, this is two different versions.
I don't know if Luke includes that statement. Luke has that statement at the transfiguration, but I don't think it's included in the baptism narrative.
Where's the baptism narrative? What chapter?
I'm trying to find it right now.
I think it would be in 3, right?
You would think so.
Because it's
Luke chapter 3. Yep.
Okay.
Verse 21 starting. When all the people were being baptized, Jesus was baptized too. And as he was praying, heaven was opened, and the Spirit descended upon him in bodily form like a dove. And a voice from heaven came saying, you are my son, whom I love. With you I'm well pleased. So Luke is picturing it like, hey, it was a big whole to do.
Right. I just know that it keeps growing, and what happens with John in each of these is even more hilarious, because by the time you get to John, it's like he doesn't even need to be baptized by John, but he does it anyways, and it's clearly not for the forgiveness of sins, and he does, you know what I mean? Like, they're trying to protect him big time in terms of the growing tradition that seems to appear here.
John's got a whole theology built into his baptism. Right. In fact, he says he sees it. And John, it says, then John gave this testimony. If you ever wondered who's writing it, it's not John the Baptist, but it collects his memory. It says that John gave this testimony. I saw the Spirit come down from heaven as a dove and remain on him. And I myself did not know him, but the one who sent me to baptize him with water told me, the man whom you see the Spirit come down and remain is the one whom will baptize with the Holy Spirit. So in John, it seems to be like John is at least witnessing the whole, whole charade.
Did I show you the screenshot about the Dosithios guy?
I don't think so.
So I'm looking this up because I saw an interesting interview yesterday on Alex O'Connor's channel about John the Baptist. Well, there's a 3rd century Origen wrote in his commentary on John. Let me pull up the image for you so you can see. This is really cool evidence to show you like what was even going on in the 3rd century with some of these church fathers about this character. I hope it'll let me keep sharing the screen because the devil sometimes. Hold on. Is it working? No. It's giving me, it's struggling, man. Let me do it like this. I'm going to add a media insert here and overlay. Mm-hmm. Oh, here it is. Check this out.
Boom. Okay, we got it.
You see it? I can't see it. Okay, there it is.
I can see it. Yep.
Read that if you would for our audience.
Yeah, it says, we must also encounter the statement, when he comes, he will tell us all things. Did the Samaritan woman say this from tradition or from the law? We must not fail to remark, however, that just as Jesus arose from among the Jews, not only saying that he was Christ, but also demonstrating it, so also a certain Dosithios, I didn't say that right, Dosithios, there we go, arose from among the Samaritans and declared that he himself was the Christ who had been prophesied. To this day, there are Dosithians derived from him who bring forward books of Dosithios and certain stories about him describing how he did not taste death, but is alive somewhere. But this is enough on the literal sense. I love it.
So he is commentating in the 3rd century. There are these Dosithians from this guy who was around at the time of Jesus in the 1st century named Dosithios. He was a Samaritan Christ figure, a messianic Samaritan Christ figure. And the Dosithians in the 3rd century said he didn't taste death. He didn't die. He's still alive. Well, reminds you of Nero, reminds you of like all these different wild ass things that were going on.
Listen, anyway. The resurrection of Dosithios, the resurrection of Nero, the resurrection of Julius Caesar, these are all myths. The only true resurrection is of Jesus Christ. And it's true because he said so.
Well, of course. We believe that. I feel like I need to finish, if it'll allow me. Yes, it will. I'm going to close out here. Subscribe to Justin, ladies and gentlemen, please. I'm going to try and finish this part here real quick. So we were talking about this subs. He said there's like 2 ways we could deal with this particular Alcestis story from Euripides and John's Lazarus story. The Son of God, in the midst of his own heroic trials, resurrects a mortal to whom he was tied by hospitality, prefiguring his own coming translation to divine status. But how separate ultimately are the 2 narratives? We should also consider an instance of diffusion that the John tradition has encountered the ancient Greek myth of Alcestis. Let us first adduce the narrative of Jairus' daughter in Matthew 9 and Mark 5, Luke 8, which has several motifs in common with John's account of Lazarus. Could they serve as source material for John 11 through 12:8? Here Jesus, the man who had a legion of demons just dispossessed, is approached by the president of a synagogue who begs him to save his dying daughter. Followed by a crowd as Jesus proceeds to the house, a long ill woman touches his clothes and is instantly healed, though Jesus did not consciously heal her. Reaching the house, he finds it full of mourners and wailing, inside with Peter, John, James, Jairus, and his wife. When Jesus declares she is not dead but asleep, they laugh at him. Of the 12 corresponding motifs we have traced between the Alcestis and John 11 through 12, The Jarish narratives contain 4 implicitly, 5, 10, and 12. So those are the 4 different, I guess, examples. However, the following motifs common to the Alcestis and John are not present in the Jarish narratives: 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So if you're wondering what he's doing here, now that I've realized, I'm just going to highlight so I know where I'm at. He has subdivided these bold are each examples. There's 12 of them that he thinks parallel between Heracles, Alcestis, and Lazarus and whatnot. So he's saying that only 4 of these can be parallel to the earlier synoptics, but these 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9, those parallel Alcestis and don't actually have connections to the synoptics, is what it seems like he's doing. 1, number 11, is partially present. The daughter remains silent, but her face is not shrouded, because the Jarish narratives lack all the motifs that most closely link the Alcestis and the Lazarus myth. Everything having to do with hospitality, the leisurely pace, Heracles's and Christ's personal ties with the deceased, and the bitterness temporarily projected against them. It does not seem reasonable to see them as a key source for John's Lazarus. However, they may still serve as some sort of indirect, intermediate, or transitional source between the Alcestis and John's Lazarus, because they share one feature with the Alcestis we have not mentioned. The deceased is the same gender as in the Alcestis. Interesting. Also, the narratives are part of the series of miraculous healing stories, rather like the position of Alcestis within Heracles' labors. We should note Mark 5:35 depicts the Christ as overhearing the message relayed to Jairus that his daughter has died, which broadly corresponds to the servant informing Heracles that it is Alcestis whom the house mourns. Furthermore, Mark 5:41, which quotes what Jesus says to the daughter in Aramaic, emphasizes that he speaks in a different language and can perhaps be seen to correspond to Heracles' off-key singing, about which the servant complains. Thus, the Jarish narratives may reflect some influence of Euripides' play. The Lazarus episode is missing from all the synoptic gospels. It's Martha and Mary elsewhere, mentioned only at Luke 10:38 through 42, though it is not certain that these are in fact the same individuals. Only in John does the episode prompt the Pharisees to have Christ slain, a similar tension to that in Heracles rescuing Alcestis during his 12 labors. As a result, some scholars have argued that the Lazarus tale may have originally existed in an independent form. Brown, and then, I don't know, this giving you the source. The New Testament elsewhere openly draws on works of Greek literature. Paul, for instance, does so at least twice in his letters. 1 Corinthians 15:33, quote, "Evil communications corrupt good manners," end quote. Menander, Thias, hope I'm saying that right. And then Titus 1:12, "The Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies," end quote. Epimenides. The book of Acts also does so at least once in Acts 17:28, "For we are also his offspring, Aratus." The considerable number of parallels, some quite specific, present us with likelihood that the myth of Alcestis serves as a source of John's account of Lazarus, which depicts Christ in ways the other Gospels do not. In the complex backstory of Euripides' play, the figure of Asclepius provides the prompt for the entire plot. Zeus had him slain for bringing a mortal back to life. Here we may have the clinching link between the two works. In a highly specific, perhaps otherwise unique motif, the miraculous healers, Asclepius and Christ, are both put to death precisely because they have brought a mortal back to life. The Gospel of John is thus not only using the Alcestis, but also like Euripides' play, may look through it to the example of Asclepius. So this is interesting, because in John, Jesus is put to death for resurrecting a man from the dead. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Asclepius gets killed by God for raising Hippolytus back from the dead. And here, Jesus, according to the Gospel of John, is that the Jews want him dead for raising a man from the dead.
Which is like such a strange thing to be concerned with. It seems like the Gospel of John is manufacturing a problem where there normally wouldn't be a problem to align with the story.
Wow. That I could go on and on. I'm worried. How much more does he have? This is super good though. Hold on. Let's see how much more. So we
So
don't.
I think I was looking through some of my books. I think that one of the reference he's referring to is Raymond Brown. Raymond Brown wrote the commentaries on John for the Yale Anchor Bible series.
Right.
So I think I've got a copy of it somewhere. I'm gonna have to go back and read Raymond Brown stuff now to see, because it must be good if Loudon's pulling from Raymond Brown.
Oh, without a doubt. Raymond Brown's fun too. He's got some great stuff. We quoted a lot of him when it came to the birth narratives too, because he covers the myth of the births and stuff. I don't have a lot left here. It might be worth finishing off if that's cool in this section.
Yeah.
This is the problem, right? Like this long of going on the stream, this is just one chapter of this entire book. And I have like 9 different books pulled up. And I'm thinking to myself, geez, like, all right, so let's just finish. Not only is Euripides' play more than 5 centuries older, 438 BCE, than the Gospel of John, the myth is well known beyond Euripides, well before his version. The Iliad demonstrates awareness of the larger myth in its several references to Eumelos, Admetus' son, and his fabulous horses. Eumelos has such splendid horses because of Apollo's divine tendance. This presupposes a version of the myth in circulation several centuries before Euripides' retelling. Hesiod, in the Catalogue of Women, recounts some of the story of Apollo being sentenced to work for Admetus. Thus, the 2 authors who constitute the bedrock of the Greek educational system for centuries guarantee broad familiarity with some version of the myth throughout the Greek-speaking world. The early Greek tragedian Phrynichus also wrote an Alcestis, which, though not extant in our time zone, would have been several decades earlier than Euripides. Eucyllus, twice alludes to particulars of the myth in his extant works, Suppliants 2:14 and Eumenides 7:23-28. Plato's Symposium makes prominent use of a slight variant of the myth in Phaedrus' speech, 179b. These multiple allusions over a range of centuries attest to how well known the myth was, alive over several phases of Greek culture, all of which remain prominent and easily accessed in the 1st century CE. To state the obvious, Euripides' Alcestis is also written in largely the same language as John, Greek having become, since the conquest of Alexander the Great, the international language of the Mediterranean, a key language of educated Jews, as evidenced in the New Testament's own use of it. It is perhaps less often realized by modern audiences that the authors of the Gospels only know the Hebrew Bible in the Greek Septuagint. We brought that up at the beginning of the stream. The source of all New Testament citations. The Son of God restores to life a close friend who had perished, doing so at a surprisingly leisurely pace. He is criticized by associates of the deceased. He receives exemplary hospitality from the deceased household. He is deeply moved at the moment before he retrieves the deceased mortal. It was earlier prophesied that he would save the deceased mortal, though the basic motif of a special hero or healer who restores to life someone who had perished is common. Several of these other motifs are considerably more specific. Furthermore, the concatenation, I hate these words, man, of all 12 motifs noted in the preceding text is, to my knowledge, exclusive to these 2 narratives. Bro, you start getting into exclusive examples. I mean, what do you do after a while, right?
Right.
Want me to finish and then we talk about it or whatever?
Yeah.
The parallels thus suggest some form of interrelationship between the 2 myths. The likeliest explanation is that John's account of Lazarus is influenced, whether directly or indirectly, by some version of the myth of Alcestis, Euripides' account being the only complete one we have. Given how widespread the tale of Alcestis was, from the Iliad to Plato's Symposium, from Eucylus to Euripides, and given how widespread Greek language and culture was at the time, so that at the feast of The feast for Jesus at the house of Mary, Martha, and Lazarus. The guests are depicted as reclining in the Hellenistic fashion, John 12:12. Actual influence, diffusion of some sort or some form of the myth of Alcestis seems the likelier explanation. That's just one, bro. There's one in Luke 24. I think's even more powerful, and it talks about the post appearances on the Roman road or the road to Emmaus with the two disciples with Jesus. That actually has an earlier example with Athena and Telemachus in the Odyssey. There's another story before that is paralleling Phaeton and the sun god with John the Baptist's beheading and how the retelling of that story is. The other example is this Christian who wrote this one on Legion, signaling Legion, but we can get into that in a minute. I want to catch up on super chats and talk to you for a second, let you chat, because I've been reading and rambling and.
Well, I've been enjoying the literature. It's actually really interesting. This is not literature I haven't been able to read yet, so.
What do you think about that? You think he's on the right track? I mean, obviously you haven't read the other sources to know yourself, but like.
Well, I think there's a lot there because of all four of the Gospels, John is the one that is really engaging with Greco-Roman ideas. For example, he's got this idea of Jesus being the Word of God, the manifestation, the Logos, and he's pulling from Jewish works of Philo and other Greek philosophers. So, of all the Gospels, if there's a Gospel that I would expect is repurposing or utilizing Greek literature, it's John. John's the guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
when we get the other portions of John, and John has got the water into wine miracle, nobody else has it. Funny enough, it shows up in Greek literature. John's got a parallel to the story that we're just reading about Alcestis. No, the other Gospels don't really seem to have the same parallel. Wow, isn't that interesting that the one Gospel that seems to be pulling in all of these Greek ideas just happened at every chapter to be paralleling Greek literature?
It's pretty telling to me. There's so much of this. I mean, even Acts says it's hard to kick against the goads, which you get that in Euripides Bacchae, like a direct kind of statement. And I've heard explanations for this as well from apologists. Catching up on super chats real quick here. I apologize for the long wait. This was a deep dive, fam. So Doc Pluromana, thank you for the super chat, being here for a long time as a member. You got to check out Justin too if you haven't already been part of the community over there.
Doc's part of our group as well, yeah.
Is he? Okay, so Doc's been a patron for a while too, and like super sharp. Peter's raising of Tabitha in Acts is also mimetic of the Aeneid and another beloved female Dido. Intentional use of Dorcas or deer imagery is everywhere in Virgil, a wink to the reader.
That's good.
I love that kind of stuff.
That's good.
Thank you, Doc. Topic discussed. Gary, I hope I didn't miss your comment. Do you suffer with the same problem as sometimes people will super chat and
Well, I think when it's your first time super chatting, it's a really weird, it's hard to figure out how to actually do it right, and the instructions aren't clear. My first couple super chats didn't have any text either, because it's like, well, how do I have to hit next for me? And then you hit next, and you're like, oh shit, it's gone.
Well, he actually messaged me and said, I sent a super chat without a comment. I meant to say, quote, keep making the money, end quote, and then put a money bag. I think it was during the time when someone was talking about, you just want to make money.
Right?
It's like, yeah, I want to feed my family. Yeah.
Well,
I want to.
Both of us get that. We're just doing this for the money, but we could make way more money as online evangelists.
For sure.
Because we're appealing to a minority of people, whereas the evangelists are appealing to the majority of the people. The pool of supporters is much larger. Yeah,
that's true. It's a way of kind of trolling, I think, when they come in, they troll. And it's unfortunate because, it's one of those things where you want to make a living, clearly, but you're also not trying to abuse people and take their freaking money and stuff. And, you're trying to do the right thing. So clearly you're wanting to do this for ethical, moral, and good reasons and help educate and free people.
Mhm.
That's also another reason why, like, if I wanted, I'll tell you another thing, like maybe there's a stream where I might do this, but like, it depends on if I have no ideas at the moment. But like, notice how long we waited to hit super chats. If all I focused on were super chats, more people would super chat and we'd just be focusing on money. And no,
Right.
I mean, clearly, yeah, you want to provide, and I'll do anything I can to help my family to provide and take care of them and stuff. And I'm fortunate enough to have a mind and a tongue that can speak decent, at least enough to have a good show. Um, but I've worked with my hands my whole life. I was always a laborer. And I thought to myself, every time I worked construction, I was a supervisor at my last job. And they were like, you don't sound like a construction worker.
Right.
You're talking and using vocabulary we don't use. You're, you know,
Not grunting and scratching enough.
yeah, not doing all that crazy Neanderthal stuff. But yeah, but I always wanted to do this, and here I am. So, Greg Helton, thank you for the super chat. What MVP course is closest to this topic? Has Derek published? Yes, I have, actually. I'm glad you brought it up. I've got another thing that's still in the works of editing, but let me bring up one course. There's overlap if you take Robin Faith Walsh's course, but it doesn't get into the mythical kind of parallels. So if you're looking for the website link, I'll share that here in just a moment. This is the link. This is our website where we have the courses. And the course you want to take is Dennis R. MacDonald, Reading the Gospels with One Eye on Greek Poetry. And that's this gentleman right here. It's a fun, we go into several examples where it looks like the Gospels are imitating Greek poetry. And we even have a Q&A discussion kind of thing at the end of each video where we talk about what we just did and where we read the parallel examples and all of that stuff. So that's the closest one to what we're doing right now. Then there's Robin Faith Walsh, where we go through the Gospels, and she goes through Paul's letters as well. But the Gospels just points out that this is literature in that vein. This is like semi-elite type, well-crafted literature. And yep, you can get the courses there. My wife, the Queen, who was talking about my snake earlier, she greatly appreciates anyone who ever signs up for the academic courses. And so thank you for asking, Greg. Paul K, finally live. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for this stream. I'm currently reading On the Historicity of Jesus. I may be wrong, but the first official note of plagiarism was poet Marshall, 1st century AD. Marshall.
I don't know about that.
Plagiarism. I don't know about that. Yeah. I know about On the Historicity of Jesus. So if you haven't read that.
Yeah, by Carrie, right?
Yeah. It's on Audible too. If you have a hard time reading the paperback or whatever.
Oh, that's right. I forgot it's on Audible. Man, I really got to start using Audible because I listen to a lot while I'm working. I should be listening to some of these books while I'm working.
You should. There's a lot of cool stuff in that book that I think is absolutely a must read. And to know, at least,
right.
You should know what his arguments are, period. Whether you agree with them or not, I think you should know about them.
When he first started publishing, a lot of people didn't take him seriously, but now like his work I think it's moved. It shifted the tables a little bit. People are actually engaging in his material much more, not just to say, oh, he's a kook. You know what I mean? They're like legitimately academically engaging with his material now.
Well, I don't know how much engagement there is pertaining to the On the Historicity thing. I really don't. I wish I knew more. I'll tell you this. What was laughed at for a long time was Paul's letters. The 7 authentic letters those letters are authentic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now we've got a scholar that literally just published her book saying all of Paul's letters are epistolary fiction,
right?
And that Paul might be a fictional character. So for me, that's pretty shocking because if all of them are epistolary fiction, meaning they're written in the 2nd century as part of these philosophy schools, and they're not 1st century, what in the world does that do? How much does that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm planning on interviewing her I can't remember her name. I just spoke to her yesterday. DJ Frank said I took the Mark course from Dr. James Tabor. Fascinating course. I loved it, and of course I recorded all of that as well. So,
oh, you did the voice?
I recorded all of these courses. I was there in person and set up the cameras and.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah. I didn't do the voice now. Okay, so do we have time for you to check out this next one?
Yeah, let's have it.
Okay, I'll try not to go on and on and on and on and on and on, but I'll try my best to show you.
I'm just chilling for tonight. I was doing some video editing when you hit me up, and that was basically that was my plan for the night, was to do some video editing, but I can sneak that in anytime.
Dude, you're awesome. Exit Music said Derek doesn't finish the person's name. This is the life of Brian, where Brian doesn't finish his parable. That's it. Okay, fine. You've fine. All right, let me find her name. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. You've made me guilty. I'm guilty now. Here it is. Her name is Nina E. Livesey. Livesey. She was interviewed by Jacob Berman in person yesterday, and I got to speak with her over the phone when I spoke to Jacob. All right. Signaling Legion. Reading Mark's Gerasene Demoniac with Homer and Virgil. Now, this is a Christian writing at Oklahoma Christian University. Holy smokes, bro. This is fun.
So he's no heathen devil worshiper. This is an actual Christian.
Well, it depends on what Christian you ask.
Well, he's not a real Christian, obviously.
Clearly cannot be a real Christian, because if he's a real Christian, there's no damn way he could literally echo or agree with Dennis McDonald.
Obviously not. Is he a 5-point Calvinist? He couldn't be. He's definitely not a Christian. He's not a 5-pointer.
Absolutely.
Maybe 4-pointer. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure, bro. For sure. This is a no-brainer. This paper explores intertextuality in Mark 5, where encounter between Jesus and the Gerasene demoniac ends with the madman saved from monstrous oppression. Specifically, the loan word legion, from the Latin legeo, signals an emulation. There's that word again. Remember this guy over here let me go to the beginning. This guy, remember that. Thomas L. Brody. You guys are seeing this, right? Yeah. Okay. Thomas L. Brody, he talks about the term emulation. So here's a scholarly word. Again, Greco-Roman. Imitation. Where's he at? Emulation. I'm just trying to keep people who watch this at the beginning. If you haven't, you might want to watch this all the way from the beginning if you have the time. From the beginning, imitation was accompanied by a certain spirit of rivalry or emulation, by a desire to transform the subtext or model text into a text that would be as good as the first or even better. Okay, so here's this scholarly work talking about how the legion, right, which is specifically the loan word, signals an emulation of Virgil's Aeneid, Book 8, which relates the story of Hercules, here's this guy again, overcoming the monster Cacus to bring relief and rescue to the people. Hearing Hercules in Mark 5 confirms the trajectory of the gospel as it unfolds in Mark's telling of Jesus' story. Here we go. Professor McMillan concluded class that day with an insightful observation. The odd we passages of Acts, where narrative perspective awkwardly shifts from third person to first person plural. Those odd we passages seem to coincide with stories in and around the city of Troas. I'm not sure why, but it's interesting to note. Yes, it was an interesting observation, similar to others I had the privilege of hearing Dr. Lynn McMillan share during the 2 semesters we co-taught Bible and classical literature for honor students at Oklahoma Christian University. Indeed, his comment was the first time I had heard a connection made between the mysterious we passages and the ancient city of Troy, since Troas was proximate to old Troy and conveyed association between Aeneas of Troy and epic stories about the origins of Roman power. Lynn's observation opened my eyes and ears to a possibility that the we passages of Acts might be understood literarily and not historically, that the shift in language proximate with stories in and around Troas, a shift in language most akin to Odysseus's narration of his own travels after the sack of Troy, might signal an intentional intertextuality and not simply indicate that Luke joined Paul's company at Troas, as has been widely assumed. Lynn became, for me, unwitting muse, or more likely, as masterful teacher. Lynn intentionally ignites imagination with questions so that students might make associations that yield new insights and bring to light possible but undiscovered meanings. That's a great teacher. Already, whoever this Lynn guy is, great. I hope more teachers are like that, and they're not dogma stuck bound mindsets. They're trying to find and explore these kind of ideas. All right. Do you want to read?
Yeah, my experience at seminary was like that, where they wanted you to explore things that you were unaware of, rather than allowing you to hold on to your dogmatic positions. I think if you go to an educational institution that doesn't do that, then I think you're not getting your money's worth.
Would you help? We'll flop back and forth between reading, or do you?
I definitely don't mind reading here. I think we're on
voice.
Let's see. I thought we're in gospel writers like Mark are clever, masterful storytellers.
We didn't read this up here. Sorry.
Sorry. I thought I didn't know we were scrolled early. Okay.
Sorry.
Lynn may have been an unwitting muse, but he has been my muse nonetheless. The following is offered in honor of distinguished Professor Lynn Macmillan in hopes that attending to imitation and inversion of unfamiliar story might yield new insight and bring to light possible but undiscovered meaning out of Mark's telling of Jesus and the Gerasene demoniac. We will explore the possibility that the odd Latin loan word legoin, he has it next line, legoin, signals intertextuality with Virgil's Aeneid. Specifically, hearing Hercules rend open the cavern of Caucasus, groans and cracks, rock roots snapping as stony precipice is heaved into churning waters, summoning unexpected daylight to transform the darkness of a deathly monster's lair. Hearing Hercules in Mark 5 confirms the meaning and trajectory of the gospel as it unfolds in Mark's telling of the story of Jesus. It's an interesting note because a lot of people have written on Mark's gospel, particularly kind of echoing this idea of a hero's journey. In ancient literature, like he's like this hero of the story, right?
Bingo.
Says the gospel writers like Mark are clever, masterful storytellers, and the story itself is a profound delivery device for truth. This essay offers opportunity to listen, see, discover, and learn from the imitation and inversion of unfamiliar stories, such was the aim of our classes together, helping students encounter biblical narratives alongside story from the ancient and classical worlds. Such is also the aim of this essay dedicated to Dr. Lynn Macmillan, because an epic festschrift is also bearer of heroic kleos.
Yeah. I think kleos is, again, glory, getting into that Cleopatra, which we didn't get into the story of Luke 24. Cleopas is this idea of glory. So a festschrift, and then there's glory. I'll continue here, and then we'll switch up every so often. Mm-hmm. Approach. Are we myth-taking story and history?
That's a good play on words.
I know. He's really, really well written, by the way. This project playfully applies Dennis MacDonald's mimesis criticism, playfully applies because MacDonald also plays the muse, igniting minds and sparking debate about Homer's lurking presence in the Gospels and Acts. And my hope here is to playfully imitate his approach. My aim is not to show that Mark intended Aeneid 8 as a hypotext or model for the episode of Jesus and the Gerasene demoniac. Rather, I want to ask what we might learn if we assume the name Legion signals Virgil's story of Hercules and the monster Caucasus. Indeed, MacDonald himself asserts that, quote, the authors of the Gospels did not imitate Virgil's Latin epic, at least not as profoundly as Mark and Luke imitated Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, end quote. Hence, from the outset, I am being playful, foolish, willfully transgressing the bounds of the muse's approach. We plunge straight to the center, where smoke surges highest, to discern what might be discerned between the Gerasene tomb and the Palantian cavern. MacDonald argues that gospel writers, especially Mark, Luke, and John, intentionally imitate Greek and Roman story to present Jesus as a superior rival to the gods and heroes of familiar story. Mimesis is imitation, and the imitation of earlier story is a hallmark of ancient literary practices. We already covered some of that just mentioning that book that people should go get. Essentially, the New Testament can and perhaps should be read as not only continuous with the Hebrew Bible, but also as ancient Mediterranean literature that mimics Greek and Roman story. As MacDonald describes, Greek education largely involved imitation of the epics, what Greeks called mimesis, Romans called imitatio. Homeric influence thus appears in many genres of ancient composition, poetry, of course, but also histories, biographies, and novels. One must not confuse such imitations with plagiarism, willful misrepresentation, or pitiful gullibility. Rather, by evoking literary antecedents, authors sought to impress the reader with the superiority of the imitation in literary style, philosophical insights, or ethical values. Literary mimesis often promoted a sophisticated rivalry between the esteemed models and their innovating successors. Would you like to?
Yeah, certainly this is the case between Virgil's Aeneid and the Homeric epics. The Aeneid represents Virgil's resourceful adaptation and appropriation of Greece's epic tradition, newly transformed as so as to celebrate Rome's divine election and elevate Romanitis, there we go, and Romanitis, the Roman way, to ascendancy as the universal human idea for a new millennium of Roman power. The story of Aeneas exists as both imitation and invention, continuous and discontinuous with familiar epic, and through Virgil's ingenious literary invention, the Aeneid became the surprising fulfillment of its revered Greek predecessor at a time when the Homeric epics continued to enjoy the status of sacred texts throughout the Hellenized world. Virgil's imitation of Homer is evident and easily detectable. Markan mimesis is, to be sure, another story. MacDonald admits clearly the Gospel of Mark does not advertise its Homeric hypertextuality and transvaluation as transparently as the Aeneid. Nevertheless, Mark does incorporate mimemic markers that signal epic literature aspects of Mark's project to embed traditions about Jesus within a narrative that would present him as a superior to heroes of Greek mythology, just as he presented him as superior to Moses, Jonah, and Elijah. Also through imitation of familiar Jewish story. As an example, he suggests that modern readers have been blind to many of Mark's most significant mimetic markers, significant personal and place names. In large part, this blindness is caused by modern translations that transliterate names without translating them. MacDonald suggests Mark not only created significant names, but also frequently uses them to evoke antecedents in the Iliad and the Odyssey. Mark, as inventor of names, positions him squarely with the poetic literature or literary and rhetorical conventions of the day. This is actually really interesting because when we're taught to translate the ancient texts from Hebrew and Greek into English, typically when it comes to name, like the default position is to transliterate the name.
Right.
And sometimes you can ask yourself, does that name have meaning? But that's secondary to the translation process, right?
Right.
But here he's suggesting that the translator himself should actually be translating some of these names rather than transliterating the names, because it is the meaning of the individual names that clues you in on what is actually happening with the story.
Right. Like Isaac.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Like Sarah and Abraham, she laughs.
Yitzchak means to laugh in Hebrew.
Right. And that plays a part of the story. And this is what I think McDonald's suggesting often in some of these narratives. You see the character play a part of the story, or the name is significant and you can find that common name that's similar to what you find in that earlier Greek text. And it's like, whoa, or they have a similar meaning when you interpret the name. He goes into the example of the character in Acts that fell asleep when Paul was preaching and died. His name means lucky.
Yep.
So he is lucky because there's the apostles who could just raise him from the dead right then and there. But his name means lucky. What are the coincidental odds that historically a guy whose name means lucky falls out and dies right next to the people who could raise him back from the dead? Like, these are the cool things McDonald catches. If you're an apologist, you totally either you have to swallow that and go, what about God historically aligning a man whose name just so happens to be lucky historically dies and falls out? You have to swallow the pill of fiction as if it's history and accept that this one happened, but ignore it in all other literature. It's really interesting.
It's an ancient convention. We even see it in the Hebrew Bible where for at least the first 11 chapters or so, we see lots of people where their role in the story is actually tied to their name in the story. And you mentioned Isaac already, but you had the same thing with Sarah, with Abraham, with Eve, with Adam, so on and so forth. So this is a way in ancient mythology. You find this in the Babylonian literature and other literature as well, where when you're transmitting mythology, it has to be orally transmitted quite often. So you have this idea of, well, the story is being transmitted. Well, you remember the story because the names of the people tell you their role in the story. Whether or not that was ever their name to begin with, no one cares. Whether or not they were real people, no one cares.
Right.
But so we see this, I think, with Mark as well, if I'm understanding the literature we're reading correctly now, where he's saying just like, Abraham was the father of many, just like, Sarah meant seed. So also we get to these New Testament stories, and Mark is utilizing people's names as actual literary devices, but you don't catch that because he's not translating it. He's actually just transliterating it.
Right. That's what it looks like. And you're going to see examples of that here in a moment. And the cool thing is this Christian who's writing this article sees it.
Right.
And now they can't unsee it. Nope. They see how beautiful this is, what McDonald's doing. And even if McDonald's not correct about all the examples, whoop-de-doo, it doesn't matter. He's on the right track. The ancient voices are echoing this. And to give one more little point, in Seth L. Sanders' book where he's talking about Adapa, and he goes into the ancient Adapa myth, and he goes down into explaining how it influenced Enoch. And he talks about the long, long tradition of Enoch or Adapa as this ascending sage, but also exorcisms and all this stuff that go deep, deep into the ancient Mesopotamian world. In the Sumerian kings list, the first 5 or 6 kings that are mentioned, they're different names, but every single one of their names means something along the lines of chaos. And then all of a sudden, the 7th king that shows up, his name, and it comes in, is it brings order. He's the one who brings order. Ironic that the first 6 names in it mean chaos because there's no order. It's like the universe is chaotic, kind of like the Genesis 1. There's darkness and chaos, and then the king comes in, he creates order. And he's the 7th king, which is ironic that you get the 7th and it brings established order. But I digress. So let's continue, I guess.
Yeah, let's have it.
Cool. All right. We're right here at McDonald admits, right?
I think we're at that last half paragraph.
So
where it says, here we might compare approaches.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You want me to read or you want to continue?
I can go ahead and read it because I think it's just one more paragraph there. It says, here we might compare approaches to the gospel by evaluating the fruit of 2 sense-making strategies related to Mark as inventor of names. In Jesus and the Eyewitnesses, Richard Bauckham acknowledges that names in the Gospels, great book, by the way. If you haven't read Jesus and the Eyewitnesses, definitely read it. All right. In the Gospels are and then the rest of the paragraph, I guess, is on the next page, right? a phenomenon that has never been satisfactorily explained and raises the question as to why Matthew and Luke omit certain names in the redaction of Mark, making a historical argument by the time Matthew and Luke wrote certain figures had been forgotten or had become too obscure to include by name. For example, Bartimaeus from Mark chapter 10, a blind man encountered and healed near Jericho, is not mentioned by name in Matthew and Luke as explanation of the omission Bauckham posits. With Bartimaeus, we encounter the phenomenon of a character named by Mark, presumably because he was well known in the early Christian movement, but whose name was dropped by one or both of later synoptic evangelists, presumably because he was not well known when or where the evangelist wrote. Mark could explain his reader could explain. I'm sorry. Mark could expect his readers to know of Bartimaeus as a kind of living miracle who made Jesus's act of healing still, so to speak, visible to all who encountered him, as well as a well-known figure in the churches of Jerusalem and Judea. But after his death and after the fall of Jerusalem, which removed the Jewish Christians of Palestine, Bartimaeus was presumably no longer a figure of wide repute. And so Matthew and Luke omitted his name. That's a great hypothesis, by the way.
It's one, but watch this. Oh, you want to keep going, or you want me to?
What are you on? I can keep reading.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm enjoying the read.
Yeah,
this logic that the tendency of Matthew and Luke to omit some of the names we find in Mark would be explained if these people had become, by the time of Matthew and Luke wrote, too obscure for them to wish to retain the names when they were engaged in abbreviating Mark's narratives. Seems stretched when, in the paragraph immediately following, Bauckham offers Cleopas as an example, since Cleopas is only named in Luke's gospel, not Mark's. In Luke 24:18, Cleopas and a companion encountered Jesus returning from the dead. Jesus returned from the dead, but divinely disguised, so that they could not recognize him. And they show hospitality to the stranger. Bauckham acknowledges that there seems no plausible reason for naming him Cleopas other than to indicate that he was the source of this tradition. MacDonald offers something different. MacDonald posits that Mark's Bartimaeus and Luke's Cleopas are invented names, each signaling story from the Odyssey. Cleopas is a rare name, appearing only here in the New Testament. The name is derived from Kelos and translated as all fame or all renown. In Book 19 of the Odyssey, the hero Odysseus, whom many have long presumed dead, returns to his home, but is divinely disguised as a beggar. He is shown hospitality, especially by the beloved nurse. That's a tough name.
Eurycleia.
Eurycleia. There we go. Yeah.
Trust me, dude, these Greek names are horrible. I'm telling you.
So Eurycleia, whose name translates as far-flung fame or far and wide renown. As the nurse bathes the beggar, her hand encounters a prominent scar, well known to her who had cared for and bathed Odysseus in the years before his departure to Troy. Consider her touching reaction as the woman suddenly recognizes her long-lost lord. The old slave woman, holding his leg and rubbing with flat palms, came to that place and recognized the scar. She let his leg fall down into the basin. It clattered, tilted over, and the water spilled out across the floor. Both joy and grief took hold of her. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her voice was choked. She touched his beard and said, "You are Odysseus, my darling child, my master. I did not know it was you until I touched you all around your leg." Buddy, if that's not doubting Thomas.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that he's in disguise in the Odyssey and no one knows he's there.
Right.
And the woman recognizes it's the master. And the interesting thing about the story in Mark that Dennis goes to in Mark 14, he's in a house with all of these Pharisees and everyone's around. Yeah. And this woman comes, breaks the alabaster jar, and anoints Jesus's feet. She recognizes her master. While everyone else around does not realize who he is, she gets it. And then Jesus stands up and he says, "Wherever my gospel is proclaimed, let what this woman did be told far and wide." Eurycleia. It's a pun on the name.
Yeah.
And so this is what Dennis has pointed out for a long time now. And anyway, please continue.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Considering the salient theme of recognition, as disguised lords presumed dead are revealed, alive and confirmed by unmistakable scars, Luke 24 and Odyssey 19 clearly resonate. The invented name Cleopas signals the Odyssey so that those who have ears to hear might listen for imitation and inversion of familiar story. Similarly, MacDonald hears echoes of the blind prophet Tiresias in Mark 10:46-52, signaled by the name Bartimaeus. In Odyssey 11, Odysseus and his crew sail to the edge of the ocean, a land of perpetual darkness, where the shining sun god never looks on them with his bright beams, where destructive night blankets the world, the land of the dead. Odysseus prepares to summon the seer as readers consider the horror of the scene. I promised for Tiresias as well, a pure black sheep, the best in all my flock. So with these vows I called upon the dead. I took the sheep and slit their throats above the pit. Black blood flowed out. The spirits came out of Erebus and gathered around. Teenagers, girls, and boys, the old who suffered for many years, the fresh young brides whom labor destroyed in youth, and many men cut down in battle by bronze spears, still dressed in armor around the pit. With eerie cries, pale fear took hold of me. I roused my men and told them to flay the sheep that I had killed and burn them, and pray to Hades and Persephone. I drew my sword and sat on guard, preventing the spirits of the dead from coming near the blood till I had met Tiresias. Which this is one of the best chapters of the whole book, by the way. This is where you get the eventually the vision of the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
Odysseus then encounters the ghost of a recently and tragically departed shipmate, Elpenor, and he then sees the ghost of his own mother and pitifully weeps. Finally, the spirit of the unseeing seer approaches, recognizes, and calls the hero by name. Zeus-born son of Laertes, Odysseus of many devices. After conversing and receiving from the prophet insight for his journey and foresight about his own death, Odysseus turns again to his mother, who speaks to her son in tones of grief. Then in my heart, I wanted to embrace the spirit of my mother. She was dead, and I did not know how. 3 times I tried, longing to touch her, but 3 times her ghost flew from my arms like shadows or like dreams. Sharp pain pierced deeper in me as I cried, "No, mother, why do you not stay for me and let me hold you, even here in Hades?" Grief overwhelms the scene. Tiresias himself turns and departs again to the house of Hades. But outside Jericho, city of the moon, a blind man recognizes the one whom approaches and cries out, "David's son, Jesus, have mercy on me." Jesus opens the blind man's eyes, and he follows Jesus on the road, presumably a road that leads away from or out of Jericho, the city of the moon. If the name Bartimaeus signals the Odyssey 11, those who anticipate imitation and inversion discern expectation for the afterlife overturned. Whereas the soul of Tiresias returned to Hades, Bartimaeus left Jericho to travel with Jesus. Herein lies the emulation. Odysseus left Tiresias blind in the underworld. Jesus cures Bartimaeus.
Of being blind, right.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Wow.
There's a lot there. This one's not even as clear in my view as the ones when you start going into Hector in parallel with Jesus, or there's a lot of interesting stuff that Dennis does that later in the Gospels you go, whoa. To me, even the demoniac stuff that we're going to get into here in a moment, I think there's some stuff there too that if you know the Odyssey, this is really powerful stuff, right?
Right.
It's that background knowledge again. If you don't really know much about it, yeah, whatever. You don't really even see it.
Right. And I think some people know more about the Odyssey than they realize. There's a lot of themes from the Odyssey that pop up in pop culture. And if we, so like when we talk about, somebody might mention Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill forever for all of eternity as a punishment, right? A lot of people know that kind of reference. But like, if we know that today, you guess who knew all of these references? Well, everybody in the first century would have known these references.
Absolutely. You want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead. I gotta use the restroom real quick, but
Go ahead. You're good. Yeah. So, okay. According to McDonald, well, let me wait on you then. I'll wait. I'll hang out with people. All right. So, okay, we're good. We're caught up. How's everybody doing in the chat? Look, we've been rambling here for a minute. We're just going in and covering an interesting article that I think it's worth reading. I'd love to get Justin in, make sure he knows all of this stuff before we wrap up with this one. But there is a catacomb, one of the early Christian catacombs, where they have Hercules next to Jesus. Let me see. Christian catacomb, Hercules and Jesus. It's a pretty early one where Hercules is like converted to Jesus. The Hercules cycle in the Via Latina catacomb is a series of frescoes that depict scenes from the Hercules myth. Archaeological record presents Christian artifacts that syncretize classical and biblical images, but some of the most striking examples appear in catacomb. This is PDF. Do they have images though? That's pretty cool. I don't know if this is. I guess I could share this. Let me see if. I don't know if this has it in it though. Okay, Justin's back. Justin, I was just gonna show people, if I could, like we're getting to a point where there were early Christian catacombs where they syncretize Hercules with Jesus, like where he becomes a Christian, where like Hercules recognizes Jesus as the Son of God. What's this? The choice of Hercules. But I don't know if this is the example or not. Leading Alcestis out of the mouth of hell towards Admetus. So that's from that story that we just.
Yeah, that's the harrowing of hell in the Jesus mythology.
Yeah. Here it is.
You ever seen the images of the harrowing of hell?
Huh?
Have you ever seen the Christian images of the harrowing of hell?
I think so.
It looks just like it.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see if I find the image I'm thinking of.
Oh, I'm sure I've seen some. Okay. Yeah, I've seen some. So like it's almost like Mott, right? Like the serpent that's spewing up the mouth. It's clearly in that like Leviathan, Satan, dragon. There's another one.
Yeah, there's a bunch of images where Jesus is basically like reaching down into hell to bring out the souls that are down there.
Look, that's a cave. See how that's a cave, and they've got the imagery of Jesus pulling in a cave. That's exactly what Hercules does in Virgil. He fights a cave dragon monster named Cacus. We're about to get to that actually in this reading, but this is so. What do you do, man? Oh, well, the one with Hercules, by the way, which is older than Jesus, that one's not true. Mine is. It's funny. Funny stuff.
Right. The text that you're borrowing from is mythology, but the guy that did the borrowing, he's telling the truth.
Right. Dude, this is so cool. Okay, coming back to this real quick here. If you want to continue reading.
Yeah. I'll go ahead. It says, according to McDonald, the name Bartimaeus may be significant. This is the only name given to a recipient of a miracle in the Synoptic Gospels. Both Matthew and Luke omit it in their accounts. Bauckham states that it is quite clear that the names of the beneficiaries do not belong to the genre of gospel miracle stories. So explanation of those names that do occur is certainly required. Bauckham does not seem to make room for the possibility that Mark and other gospel writers invented names as literary or rhetorical techniques, a mimetic device for signaling some other story. His recovery of The Gospels as testimony presents a reputable historiographic category for reading the Gospels as history, and also a theological model for understanding the Gospels as the entirely appropriate means of access to the historical reality of Jesus, and for realizing the disclosure of God in the history of Jesus. His project is laudable, and the fruit of his efforts have benefited the Academy and Church alike. But by our comparison of Bauckham and MacDonald, scholarly work flayed open, ink let black blood spilling.
I love his words.
A gibbering question approaches, a shade summoned from beyond the pale, crying at top of voice. Tai Amoy Kai Soy Isu A Toy Theo Theo Toy Ephistoi, a monstrous question. And if I remember enough of my Greek, I could translate that for you.
So this says this. It says, "What have I to do with you, Jesus, Son of the Most High God?"
Absolutely, that's what it is.
Great pin. This guy's great, isn't he?
That's fantastic. What's this guy's name?
His name's Chris Rosser. He's freaking badass. Rosser. I tried to email him. I don't know if his email's not working or what, but I've tried to email him. The way he says that last sentence there, I'll never forget. But by our comparison, he just gave like high fives to Bauckham. He goes, but by our comparison of Bauckham and MacDonald's scholarly work flayed open, ink like black blood spilling, a gibbering question approaches, a shade summoned from beyond the pale, crying at top of voice. And then, of course, the voice saying, what have I to do with you, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? And then a monstrous question. And then, boom, transitions into the next. Mythos and ethos. Are we myth-perceiving gospel? Dude, he's just cool. He's got some really good ways of writing.
It does certainly, though, the story of Legion, if it doesn't echo Greek mythology, I don't know what it does echo, because it is showing a cosmic battle at hand, where even like the demons know like that their time is coming, right?
Right.
But
that gets implied here in this article, which isn't an exhaustive, but he is taking Dennis's point from, because just so you know, if you haven't read Dennis's point, Dennis thinks that the episode of the demoniac is imitating more likely the Polyphemus and Circe story, a book, I think it's 9 and 10 of the Odyssey, where he's going through his adventures and he explains how they end up on this island. There's this cave, one-eyed cyclops named Polyphemus that's trying to kill his guys. And he's this like giant nude cyclops that's like in this cave, and they get stuck in the cave and they have to sneak out on sheep and all that. And the next scene, they end up on an island with Circe, this witch who get this, she tricks his soldiers, feeds them by giving them like some type of potion, and turns them into pigs.
Oh, yes.
In the Odyssey, these soldiers, Odysseus's men, transform into actual swine. In fact, since we had fun, you could see this, right? Watch this. Odysseus, Circe, men, pigs. I don't know. I'm hoping that Google picks it up. There's art all over. And the reason she did it is she was going to eat them. So here they are, swine coming up to her. Here's some of the art. She was going to eat the soldiers in the Odyssey. Here's a cleaner one. It's blurry because my internet's being super slow. So look at how they all are like pig-headed and then fully pigged. And notice they're wearing armor because they're soldiers. Right. Well, what is the name of the demon that go into the swine in Mark 5?
So it's Legion.
They're soldiers.
The Roman quadrant.
The Roman soldiers. So like if this isn't an artistic way of playing with this earlier myth, which by the way, inspiring philosophy, Eric Manning, all they want to do is capitalize on differences. And listen, no shit, Sherlock. There are differences. That's the point. But if you don't notice the overlap and similarity, you're blind to imitation, and you'd have failed in any of these classical schools where they taught you Greek. The professor would have looked at you and said, "What's this remind you of?" Right. And if you said, "Oh, nothing. It imitates nothing. This happened," he'd probably like send you out of the class. You probably wouldn't pass, because this is clearly doing very fanciful things with the earlier classical narratives of the well-known Greco-Roman world. And what
And
ends
you
up
don't need
happening is
much overlap, by the way.
do what?
You don't need much to know that it's echoing another story. You just need a couple phrases to
That's it.
will tip you off. Like if I said to you, once upon a time, you know I'm echoing a Disney story. If I said
Right.
in an enchanted forest, that's all you need to know that I'm now talking about, you know, it could be Shrek, it could be some other forest mythology, right? So you
Right.
don't need to copy every single detail from a story. You just need some hallmark phrases to trigger people's memory. Oh, where do I know this phrase from?
Exactly. Look at this. Look, this is pottery. Who knows how old this is? I mean, it looks Attic, so it might be third, fourth, fifth century BCE. That's another well-known image of Circe. There's another one, Circe, and okay, here it is, fifth century BC, dude. I
Mm,
mean, it's famous art of soldiers as pigs, as swine. I mean, like
yeah.
you, at
If that
some
doesn't
point.
trigger the mind, when you're reading Jesus' story in Mark, I don't know what would.
I really honestly don't know how to help people who can't see that. Look at this one, 550, 560 BCE. I mean, look at the swine. It's amazing. I mean, it's
Yeah,
really, really clever to see that. Anyway, yep. I just figured I'd show you that to kind of tease
that's
you,
wild.
whet your appetite there. Let's find our way back. Okay, here we are.
Yeah, where we leave off, we're at the beginning of the page, right?
Yeah,
Mythos
we're
in
right here at the beginning.
ethos. Right.
Yep.
Okay, this is where the great pun is. Are we myth perceived? Every time it's going to get me. We moderns have come to associate truth with the facts of crystallized history. A story is true if it is historically reliable, if it actually happened, as depicted by the facts of historical presentation. But might we not better to consider a story true as it communicates truth? This question should not imply that the Bible is ahistorical. Rather, the Bible as story more profoundly delivers truth than Bible as history.
I
To read
agree.
the Bible as primarily history, in the way we typically understand history as facts about what happened, to read the Bible primarily as history diminishes sacred scripture, reduces it to something hard and unbending, facts to be learned, dogma and doctrine chiseled out from historical text. Reading the Bible as sacred story moves us differently, moves us in and among differently. I'm sorry, moves in and among us differently. Dogma is crystal, story is water. Mythos
Amen.
moves like water, shaped and reshaping the landscapes we inhabit. Myth is a formational power, story that communicates significant meaning and truth for a particular culture. Myth shapes shared identity, or we might say mythos becomes ethos. As the stories we tell translate to the values, ethics, and norms of community, shaping a cultural identity.
Pause real quick. Remember earlier we were reading about how Jesus said, "As many as you've treated me with hospitality." Well, we know the
Yeah.
myths of hospitality didn't happen historically, but notice the ethos that's being taught, the ethics and values in that story. The story didn't happen. Get
Right.
over it. What do you do with the lesson? And that's the
Right.
point of it. I love his language here because I think anyone, no matter what you believe about things, you don't even need to be a supernaturalist. You could think nothing supernatural happens. You can come to this and go, there's some lesson here, there's some value, there's some truth, there's some great things we can learn. And that's pretty much what I'm trying to do now.
Right.
You see what I mean? Is to try and like point these things out. But I do so while engaging the crystal solid, rigid dogma fundamentalist evangelical apologetics.
Right. And the fun thing about reading myth and theology or theological mythology is that it can appeal to a wider audience because if you're the type of person where like it doesn't have value to you unless it's historically accurate, well then you're just not going to care what it says. But if you're just a normal person and you're reading a story and you have no notion that it's historically accurate, you're going to pick up on some of the undertones and the teachings of the story, and you're just going to have fun reading the story.
Exactly. All
And
right.
I think
I
that's
got
one of the
you.
fun things about reading the Bible at this stage in my life is, now that I'm on the outside looking in, I'm no longer, or some would say I was never a real Christian, but from now that I'm on the outside looking in, the stories are really fun and exciting for me because I don't have to like read them and like bend the information to somehow be historically accurate and, inerrant.
Someone said my voice sounds staticky a little on the mic. Is that
Yeah.
true? Talk
Yeah.
to me, brother. Let me try and fix it.
I have a theory about your microphone.
What do you
I
think it is, dude?
I think it might be in your software because it was working until the live stream started.
You mean it stopped working when I was talking this whole damn time, bro?
Yep.
Oh my God, you're too nice. You should have interrupted me. Okay, damn it.
I have a suspicion that it might be time for a PC upgrade.
You know what? It might be. I mean, I might have to test my other mic again. This is a Shure, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to have that sexy sounding voice that you can get out of a Shure mic. And it turns out, no, you get popping Derek.
Right. Well,
This
it's
is why I'm glad
also
you're reading. Okay, please continue then.
it certainly could also be that you've got some incompatible settings. Perhaps your microphone is using a frequency, or the audio output is at a frequency that your computer's not set for. So you're clipping, but
I wonder, I do wonder if I have like the memory in it. I've got so many tabs. I'm always functioning so much.
right, right. We'll talk about this offline.
Okay.
We'll have a tech check.
Okay.
Mythos shapes ethos. The stories we tell follow us out, become the realities we inhabit. And telling a good story is a first step in creating shared cultural identity. Shaping cultural identity through story is precisely what we discover by attending to mimesis, imitation or emulation of ancient story. Perhaps ancient epic is a better delivery device for the gospel because epic delivers the moral, the ethical, the political, and theological, and the universal mythos that profoundly shapes ethos. History, as a telling of historical events, and historiography, history that attempts to convey the truth or meaning of historical events, and even biography, are not sufficient to do what epic can do. As we discern in what the Aeneid is and what it became for Rome, as with Aeneid, it is not how imitated story is similar, but where imitation diverges, where the stories become different. When imitation becomes inversion, that reveals the meaning of mimesis. Mimesis of Greek and Roman epic story becomes playful imitation, profoundly communicative of a gospel that turns the world on end. And I think that that's the same argument that scholars make as well for the imitation that we find in the book of Genesis with the Babylonian literature.
Mhm.
It's the divergencies of the narrative where you find the actual meat of what the author is trying to say. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what makes it a polemic.
Absolutely. It's really interesting that you're highlighting the difference, what makes Genesis stand out. Simple as that. That
Yeah.
makes it unique among these other myths. Because you go and read some of these creation myths, you're gonna get details different, but like they don't shift so radically different like you see with Genesis compared to the earlier
Right.
versions of the stories.
Right. In our own contemporary storied worlds, it is typically villains who monologue. So we return to our exploration of the meaning of mimesis in Mark 5. Gospel writers like Mark convey truth that transcends historicity and lives as story. Mimetic markers in Mark are less clear than in the Aeneid, for example, but it is also possible that what is sometimes heard as mimesis is an echo of words or images that live, move, and have their being as poetic memory, an idea that language itself, and especially literary or poetic language, already contains within it the memory of previous texts. The echoes we hear may be intended or unintended, And we need to think of the relation between the Gospels and Greek lore more as a dynamic cultural interaction. The complex, random, conscious, and unconscious events of learning that occur when people interact and engage in practices of socialization. And this is a really good point because, again, this is something that scholars note quite often. It's not always that people are like they're copying or they're imitating consciously. Like they're sitting down with a copy of the Iliad and they're ripping stuff out of it and it's more of it's a cultural memory. Like this is a phrase that everybody knows. And why do they know it? Because they all know this story. You see what I'm saying? Like
absolutely.
Yeah. Says mimesis is a means for creating shared cultural identity, but we modern readers are culturally cut off from the storied worlds of sacred story. As MacDonald observes, today we read these texts with a cultural competence radically different from those for whom they were written. Ancient readers could detect allusions invisible to all but the best trained classicists. Even though the detection of mimesis is difficult, it is one of the most valued contributions a critic can make for understanding a text. To be sure, one may profitably read a mimetic text for its own sake, but awareness of its model or models allows one to interpret it more comprehensively, more dialogically.
Yeah,
That's a
and
good one.
that's the same word, dialogical or dialogically, that Bruce Louden was saying and says in his book about Greek myths in the Bible, pertaining to Luke 24 with Cleopas and the Aeneid, or not Aeneid, sorry, the Odyssey, book 2 and 3. So he's saying he thinks there's a dialogical thing happening there.
He's interesting. He's engaging Dale Allison here now on the same topic. In the New Moses, Dale Allison comments, our historically conditioned deafness to oblique allusions in the Bible can sometimes lead us to doubt their very existence. Hearing mimesis is profoundly difficult, and endeavors are complicated by the possibility that we may be hearing what our itching ears want to hear. Potential pitfalls are legion. That's a great position plan word.
He's awesome.
To be sure, MacDonald has his critics, and mimesis criticism is not mainstream yet. The prophetic challenge echoes. Let one who has ears hear. Listen. The following attempt at discerning mimesis offers opportunity to listen, see, discover, and learn from imitation and inversion of unfamiliar story. So like I realize that some people might be hearing this thinking that this is like a really radical theme, but like when I was in school, this is pretty standard stuff when talking about how to read the Gospels and other literature from this time period. Because like for example, like when I studied the Old Testament, there's a reason why I had to learn all of the ancient Near Eastern texts, because the Old Testament is riffing and is part of it's a part of a culture, right? It's using cultural ideas. And the New Testament is the same way. The New Testament, to really understand it, you have to understand the culture, and to know what was happening in the culture, you've got to read those texts. You've got to read the Greek poets. You've got to read some of the Latin historians.
Absolutely. And that's even in my last discussion with Carl Olaf Sandnes, who doesn't agree with Dennis's conclusions. The only disagreement they had was not on whether or not the gospel authors are using Homer or these other classical Greek writings. He thinks they are. He just doesn't think they're hermeneutically engaging. So, and that's a very tricky conclusion to have to wrestle with, because you got to go, okay, hold on. So you mean in the demoniac scene, for example, there's a likely chance that they're lifting from the Circe Polyphemus narratives in some way, shape, or form, but they don't really want you to think of Polyphemus and Circe in a direct way as if Jesus is outperforming the earlier text they're lifting from. He wants to say they're using it in an artistic way, but he is using it as like a way to structure the narrative of the gospel, but he doesn't want to like the imitation in emulation of a direct engagement with the earlier text. Dennis says, no, earlier text. It's clearly engaging. But they both are saying the gospel authors are using it.
Right.
And so when Michael Jones and these other guys are like using this guy that they don't even know actually agrees more with Dennis than they realize in how flowerful and colorful and artistic they're using the earlier Homer, that's a red flag to me. Because it's like they agree, they just disagree on this thing, this
right.
one thing.
Right. But I think when, if you're in the shoes of the apologist, you're looking for where are they differing? You don't want to see where they're similar. And then you're also, they want to stick to this model of, well, if they didn't actually directly copy, then it's not plagiarism. Right. But that's not really the goal of the discussion on the mythic origins of some of the stories. It's not to say that it was directly copied. It's to say that, there is material here that is simply just not historical. And it is being gleaned from a cultural perspective that includes understanding of these particular mythological stories.
Right. Absolutely. So we're what? We're not even halfway. Wow. So should I give you a brief drive-by?
Yeah.
Okay, so look, I'm going to leave this link. Let me just, because this is accessible to anyone. This is a website. The PDF is attached to a URL, so you could literally get it right here. I think that's it.
Also, your mic is clear right now, by the way.
It's the miracles, the demons. They knew that the Christ was coming. So, okay, let me share the screen while I do this real fast.
I spoke too soon.
Are you serious?
The demons just came back.
The damn demons. Listen, these Legion need to damn go. I'm wondering what's up. You know what I think it is? I think my desk shakes. Like I can see the arm shake a little when I wobble a little. And I'm wondering if the wire's picking up on that little vibration and it's causing it to do that. I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
Anyway, so here's the deal. He goes in and he's going to show that he thinks the word legion, for those who don't know, the Latin word legion, legio, this is a loan word, right? You see it here at the top. It's a loan word. This signals Virgil's Aeneid, Book 8. What is Virgil's Aeneid about? It's about the Roman Empire. It's literally about Augustus by the end of it, and it's dealing with the legion. You've got the legion that play a significant part of the Roman Empire. So it signals Rome. And he goes down and he shows this interesting overlap with Hercules. Concerning Hercules, the hero god was the quintessential Greek hero. In antiquity, he featured in more stories, was represented more frequently in art than any other hero or god. He was worshipped by Greeks and Romans, and although the rise of Christianity ultimately meant the demise of his cult, the hero himself continued to fascinate writers and artists who even proclaimed him as a prototype of Christ. And that, if you go down to the 39, Emma Stafford, Heracles, Gods and Heroes, right here. You can go check out the source. Gods and Heroes of the Ancient World is a proto-Christ, right? You can go to the source and read this yourself. But long story short, here's what happens. And I'm literally trying to remember off the top of my head. Heracles goes to a place which also is emulating the Odyssey, because the earlier Odyssey, Odysseus accidentally leaves. It seems like the Virgil's Aeneid says that Odysseus accidentally left one of his crewmen on the island where Polyphemus was. So he shows up, Hercules, and the story goes that he goes and saves this guy, showing mercy. But then also, or it was Aeneid, I can't remember. But then he goes to this island where these guys are at a campfire and they tell the story about how Hercules saved them. He came to wherever they were. I can't remember the place of the land. There was this monster in a cave named Cacus who lived deep in the cavern, and there's chains that kept the stone up or something. I can't remember, but the element of chains, he shows that the Odyssey doesn't have chains, but Virgil's Aeneid has, in a similar type story where Heracles is fighting against this monster Cacus and there's chains involved and he's in a cave. Well, when you read Mark, he's among the tombs, like these cave tombs, these rock cutout tombs, cutting himself, and no amount of chains or ropes can hold him, and he's breaking free of the bounds. Well, he's practically representing death. And this is in a way a prefiguring catabasis. So he goes to this Caucasus monster, and he has to break open the cave and go in and expose the Caucasus monster to light. Let me get you some art. This might be better to show just in the actual pictures. Hercules killing Caucasus. All right, here we go. This might be better. So here's one. This is Wikipedia. So that you can see him with his club. He's wearing nothing but his supposed to be a lion's mane, and he's killing Caucasus, right? This monster type man monster, whatever, that's in the cave. Here's the better image of it. They show all the body parts. They love showing the little dingleberries. All right, here's another one. Here's another one. So there's Caucasus underneath, and he's pretty much subduing Caucasus, right? Here's an old Hercules killing Caucasus. Here's another one in art. Like, it's pretty well known. Here's another one. It's blurry, man. My internet. I think it's because I got so much open. There's another one where he's killing him. You can see the cattle. You can see the cavern behind him in the background. There's a cave. So here's another one. And you can just look up Hercules killing Caucasus and read the story for yourself. It's actually a really fun, interesting, short mention in Virgil's Aeneid, but it's imitating Polyphemus, the Cyclops, with Odysseus facing this monster in a cave. And Jesus is facing a monster a human really, who's filled with monsters in caves, practically in the tombs. And if you look at the art of Jesus, actually, Jesus casting or demoniac. Let's do Jesus demoniac. Let's see. So old art, you could see that took me here. I don't know why that did that.
There's usually an image of either the pig or the caves. There's the pig and the caves.
Yep, pig and cave and water, right? Here's again, I don't know why it's put in the image in the center, but I don't know if that rock in the background represents the cave, but it might.
It's hard to tell, yeah.
Yeah. Here's another image. You can see the cave on the right in the back. It's a bad image, though. Water, of course. We've all seen this one, I'm sure. He's got chains. You see the chains and stuff. He's casting out the Legion. But I like the ancient art. Here's another one that's cool with the cave in the background. Anyway, so you can see that Christian art also resembles this idea. And notice that it's tombs. So it is symbolic of death. The point is Jesus can overcome death. That is also this like theological significance of this narrative, is that he can overcome death. Well, that's exactly what Heracles does. He goes into the underworld, a form of catabasis, brings up this underworld creature, and literally kills the underworld creature.
Right.
And this echoes what we're seeing in Mark. So he thinks it's not just the Odyssey, but it might even be some echo of Virgil. And I wouldn't be shocked if Robin Faith Walsh thinks this as well with Chris Rosser, because she thinks there's stuff going on with Mark and Virgil more, and Dennis thinks it's more Odyssey, old Homeric. So either way, you have two people who see imitation happening, and they think that it's definitely going on. But the question is, where is it going on? What is it imitating? And is there maybe doing both? I don't know. Right. It's an interesting thing to think about.
Well, it certainly can, because if they're familiar, there's like a corpus of literature. And if the corpus of literature is well known, you can bounce various ideas in and out of the different stories in the literature, right? And I keep bringing Disney up, but if I wrote a narrative that talked about somebody with really, really long hair, but then I also talked about a talking donkey, you know exactly what two stories those come from, even if they didn't come from the same story, but they came from two well-known stories from our culture.
Exactly. There's so much like this, though, that's going on, Justin, and I love finding it. I mean, there's just so many myths, and when you do that, how do you walk away playing the Eyewitness game? Like I titled the video, how do you walk away with this happened and they all didn't? You just stop playing that game and just be like, I have faith.
Right. Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. And I had a teacher in Catholic high school, and we talked about some of the historicity issues of the Bible, and she said outright, said, well, this is a religion of faith, not fact. Like either you have faith in it or you don't.
Yeah.
And I was glad that she was honest about it. And I got the same thing when I was in seminary. I remember I was in one very difficult New Testament class where people were asking difficult questions. And my professor said, at the end of the day, you either, are willing to have faith or you're not. And he said, we I can't tell you that we can prove everything in this book is actually true. Or else everybody would be a Christian. We could just show them the evidence.
You know what? This comment, I'm about to get this super chat, and I really appreciate this person.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. So this is a good question. The Goonies overcame death, right? And I thought about it. I was like, immediately went, okay, yeah, they are in a cave. They're searching for treasure.
Right.
But then I thought about it. I was like, oh, hold on. You remember the weird deformed, like Cyclops-like character that's deformed and he's eating the chocolate. Yeah. We thought he was going to eat
the you guys.
Yeah. Like I thought, hold on, let me double check here for a second and just see. I just like to run this by ChatGPT and say, hey, is there any chance that the Goonies movie imitated Homer's Odyssey? Right. And I don't know if this is a fact. You always listen. Trust me when I tell you, never trust ChatGPT for sources. Don't trust it. You got to like go and fact check. So if it gives you a source, pull up the primary source, go look at yourself. Trust me when I tell you, like I learned this a year ago when it first came out. I was like, hold on, that's pretty cool. It's just spitting out sources. It's making shit up half the time.
All the time. Yeah. I found a couple bugs in the ChatGPT system. At one point, and someone pointed this out to me, one of my good friends, there was a period of time where for at least a month or two, it didn't know how many letter R's were in the word strawberry. It kept demanding there were only 2 R's.
Oh my gosh. Well, it says this, parallels between the Goonies and the Odyssey, the quest for treasure versus the journey home. So it really, there's this, they are also trying to make it home because they're lost in this cave and they can't get out. Right. Which you have this journey home by Odysseus, the Cyclops Polyphemus versus Sloth. It's the sirens and their allure versus the water slide and traps. I don't know how much of these parallels are good. The Fratilus versus Poseidon and suitors, and the underworld descent. So I don't know. It'd be cool. While the Goonies isn't an intentional retelling of the Odyssey, it says it follows the same mythic adventure formula with a hero's journey, trials, a monster, treasure, and a triumphant return. Many classic adventure films, Indiana Jones, Pirates of the Caribbean, the Goonies echo elements of Homeric storytelling, proving that the Odyssey still shapes modern narratives. So I don't know. It'd be cool to know if I ever interviewed these people who made this. Did you consciously run with this, or is there some indirect influence through prior storytelling that was also then possibly influenced by it? So there might be a middleman or a couple middleman between it, but to act like it's not somehow inspiring or influencing it, it's like Genesis. Did Genesis borrow from the Enuma Elish?
Right.
Some scholars think yes, direct dependence. Some think, I don't go that far. There might have been a middleman myth that we just don't have these days. I don't know what the truth is, but it's inspiring it no matter what. It is inspiring it indirectly or directly somehow.
Yeah, at a minimum, it is engaging the ideas and trying to make a statement in which the people reading it would be envisioning the other story.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
David Aaron Hill, thank you for the super sticker, my friend. Love you. I really appreciate you. And then Semicolon 963, thank you so much for the super chat. Jesus destroys thousands of pigs for Legion and never repays the farmer. According to Exodus 22, I can hear Justin. Exodus 22, he is in sin, not sinless. The fact he listens to Legion instead of casting him to another land is bad.
Yep.
Interesting.
That's a property crime.
Well, look, Justin, we can go on. We're about 5 hours. I don't know the last time I've done a 5-hour stream, dude. You usually double this.
This feels like another Tuesday for me.
I can't. I got to eat. My bandages are hurting my chest where my surgery was.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
Yeah, my ass is getting kicked right now. I really do appreciate everybody. Seriously. All the super chats, the love. Go subscribe to my boy Justin. Where are we at here, Justin? Well, let me end this poll.
You've had a number of people that have been here for the entire stream.
Yeah. Well, I don't usually do live streams often, and I got to do them more. Here we are. Let's see. Did you get any subscribers during this?
Oh, I'm sure I did. I always do. You know what? I also, every time I come on your show, I also get subscribers for like the next 7 days, like the next week after as well, because people are filtering in, watching the stream, and then clicking.
Exactly. Well, I'm hoping that it does it every single time. Every single time.
I suspect that, your people and my people are starting to cross over quite a bit, which is awesome, because I want, everyone who follows me, I wish knew about your channel. And I feel like, we're engaging in a lot of the similar work. I'm engaging in maybe a slightly different side of it where, I get yelled at by people online and I have to debate them, but.
Well, man, your patience. You have the patience of Heracles, bro. I don't. I'm more like Apollo. Yeah, I'd say Apollo, because Apollo's pretty like wrath raging, and I don't know if I could deal with idiots online like constantly. After a certain time, I'm like, dude, you're so full of shit. Like, I can't. I'm glad that you exist, because I can't do that.
It's not for everybody, but it is what it is. I think somebody has to do it though, right? Because I think, we're living in an era where, ideas are best understood when people are able to have a full-on discussion about the individual idea and go back and forth with somebody that disagrees with them. And so, that's a great thing about the internet is we can get people together of differing opinions and exchange the ideas, and people can hear, oh, he had a good point. Well, they got a good point. Well, they got another good point. Like you can go back and forth, which is really fun. Whereas once upon a time, you had to like go to like an actual like get in your car, go to a public debate.
or go to the store and buy a DVD that had it recorded. Yeah. Now we can all watch it from our cell phones. Is there anyone that you want to like send viewers to go check out and subscribe right now that might be live, that's part of your friends list or something? Because that's something I always forget at the end of a live. And while you do that, I have a Discord, everybody. I pinned it at the top. Join the Discord. And I know that Justin has a Discord as well. If you, I don't know if you want to send me some URLs, I can add to the description since you hung it out here the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm saying MythVision versus Amon Hillman 5K offer. Just do it, dude.
5K,
huh?
5K is a pretty solid offer.
Yeah, I don't understand. Well, first of all, Amon won't debate Steven, who came on the channel and dissected all of this Greek nonsense that he doesn't know what he's talking about. So you might want to ask Amon why he's not willing to debate Steven.
Yeah.
Because he won't do it, and Steven knows Greek. So why would I go in there so he could play Greek games with language that I'm not skilled at? I'm not the Greek guy. Steven is. Steven offered, and by the way, for anyone who's in Amon circles, right, you can spread this and go and insert this little poison among the rest of the group. I directly spoke with Danny Jones on the phone with Steven.
Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah. We were talking for 30, 40 minutes because we were pitching the idea to him, setting up a debate between Steven and Amon about how wrong Amon is on so many issues. And what's ironic is he contacted Amon to have Amon debate Steven. He turned down the debate. He wouldn't debate Steven. Now, he has a chance now that he's seen the long live stream with Steven, what Steven's brought forward as criticism. He has all the ample opportunity to make a debate happen. It needs to be formal, where Amon needs to allow Steven to actually speak and don't run over him with words, because that's how you hide that you're going to get criticized and shown that you're wrong. But that's what Ammon does. Ammon did this with Kip Davis. He does this with almost anyone. He tries his best to sound like he's right. But really, when you get into the Greek with someone who knows the Greek and has looked at the sources that he's pulled up, 5K, make it happen. In fact, to make it happen, this is what you should do. Take 2,500 of it, offer it to Danny. I'll platform it. Shit, I'll take the whole 5K and platform the whole thing and fly Ammon out with that money. I'll say, Ammon, here's some money. He could fly out. I'll pay for the hotel and his flight. And the other rest of the money would be part of me being able to profit. We could do it in person. We could do it remotely. I don't give a hoot. I don't think Ammon has the cojones to step in the ring with Stephen under a organized formal debate where he can actually engage in the rhetoric and pull up the sources, because it'll be embarrassing. I really believe it'll be embarrassing for Ammon. So if you're
doing a debate, you need to be ready with your sources or it's going to fall apart pretty fast.
Yeah. If you're an Ammonite and you just like laughing at him because he's funny and he's okay, got it. Please don't take offense to this. Enjoy your entertainment. If you think this guy is seriously correct or in the right track, ain't happening. So feel free to email me, though.
I want to make sure I remember the right guy. Ammon Hillman is the guy saying that the Greek Septuagint came first, right?
Yes. Yes.
I still can't. Just want to make sure. I still can't believe that.
Yeah, look, dude, did you see the 5-hour video Stephen and I put out critiquing, just like allowing
I actually didn't watch that, no.
Okay, it's long. We allowed Ammon to just say things because he said it, and we just went through several of his videos through the past. Stephen put this all together, and Stephen went and saw over and over and over. This guy even misuses the LSJ, isn't even going to the correct sources, the semicolons that divide sources. He's switching sides and jumping between sources, and so he's doing tricks. And most of the world, especially on Danny Jones' podcast, does not even know what he's doing. And he'll use like the word Christing. It's a drug, and Jesus is a drug. And like, dude, he does this thing where you can go and actually check from scholars. And I can't even, I'm gonna put it like this, Justin. I can't even say right now on air how much I know this guy's wrong, because there's stuff that for the sake and safety of some people, I cannot even speak of certain things. Well, like that, like I wish I could, but I can't. I can't talk about certain things, but I can tell you, Ammon's wrong, bro.
I'm looking at his credentials, and he's got a master's degree in bacteriology, so that's meaningless. He's got it doesn't say what his master's degree was, but it says he has a PhD in classics with a specialization in ancient Greek and Roman pharmacy. But if that's the case, he didn't really know anything about the Hebrew text. Like, this guy doesn't have any specialty there. So one of the ways we know the Hebrew text comes first is because we can see that there are words that are transliterated from the Hebrew into the Greek Septuagint, where it couldn't have happened in the opposite way. So that's a really good marker of such, right? Whereas if it was done the other way, it just you wouldn't have transliterated it from Greek into Hebrew, because sometimes there are word plays, like there are puns that are embedded in the Hebrew names and whatnot. So it makes sense if you're translating it or transliterating it from Hebrew into Greek, but not the other way around, because you lose the puns.
That's what happened with the Sarah Abraham myth. So when Bruce Louden was talking about Luke 24 in dialogue with the Odyssey, he did so. He first looked at the Hebrew Bible and recognized that the pun of Sarah laughing and the name Isaac, there's a pun in the language. It doesn't translate into the Greek Septuagint. So if the Septuagint was first, it lost the pun that the original language of the writing had. You're going to tell me that the Hebrew translation of the Greek inserted the pun, but there wasn't a pun in the original Greek? That's ridiculous. So this is why when Kip was debating him originally, and I lost all respect the way he treated Kip rather than engaging in a respectable manner, that was the start of the like, oh, hold on, this guy is clearly not someone that I'm going to have a lot of respect for, the way he was disrespectful to Kip on this. Kip was like, okay, hold on. Do you read the Hebrew? No. Well, what do you say when you have an authority, let's just say an authority figure who thinks they know the languages, and they say in Hebrew, it reads way better originally in Hebrew. And then you get someone who goes, in Greek, it reads way better originally in Greek, as if this is originally Greek translated into Hebrew. And then, okay, so two guys that compete. Then you get this tidal wave of people who know both languages like fluently. And every single person other than Amen on planet Earth, every single person who knows both languages more than Amen. Amen only knows Greek somewhat, by the way, and you might as well say not very well. It's in light of the 5-hour video that we did where Stephen knows the Greek and is digging into the sources. And there's other people that I can't mention their names, which I'm hinting at, that are classicists that know what the fuck they're talking about, who say he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's wrong. Both languages, and they say it looks better in the Hebrew and that this is clearly a translation. This guy's right. This has got to be a joke, bro. He's got to be either playing a prank on the internet and acting like he's serious, or he is serious.
It's just one of those things where, like, for example, I don't make a lot of public statements about like the Greek texts because, you know, I learned Greek in seminary, but I didn't really use it all that much. And there's a lot of, like, I forgot most of it, you know what I mean? So like, there's something to be said for like staying in your lane. Like, and if you didn't know biblical Hebrew, you probably shouldn't be commenting on the texts that are written in Hebrew and making definitive statements like, you know, one is playing off the other when you actually haven't read the original text.
That's what I was getting at with Kip going, do you know the Hebrew? And he goes, no, I don't need to. And then Kip goes to give him an example. And then he just is like, exactly. Like as if it was a point on his side. And we found this happen. This is definitely dodging and goalpost shifting the whole nine. When he got criticized by Neil, who was a student of him in Greek, who, by the way, Stephen, the guy who helped make that 5-hour video with me, Stephen helped him realize that it was a already past tense burnt purple, not burning. Current is a past tense thing. And there was a correction that Neil made that Amen was teaching one of his students burning. And when he went to correct him, he was like, oh, no, you're right. I could tell you're entering the ring, but take it from someone who's been boxing in a way for a long time. I've been in here a long time. Just take it from me. It's burning. He doesn't actually prove that it's burning. He gives no evidence to support it's burning. And this is just the purple thing. Like, he does this on almost every claim that he does with Jesus and the little boy in the garden with the sin stone. And like, it's just insanity. And I think anyone with like a little bit of caution and a little bit of discernment looks at him and kind of goes, his behavior, his mannerisms, and the things he talks about should be red flags enough to be cautious. Something's not adding up, in my opinion.
And I think there's one, if all you ever did was read like the first 3 chapters of Genesis in Hebrew, I think there's one example that I'm reminded of now because I had a recent conversation with my buddy Chet about it. But when it talks about a woman in Hebrew, it says that she was called Isha because she was from Ish. Ish is man and Isha is woman. There's no equivalent to that in Greek. There's no way you could put that in a Greek text originally, because the only way that makes sense is if you're reading it in the Hebrew tongue.
I mean, come on, man. So what Justin's saying is 5K, send it his way. He'll debate Amen.
Let's go.
Send that moolah, baby. Yeah, thank you so much. Go sign up for our Discord. It's pinned in the live stream, and you'll find Justin there as well. He's a mod in our Discord, and he has his own Discord as well he's in, and his YouTube channel, subscribe. And anyway, we done burning purple here, or?
No, burn. We burnt purple.
Oh, we burn it? Shit.
It's already gone.
Yeah, man. Well, look, is there any final words from you?
No, I think so. I mean, thanks for having me on, Derek. I had a good time, and these are topics that are near and dear to my heart. And so I'm glad to have someone to learn with and to bounce ideas off of and to dialogue. And I hope that we can just kind of open people's minds to even the possibility that there's some mythologizing happening here in the text.
I'd love just that, even the slightest. Because it softens up what that Christian author was saying, crystallized, dogma, stern, solid. It's not rigid. It's not fluid. I meant like it's not something that has that flexibility because it has to be a science, a fact, a piece of history that you can go back and you can analyze and test. And it's like,
right.
No, if that you destroyed your faith. In fact, that's what my last interview that I did with James McGrath said. He said, in fact, can I play the intro of that for you? Real quick?
Yeah.
This is secretly on my Patreon, but I haven't made it public. I'm gonna try to get this right here. So everybody who's tuned in this far, you get a special sneak peek. If you're not part of the Patreon, you get to see the you'll at least get to see the beginning of the next episode that I have, which is critiquing William Lane Craig and Sean McDowell. Okay, hold on. Here we go. And I'll have to mute myself when I do this. Okay. Here we go. Muting my mic.
We actually have 11 eyewitnesses to the Mormon golden plates, whose names and written testimonies we still have today. 3 of those witnesses say that they saw the angel Moroni give Joseph Smith the plates with their own eyes. And even when they fell out with Joseph Smith and left the church, they still continued to assert that they had witnessed these events.
And I think the very simple answer is that Joseph Smith and these early witnesses were charlatans. I'm sure that Alex would agree with that assessment, that these men were not sincerely mistaken that they had seen the golden plates. Rather, they were just lying about what they saw.
What's interesting is that the Gospel of Matthew, right there at the end, says that of the 11, right, the apostles that were still around, they worship Jesus when they have this resurrection experience, but some doubted. It was the other McDowell, Josh McDowell, who said, the resurrection proven beyond doubt. And that a modern day apologist would claim to prove beyond doubt something that we're told that the 11 doubted. I mean, the audacity of that.
Are you the Christ? Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One? And Jesus responds, I am. And you shall see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven. A virtual quotation from Daniel 7.
It's actually a distorted faith that people like this have, in my view, right? I say this from my perspective as a Christian now, and this is not just me talking New Testament scholar stuff. I think that trying to prove what cannot be proved so that you can build everything is really an expression of this instinctive human desire that we all have. We want stability. We want certainty. We want confidence.
Gang, ladies and gentlemen, baby.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna launch that, and then I don't know when. We'll see. Next few days. I've got my editor working. I've got an editor who's helping me try to get the rest of them. I've already done a recording with him. Richard C. Miller, Richard Carrier, John Dominic Crossan, M. David Litwa. So there's 5. I'm going to hopefully get 5 more. And they're all responding to the exact same 15 clips. Unfortunately for them, they're not gonna be
it's gonna be a dog file.
It's so bad. So bad. Anyway, man, I'll let you go. Thank you.
All right, have a great one, Derek. It was great to join you.
You too, ladies and gentlemen. Check out the description. Go subscribe. Check them out. Let me do this outro. I gotta get some food. We are MythVision.
Son, do you want to know what the truth is? After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to. You take the red pill and you stay in Wonderland, and I show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.